You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Force 13 live, covering Typhoon Rai, Philippine name Odette, on its potential rampage through the Philippines coming up very shortly. Unfortunately, I'm here to tell you that the storm has intensified substantially since our last update, when it was a Category 1 and strengthening through Category 1. It's now a Category 4. Now, if you've just joined us and just heard that news, that might be a bit of a fright. Category 4 and strengthening, I'm afraid, and it looks like it's going to reach Category 5 status before reaching the Philippines. You may remember that in our last stream that we said that it was extremely unlikely for that to happen, and it was. Unfortunately, this is something that can happen at this time of year in the Philippine Sea, especially near where this storm is right now. It's blown up and put out a small eye there, which is continuing to appear and become clearer on the satellite imagery. There's the close-up, and you can see it barreling towards the east coast of the Philippines, the coasts of northern Mindanao, the southernmost Visayas region, and we're still eyeing possibly Surigao Island for a direct landfall in about 7 hours' time. My name is Nathan Four. You saw me briefly just then, and I'm joined by our team this hour. We're going to be here for quite a while by the looks of things. I'm joined by Christian, who you just saw briefly on a little flick up on the webcam. Devon, Farhan, and Ethan. Hello to all of you this morning.
Hello.
I'm doing just fine.
Yes. Nice to hear. Well, Devon, you are a very much a veteran in this field. Do you want to tell us about what your thoughts are on this storm and how it's progressed in the last 12 hours?
So, honestly, it's not exactly that surprising of a situation. The models were always pointing towards this storm rapidly intensifying pretty close to the Philippines. So the fact that this storm has done this is not really too shocking, unfortunately. Of course, you can't really necessarily forecast that because it has an equal or maybe even greater chance of it not happening. We can only forecast rapid intensification correctly, at least in the Atlantic, once every 4 or 5 times. In the West Pacific, it's probably closer like 1 in 10. So
wow.
It's extremely difficult to predict rapid intensification, but models were definitely always hinting at this, and to just see this rapid blow up of obviously these extremely cold cloud tops that are going around what is clearly a pinhole eye. A pinhole eye that's been able to maintain itself rather magnificently well, to say the least, considering the size of the storm. And yeah, as long as it's able to maintain that appearance, it's going to be moving westward towards a potentially very destructive landfall in the Philippines. We've currently got it rated as a Stage 7 on the CDPS, right in the middle of Stage 7 too. Which puts it as an extremely dangerous system. Anything over a 6 can really be a catastrophe anywhere that it is. And so 7 is really, really bad. It's an upper echelon system. So, yeah, if this ended up making landfall in the United States, we'd be talking tens of billions of dollars worth of damage, no doubt. So a very dangerous situation here in the Philippines. I am I don't want to say that I'm delighted to say that the models ended up predicting the rapid intensification, because nobody ever wants to see rapid intensification, obviously. But it does seem like that this was pretty well foretold.
I don't know.
Well,
At the longer range, the models had this storm intensifying quite a bit to something like this. But from all I saw on the medium to short range Devon, though, was it staying fairly weak in relatively category 1 to about this point, and then 12 hours before landfall rapidly intensifying maybe a couple of categories, but it's gone further than that.
Yeah, that's to be expected considering the conditions that it's in. It's not really that surprising at all.
Now, it's got enormous cloud tops, and it's not very often that you can say widespread minus 90-degree cloud tops with that eye as well. That's pretty outstanding, really.
it's typical of December.
It's one of the most impressive structures that you can possibly see out of a central dense overcast of a tropical cyclone. Widespread, literally the entire eastern semicircle is able to produce cloud tops in excess of negative 90 degrees Celsius. That is truly an incredible feat how tall these cloud tops are. It's not necessarily surprising, because the height that the atmosphere allows the cloud tops to be, or what we call the trophopause, is very high at this time of year. So naturally, you're going to get very high cloud tops, and yeah, that is a consequence of it.
Remarkable. You also heard the voice of Josh there, who joins us from Australia. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Blown out of the water by this storm. I have the same time zone as the Philippines, actually, and I remember going to bed last night with a Category 1 typhoon and waking up this morning to a Category 4 with a pinhole eye surrounded by minus 90s. I feel for people in the Philippines, because that is an incredibly terrifying situation to be put in. You go to bed expecting a Category 2 or 3 landfall the next day, because that's what all the officials are saying, and now you're waking up to a Category 5 landfall possible. It's a scary situation. It's
Now,
a very scary
The
situation.
JTWC are, perhaps surprisingly, going for a Category 5 landfall. Do we all agree with this?
No.
No. Okay. Tell us why.
An eye-wall replacement cycle seems inevitable. And I think that Category 5 might be a bit too much of a stretch. I mean, if this intensification keeps up without any faults in the storm structure, Category 5 is certainly on the cards, and it will likely happen if it keeps up like this. But considering that microwave imagery especially suggests a little bit of weakness, like not a perfect eye wall at this time, and convection it has been here and there in the southern part of the storm, just onto the eye wall. I don't think a Category 5 right now is the most likely scenario, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if this makes landfall as a Category 5 or a high-range Category 4. The difference is 10 miles per hour. It's still going to cause a lot of damage to unprepared locations.
Interesting thoughts there. I think it looks pretty damn good, though, and I do think that if the eye is a little bit deeper, and that's a Category 5, regardless of what the cloud tops look like, I mean, considering how deep they are.
I guess.
Yeah.
Extraordinary imagery. If you've got any comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air, we're staying here up until landfall at least, so send us a message if you've got any comments or any observations on the ground. They could be important for someone watching. Let's take some messages. Pegasa has released the Tropical Weather Bulletin on their website, so that is something that's that was due, so I don't know if anyone's got information on that. Let's see if we can retrieve it. Obviously Signal 3 warnings were in effect. I'll just go and have a look if they've been extended. I assume they might have been.
It has been extended.
Right.
It has been extended up to Bohol and Cebu.
Right.
So, central and southern portions of Cebu under Signal 3 warnings. Bohol, which were they already under warnings? Let's have a look. This was that was
I thought
much
they were already
earlier.
under signal.
That was much earlier, so don't look at that just yet. But let's just get the latest image here. One moment, and we'll display that on the screen. As of 8 a.m., it looks like this somewhere. Oh, there it is, loading slowly. Very slowly. Must be a lot of load there. So that's current. The latest warnings that are in effect. Signal 3, and you can basically paint the track of the typhoon through those Signal 3 areas. That's quite concerning for a lot of areas, including some significant populations, obviously Cebu City, most notably, and many others. Signal 2 warnings extending even into the southernmost part of Mindoro now. Signal 1 warnings extending over most of Palawan and over the whole of Batangas in the north. Camarines Norte is actually under Signal 1 now, incidentally, as well. The Signal 2 extends as high as Sorsogon there and over Romblon, and in the south also over parts of northern Misamis and Zamboanga del Norte. So that's the latest in terms of warnings right now, and we'll get on to some questions shortly. What I do want to get hold of, though, and I was trying to do it discreetly earlier, is a visible animation, which we'll be able to get up on the screen shortly. Whilst we're doing that, anything else that anyone would like to say at this point?
Well, if you are in the Philippines in the path of this storm, you might be shocked to hear that this is now likely to make landfall as I think it is, Category 5 still expected to make landfall. You'd be shocked to hear that, but it is real. This storm is real. It's coming towards you. You need to start finalizing your preparations. If you haven't started them, it might be a little bit too late to really get them finished now, but you really need to finalize those preparations, batten down the hatches, because this is going to be a very rough event, that's for sure.
We're also joined by Isaac now as well. Perhaps you could offer us your analysis.
Well, yeah, this typhoon is extremely powerful on infrared and both visible, and still in the process of fully clearing out its eye. Extremely cold, simple dense overcast in the system, as you can see on the satellite loop, with a lot of yellows actually showing up there on your screen. Really indicative of a really powerful tropical cyclone, and definitely one to take seriously. And for those of you in the path of it, please heed the local advice given to you by Pagasa and your local government. If they're telling you to evacuate, or if they're telling you to get to shelter, do that as soon as you possibly can. Do not wait till the last minute to do that. This is not a storm to mess around with one bit, especially now with the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, where they have been predicting a Category 5 strength system near at landfall in the Philippines here. So not something to mess around with one bit, Nathan.
Here's some visible imagery showing the storm's progress as you would see it from space. We just got a glimpse of that there. We're going to try and extend that loop a little bit. Let's take some questions. Can Rai possibly surpass Typhoon Bopa for being the strongest storm to affect Mindanao? Now that is something to beat, because did they keep it at 175 miles per hour at landfall? I think it was 160 at landfall. I can't remember now. But that's obviously the one that people are going to be comparing this to. So no clear answer on that at the moment, but I think it could quite easily equal it. Do we think that it will be a Category 3 after landfall? Well, yeah, all of the earlier predictions that we were making out the window, really. If it was to make a Category 5 landfall in there, then it will probably only weaken a couple of categories, maybe down to Category 2, but probably Category 3. Is there a reason why November and December have a record of giving big storms to the Philippines? Well, it can happen at almost any time of year, but I suppose at this time of year there's a lot more... the storms are at lower latitude to begin with, and quite often factors keep them further south. Indeed, storms that we curve towards the north end up going like Niato and die off before hitting anywhere.
Excuse me, Oz needs your attention.
What?
What?
Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, how cool do you think this storm looks? Well, I don't think we go by coolness at this time.
No.
I can tell you that the cloud tops are very cool. That's about it. Let's see what else we've got as well. How long do we think until landfall? Once again, probably around 2 p.m. Philippine time is what we established in the last stream, and we'll see whether that holds. And just general questions about whether it will reach Category 5, which we've sort of discussed already at this point. Do we think that the storm could be like Goni in the way that it shreds itself apart after landfall? Maybe a little bit. I would imagine possibly not as much as Goni, because it had more land, maybe. I don't know, it's going to be a close one. My feeling would be not as much.
I don't think the mountains in this area of Visayas is as tall as the mountains that Goni went through in Luzon. So I don't think it would absolutely choke itself to death as much as Goni. So my answer would be no.
Okay. And the JWTC will have another update later on this morning, local time, of course. Also, the ATCF, which is the automated service, they're likely to update. Well, they will update much sooner than JWTC. They tend to borrow the numbers. Early indications from the real-time data shows that they might be going with 145 miles an hour. But nothing set in stone yet. Now, obviously, 145 miles per hour, that's 240 kilometers per hour sustained winds, and that's really the territory we'll be heading towards very shortly, and what those islands might be expecting. It's going to be pretty serious. And of course, higher gusts in these storms as well. Those are sustained winds that we're talking about, sustained over a 1 minute period, and gusts will tend to be much higher. Could the storm possibly make landfall as only a tropical storm? Well, it won't be here. It might make a tropical storm landfall as a weakening system, maybe even in China, but we're not sure how that's going to go. That's something for next week. Could it peak as a strong Category 4 or 5 in the South China Sea?
Oh, I'm sorry, Nathan. I need to interrupt you.
Okay.
There is a new Dvorak fix from the JWC. The final T is 7.0.
So you're telling me that we're getting
Category
our
5,
first
yes.
satellite estimates of Category 5 range?
Yes. It is.
Oh dear.
Crikey. So, real-time ADT from Sims, they're going with 140 miles per hour. Did you say, was it raw?
No, the
Final.
raw here, the
Raw
final
would
is
be something
7.0, the raw is 7.5 plus.
Yes.
It's crazy.
But
I'm not
Dvorak
seeing this final 7.0 yet. The most I've seen is 6.3.
Dvorak numbers, aren't they, what I've heard is, aren't they notorious for going a bit too high on these sort of storm structures?
But I think it might be fair.
Alright.
When you're
That's
getting
pretty serious.
eye temperatures there on the latest image from Isaac, what do you reckon there? Down into the minus 40s, 30s? Oh no, lower than that, I think. 20s, I think, is that blue collar.
Yeah, probably around that general range. Um, take it's taking its time to clear its eye, but certainly getting there. Especially in those later frames, there's, as you say, those blues are starting to come back again. So it's not going to be with some of these storms. It's not like a sudden process where it's from like an eye this clarity to fully clear. Sometimes it takes a while for a storm to clear out its eye. Don't expect all of a sudden for it to be clouded out eye to a fully clear eye in one frame. That's generally not that's not going to happen with this type of storm here. It's going to be a gradual progress to a clearer eye, but you never know. I could be eating my words here in a few hours. Hopefully not, though.
Has the latest SAP fix been mentioned at all?
Yes. Do you want to tell us your take on it?
Certainly a interesting fix with a T7.0, which is equivalent to 140 knots. Certainly appears to be that way in the raw frames. I don't think it's a Cat 5 right now, but it's quite close, if you ask me.
Interesting. To aid us a little bit whilst looking at this imagery and we're looking at the cloud tops, I think we can bring on our scale. Oop, that's a very big scale. Hold on, let's just park that over in the top left hand corner over there. So that indicates what those cloud tops are right now, and they tell us a lot of information about the storm's actual intensity. Not the full picture, but a decent amount regarding how strong this storm is getting, and the amount of minus 90 cloud tops still out there is quite extraordinary too.
Yeah, right now you have mostly negative 90s on the eastern side of the circulation right now, but there is really bits and bits of 90-degree cloud tops completely around the eye. It's not fully circling it, but it's got I'd say at least what, negative 85-degree cloud tops surrounding it at least completely.
I know earlier, like 1 or 2 hours earlier, the entire storm was surrounded by minus 89 degrees Celsius cloud tops. I don't know what it would be now, but certainly at least minus 80.
Quite extraordinary. I would say at least minus 85 consistently on your imagery.
Yeah.
Let's get some more questions. There'll be plenty coming in, and we'll take as many as we can, really, because this is a massive event and obviously people want their input. On a scale of 1 to 10, what is the size of the eye on Rai? I mean, I guess we could give an actual absolute reading. It's approximately 20 to 25 kilometers wide.
Which is incredibly small.
It's fairly small. It's not. I don't think it's actually that small. 25 kilometers, about what's that? 15 miles.
I think so.
Yeah, about 12-15 miles.
So with an eye that small, it may not appear to be, on your imagery, Nathan, it may not appear to be clear, but say there might be complete clearing because the eye is just so small that the area that is actually clear is just so small that the satellite isn't able to pick it up. So maybe this is clear all the way down to the surface. Maybe
that was more of a thing with Trantu. I believe that had a smaller eye than this, but still could be possible. But I'm not too certain about that right now.
So that's where we're up to right now. Let's just see what we've got on that Pegasa advisory when it came out at 8 AM, just to read all of that off for you. Just waiting for it to load here. So at 7 AM, it was located 265 kilometers east of Surigao City, 9.6 north, 127.9 east. They had it with winds of 165 kilometers per hour near the center, gusting up to 205, and central pressure of 950. We believe it's stronger than that on both counts. Moving west-northwestward at 25 kilometers per hour. So if that is true, 25 kilometers per hour, then it would reach land in 4 hours, I think. So they actually have it moving quicker than what we have it at right now, because we think it's going to be maybe 7 hours until landfall, but they're expecting 4. So I mean, of course the storm could speed up. All we've been doing so far is extrapolations, so that may occur. Strong winds or higher extending outwards up to 480 kilometers from the center. They're expecting the storm peaking with winds of 185 kilometers per hour. We expect it's going to be beyond 250 kilometers per hour. And then, let's see, gradually weakening through the islands, although pretty slowly, and then weakening more substantially towards the end of the forecast period in the South China Sea. To remind... Sorry.
So Pagasa, with that latest information, are they expecting Signal 4 warnings, or will they not be issuing those?
It's been a while since I've been familiar with what constitutes Signal 4 now, but I think 185 is Signal 4, or at least close to it. It certainly wouldn't surprise me. 175. So yeah, so that wouldn't surprise me at all to see Signal 4 warnings near landfall. To be honest, they should probably be out already.
Yep.
So to reiterate Pagasa's warnings right now, and we'll show the warning map once again, just so that everyone is fully in the loop. That was their latest map. Signal 3 warnings for southern Leyte, the southern portion of Leyte. Of course, those are two distinct areas. Southern Leyte is a province, and the southern portion of Leyte, which is ironically north of southern Leyte, which is a bit confusing at times. The whole island of Bohol and the central and southern portions of Cebu, most of the island actually, including Camotes Islands. In Mindanao, the Dinagat Islands, Surigao del Norte, the northern portion of Agusan del Norte, and the northern portion of Surigao del Sur. All of those areas, Signal 3. Signal 2 warnings will start in the south this time. The rest of Surigao del Sur, the rest of Agusan del Norte, Agusan del Sur, the northern portion of Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental, Camiguin, the northern portion of Misamis Occidental, the extreme northern portion of Zamboanga del Norte. My pronunciations may be wrong on this, but I have been learning for a while, and hopefully most of them are near what it is. Apologies on that. Northern Samar, Eastern Samar, Biliran, the rest of Leyte, the rest of Cebu, including Bantayan Islands, Negros Oriental, Negros Occidental, Siquijor, Guimeras, Iloilo, Antique, Capiz, and Aklan. All under Signal 2 warnings right now. And in Luzon, Sorsogon, Masbate, including Burias and Ticao Islands, Cuyo Islands, Cagayan Silo Islands, the southern portion of Oriental Mindoro, and Romblon. And Signal 1 warnings, a long list of areas there. I'll read them out because they're not all visible on that map. The northern portion of Davao Oriental, the northern portion of Davao de Oro, the northern portion of Davao del Norte, the rest of Misamis Occidental, the rest of Bukidnon, Lanao del Norte, Lanao del Sur, the northern portion of Zamboanga del Norte, the northern portion of Zamboanga del Sur, and the northern portion of Zamboanga, Sibugue. And in Luzon, Catanduanes, Camarines Norte, Camarines Sur, Albay, Sorsogon, Burias Island, Marinduque, the southern portion of Quezon, Batangas, Oriental Mindoro, Occidental Mindoro, mainland Palawan, including Balabac, Calamian, and Calayan Islands. Those are all the warnings in full that are in effect right now. As we go to, we'll go to Isaac because I want to take a look at that microwave imagery you have.
Yeah, this is the latest microwave image of the typhoon, and wow, the eye, if you can't see it, it's right to the left of where my little magnifying glass is. That's the eye on microwave imagery. Just incredible stuff.
Yeah, this microwave pass, let me just pull up your... Oh my goodness. That does not suggest an hour replacement cycle at all.
Oh boy.
I mean, maybe that eastern band might try to inhibit like an aerial placement cycle like, as it's coming into land, but this does not suggest that really there will be much to weaken this storm before it makes landfall, which means I'm pretty sure we're going to be looking at a Cat 5 landfall here, folks. Almost certain.
Oh dear.
Those are sobering words. Even more reasons for those who are not taking this typhoon seriously right now to be rushing your preparations for completion and following all advice given to you by Pagasa and your local government officials. If they're telling you to evacuate, if they're telling you to get into strong shelter, you need to do that as soon as you possibly can here. Do not wait or wait to the very last minute till telling you to take those actions. Do it while you still have some lead time ahead of you.
Of course, winds in the area that will get the first landfalls will already be rising at this point. Let's talk you through some of the hazards that Pagasa have outlined in their update. Heavy rainfall today through tomorrow early morning. Heavy to torrential rains over Caraga, Central Visayas, Misamis Oriental, Camiguin, Southern Leyte and Negros Occidental. Moderate to heavy with times... Sorry, I'll start that again. Moderate to heavy with at times intense rains over Leyte, the southern portions of eastern Samar and Samar, Zamboanga del Norte, Lanao del Sur, Davao Oriental, Davao de Oro, Davao del Norte, and the rest of northern Mindanao. Light to moderate with at times heavy rains over Bicol region, Quezon and the rest of Visayas, Zamboanga Peninsula and the mainland Bangsamoro. Tomorrow early morning through Saturday early morning, heavy to intense with at times torrential rains over central Visayas, western Visayas and Palawan and many other locations there. Saturday early morning through Sunday early morning, heavy to torrential rains over Cagayan Islands, light to moderate with at times heavy over mainland Palawan and Calamian Islands. Scattered to widespread flooding, including flash floods and rain-induced landslides, are expected, especially in areas that are highly or very highly susceptible to these hazards, identified in hazard maps and in localities with significant antecedent rainfall. Severe winds, and this is a little mention to what we were talking about before, considering the ongoing rapid intensification of the typhoon, so they've acknowledged that, there is an increasing likelihood that warning signal 4 will be hoisted for several localities near or along the immediate path of the typhoon. Destructive typhoon force winds will occur within any areas where they have signal 3 warnings. Once again, look on the map, those signal 3 areas marked in the orange colour. Moderate to heavy damage to structures and vegetation expected in those areas. Damaging winds reaching gale to storm force strength will be experienced within the signal 2 areas, yellow. This may result in generally light to moderate damage to structures and vegetation, and strong winds with higher gusts expected within the warning, the signal 1 warning areas. This may generally bring up to very light damage to structures and vegetation. Now, the moderate to high risk of storm surge of up to 3 meters in height, which may cause life-threatening flooding in the low-lying coastal areas of the central Visayas, northern Mindanao, Iloilo, Guimaras, Negros Occidental, eastern Samar, southern Leyte, Dinagat Islands, Surigao del Norte, Surigao del Sur, Agusan del Norte, and several localities in the northern portion of Palawan. Antique, the southern portion of Samar, Leyte, and Davao Oriental. There will be a storm surge warning issued at 5 AM apparently, which should already be out. I'll have another little look at that whilst we digest some of that information. I think Isaac's got another look at the microwave imagery.
Yeah, here's a little bit of a clearer look at the microwave image I showed earlier, and see a better look at just how small the eye is on the typhoon. Just incredible data we're getting from it right now from these microwave satellites in orbit.
Really impressive. Here's once again the satellite imagery of the storm's development, and actually, the latest frames, Isaac, the eye has cooled down again.
Yeah, I think you're going to be seeing that with the storms like this, where it tries to clear out really fast, and then it goes back down to clear. It goes back down to clouded. Time will tell if it fully clears out its eye or not before landfall, but time is certainly running thin for it.
I should
Still,
note
the
that
cloud
we
top's
are-
very high. Yes, Ethan.
We are expecting an update from the JMA in around 10 minutes from now, because they tend to update every 3 hours, and their last update was 21:45 UTC. We should peg it in about 10 minutes from now. I'm not sure what they're going to go with, but their analysis 3 hours ago had it with a pressure of 950 millibars. It's got to be a lot lower than that now.
What pressure do we think it might be?
I'm not really sure, but do Pegasa give out pressure by chance?
Well, they're going with 950 as well.
As the latest update, just this past hour.
Yes.
Well, that's too high. It's got to be somewhere in the 930s, I'd assume.
Most likely. Isaac, you've been able to bring up the surge map as well, which I think is quite useful. So you can see there that storm surge warning number 3. So actually they've not issued a 5 AM update according to that image. Perhaps they're running very much behind schedule, but that's what they have there right now. Obviously watching out for severe storm surge in the orange areas. I'm not sure what... Oh, the distinctions there that's cut off on the screen. So 2 to 3 meters in those orange zones and 1 to 2 meters of storm surge in the yellow zones. You'll notice just a tiny area at Iloilo there, which is in the orange as well. But right now, the top story on Typhoon Rai, Philippine name Odette, is that it is rapidly intensifying. We expect that it already is a Category 4. We expect it will continue to intensify. The JWTC do expect that it will reach Category 5 status before landfall. And initial preliminary estimates right now from ATCF are suggesting 145 miles per hour at the moment. We'll see if they run with that in their finalized number. As always, you can ask questions and you can send us observations in the chat. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. We'd love to hear from anything that could be useful. A question that came in earlier: what time will the landfall occur? So some discrepancy over when that might actually be. Right now, give you a very up-to-date number, it is 134 miles from land. Pegasa say it's moving at 25 kilometers per hour, so that means that's landfall in I think I miscalculated earlier, it's actually 5 to 6 hours. And that is probably about right.
I have some breaking news here.
Yeah.
Let me just double check to make sure that this is true.
Please.
We have T7.0 from JTWC, meaning in about 20 minutes from now or so, we will likely have a Category 5 Super Typhoon on our hands, folks.
Ah.
Wait. Really? Oh dear.
Yep.
Okay.
I can confirm JTWC have now give this T7.0 on the Dvorak estimates, which is equivalent to 1 minute sustained winds of 160 miles per hour.
Well, that's very
Okay.
bad news.
That is very bad news indeed.
So
and
if
of course-
indeed it becomes a Category 5 storm by that reckoning, that obviously puts this storm on the same pedestal as Typhoon Bopa, which was of course the local name Pablo back in 2012. That's probably the most comparable storm to this right now.
That was actually the last Cat 5 in this region, believe it or not.
Yep.
Wow.
that made landfall further south.
It's the last Typhoon Rai to ever make landfall in Mindanao, in fact. Yeah, there hasn't been a Typhoon Rai landfall since.
That reminds
So-
me, we were curious on the landfall intensity, and the official landfall intensity is 150 knots for BOFA in Mindanao.
Yes, I thought so. Yeah, really incredible. But this right now, no confirmation that it is a Category 5 yet. Let's just put that out there, because when there is, we will have it on our stream. We'll be running that information. So we don't have that confirmation yet. But stay
I expect
tuned.
we will shortly, though.
Sorry?
I expect we will shortly, though.
Hmm.
I will say that.
Well, stay tuned for further updates as soon as we get them here, as the storm gets closer and closer to landfall. Let's give you some live distances from land where the storm is right now. This is as of 24 minutes past, so it will have moved a few kilometers since then. But as of that time, the storm was located at 9.73 north, 127.41 east, and that would put it 135 kilometers from Surigao Island, 190 kilometers roughly from Dinagat Island, 209 from Surigao City, around 285 from Asin City in southern Leyte, from the island of Bohol 309 kilometers, from Cebu City 388, from Iloilo City 542 kilometers. Did I mistakenly say miles earlier? Kilometers.
Breaking news. I have some more breaking news. JMA have updated. They are now giving this max sustained winds 10 minute of 100 knots and a pressure of 925 millibars.
Oh dear.
Wow. Oh my.
Well, when you
Big
get pressures
jump
like
there.
that, that is, you know, straddling Category 5.
And again, that was 100 knots in 10 minutes. What would that be in 1 minute?
Well, they always
Is
go
anyone-
low. That would be 130
Yep.
miles per hour.
Right.
Just correlating that would be probably a super typhoon. It
It
varies
looks
in
like it.
it varies in 1 minute sustained winds, but typically that means 1 minute sustained winds of at least 150 miles an hour.
We haven't
So they've
shown it
jumped
yet.
this.
Sorry.
No, not yet.
It's on their text version. I'm just waiting for the forecast cone to come out.
No, we haven't shown yet the JTWC's last cone. I just want to show people that. This is what they had earlier. That was when they first went with Category 4, and you can see there they have a 140 knot peak before landfall. That's Category 5. It looks like that's going to happen, and that landfall would occur a little bit after 2 p.m. Philippine time. Then it plows through the islands there, and they put it down to a high-end Category 2 briefly, and then it strengthens again to a high-end Category 3, and then starts to weaken rapidly off the coast of Vietnam. That's their last update. Their next update will be coming up soon. When do they usually come out? I know they tag it for 3Z, but they used to come out early.
It's now.
The next JWTC update is due by 3Z, but it'll probably be earlier than that. Probably around 2Z,
it
if I had to
usually
guess.
is.
So the ATCF update is due in 15 minutes.
Well, the
I do have a
ATCF update is
report.
overdue. Sorry?
I do have a report.
Okay.
Typhoon 1.22 report 9:45. Typhoon Rai very strong. It's coming east of Mountain Road and it's heading north. West
West-northwest.
northwest at the speed of 35 km forecast H.
Yep, 25 kilometers per hour, the current movement.
Yes.
So west-northwest, headed towards the northernmost part of Mindanao at 25 kilometers per hour. Best estimate right now, if it stays at that movement speed, that it would make landfall at around 6 to 7 Z, which is 2 to 3 p.m. In the Philippines. Start your message with Force 13 all in text for comments and questions, and reports on the ground. It could be very important as we wait for more information. Someone wanted to speak there?
Just an update that came up here that says that as of currently there is 12,237 families, which if counted individually is over 45,000 people, which has been evacuated from threatened areas in Cagayan and Eastern Visayas, as well as over close to 4,000 people that is now stranded in the areas that are in the path of Rai, because of course transportation links has been closed ahead of this typhoon's arrival, and so people are now stranded and have no choice other than to stay indoors in either in their homes or in evacuation centers. And if you are one of those people, it is pertinent for you to stay indoors and follow what the officials are ordering you to do, because this is a very serious situation, and one wrong judgment will very easily result in your probable death.
The latest JMA cone is out, Nathan, and is on my screen now.
Alright, let's have a little look at this. Latest from the Japanese Meteorological Agency.
See over here, they're giving it 925 millibars, winds of 100 knots. They expect 940 over the Philippines, going down to 955. Re-intensifies up to 950 in 3 days, and then weakening ensues from there. That's what the JMA cone looks like.
Can't rule out Vietnam still in the cones. And it will still be a potentially powerful typhoon when it makes its closest approach there. Obviously, we're looking at the Philippines first. And you can see the JMA's track forecast there. If you were to follow the center line straight through Surigao Island, we expect that that's going to happen with some confidence. After that, it's unclear whether it will make a landfall on southern Leyte or not. Bohol appears to be absolutely going to get a landfall. Southern Cebu, the central southern part of Negros, and then on towards Palawan.
Certainly appears to be a very catastrophic situation about to unfold in the Philippines.
And of course we'll have news from the JWTC a little bit later on. We had a question earlier about what is Rai's CDPS, and Devon was on in the early part of this stream talking about that and how it's a stage 7 on the CDPS this morning. So that is very substantial. As he said earlier, it would cause tens of billions of dollars in damage if it struck the United States. If you were just to superimpose this storm there. So obviously something to take very seriously. Latest satellite imagery shows that the eye isn't cooling anymore and is holding, so it will probably start to warm up again shortly on the satellite imagery. Of course, this is just one perspective of the eye. If you're actually in the eye, you would probably see things much more clearly. And the eye may well be deeper than what is portrayed by the satellites. It's not an exact thing. It measures cloud top temperatures, and that's how we denote the heights, basically. Latest as of 34 minutes past in terms of distance from land, it's now 129 kilometers away from Surigao Island. Questions then, what is the eye temp right now? I can't get an exact number on that. but indications are telling me that it's around minus 45 to 50, I think, at the moment. And how fast is Typhoon Rai moving at? Well, we heard 25 kilometers per hour earlier. I'm not sure if that's still the case or not. So the main news that's broken this hour is that the JWTC are rumoured to be going with Category 5 at the next update, and that JMA have just gone with a pressure of 925, which in most circumstances is a borderline Category 5. So stay tuned when we hear more updates on that, on this potential Category 5 that is moving towards the Philippines. All we've got still is the last information is that it's 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 944 millibars. As soon as that changes, we will reflect that on our stream.
Any minute that could come out, so quite literally any minute it could information could be out, and once it's out, we'll have that to you.
And of
I
course,
will say
yes.
the latest raw T and ADT earlier today was T7.7, which that would equivalent to around 185 miles per hour. But the raw estimate is now down to 7.4. Of course, that is a raw estimate. That's not a final estimate. But I wonder if that's decreasing a little bit because maybe the eye temp is cooling a little bit.
Yeah, you're probably right there. And I think it will level off round about now, if what I'm seeing is right, that the eye has stopped cooling. It looks to me as though it certainly has. No new imagery just yet, so can't tell you any more just now. Just to reiterate the warnings that are currently in effect once again on this Pegaso map, Signal 3 warnings in effect for quite a chunk of the southern Visayas region and northernmost Mindanao. Basically drawing a line of where the storm is going to go there. And the Signal 2 warnings over a much larger area, mainly to the north of the Signal 3 warnings, but also south as well. And Signal 1 warnings extending as far as Batangas and most of Palawan and northern Davao provinces. Let's go back to some visible imagery if we can and take another look at the storm's progression there, looking very much like a beast on the visible imagery. We've also got Armin screen sharing now. Hello?
Hello, there's some footage from Surigao del Norte.
So this is some footage apparently. Is that today? This morning?
Yes, this morning.
So that's the view from there right now.
That is, I believe, if this is the same post that I'm looking at, Armin, it is Surigao del Norte.
Things getting fairly inclement there, as you would expect. Something that I've not shown you yet is the rainfall estimates that are coming in, the simulated rainfall satellite imagery, after we continue looking at these images. I think that's pretty much everything that was in that clip now that we've seen. And just some new frames showing that the eye temperature is increasing again. Now, in just a moment, we'll be able to show you some imagery showing the rainfall satellite indicated rain right now in the approximate area of the landfall zone. Look at this. You can see the center of the storm coming into view there quite clearly. Pardon me. All the black areas are really extreme. That is, say, about 60 millimeters of rain per hour and higher in the black areas, and you can see just how much of that there is. This is imagery that is up to the frame is every 15 minutes. And when the new frame comes out there, you can see the areas that are being hit by those black areas. Surigao Island is almost at that point, probably getting about 30 to 40 millimeters per hour at the moment. Dinagat Island, they could get the biggest amounts there, and onto Leyte as a whole, perhaps. Southern Leyte certainly could get some very large amounts of rainfall there. The areas that we're most concerned about in terms of rainfall accumulations are Surigao del Norte and probably Surigao and Dinagat Islands. Southern Leyte, Bohol, Cebu will get significant amounts, 300 millimeters perhaps, but Surigao del Norte will probably get 400 millimeters or more. So that is simulated imagery from satellite-derived estimates showing rainfall in the last few hours. Let's go back to Isaac. You might want to tell us a little bit more about this newly warming eye again.
Just doing what I figured it would be doing, just kind of where the eye clears out for a little bit and then clouds out again and then clears out again. This tends to happen with storms trying to clear out eyes, is where they, like I said, they clear out their eye a little bit and then it gets clouded again and then they clear out, and it happens however many times and then the eye fully gets cleared out. But as I said earlier, the longer it does this, the less time it has to really get going here, because it's getting on the final few hours before it makes landfall in the Philippines. Regardless, this is still a strong storm, no matter how you slice it. I mean, just look at the cloud tops on the satellite view here. You don't see that too often for tropical cyclones. Even typhoons here, you don't see this too often, where you see those multitude that kind of splash for yellow, especially in that southeastern quadrant of the storm. So certainly still a typhoon to be taken very, very seriously.
Now, my imagery is more up to date than yours, curiously.
Yeah, I haven't refreshed it.
Oh, okay. You'll notice it more that the eye is warming a little bit at the end of that loop.
Oh, it just reset. Give me a minute.
Ah, you'll be there a while then.
Yeah.
Force 13's continuing coverage of Typhoon Rai, Philippine name Odette, which is expected to make landfall at around 7 a.m. UTC, which would be 3 p.m. local time, we think. That was the wrong button. So that's coming up fairly soon.
Breaking news. We have breaking news. JWTC has confirmed this is now a Category 5 with maximum sustained winds of 140 knots and a pressure of 920 millibars.
Where are you getting that?
The JWTC's best tracker.
Really? And that's for 0 UTC?
Yep.
Well, that's interesting. Wouldn't be surprising. We'll have to corroborate that in just a moment. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back with more coverage on this storm, and whether it's become a Category 5 or not, sounds like it has. Back after this. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Typhoon Rai, Philippine name Odette, now a Category 5 by JWTC. 160 miles per hour, sustained winds, and a pressure of 920 millibars is the latest. That's 160 miles per hour, 265 kilometers per hour ish, something like that. Extraordinary strength in this storm, and the strongest to threatened the coast of Mindanao since Typhoon Pablo in 2012. My name's Nathan Foy, back in the studio once again, and we are covering this big event as it continues to unfold. The storm is expected to make landfall on Surigao Island in around 6 hours time, perhaps, maybe a little bit less, currently moving at 25 kilometers per hour west-northwest and about 126 kilometers away from land. That would suggest that it would be around 5 hours exactly until landfall, but first let's get team reaction on what we've just seen there, the upgrade to Category 5 intensity. My name's Nathan Foy, I'm joined by Farhan, Isaac, Armin, Ian and Ethan. Let's get Isaac's take.
Ones being, of course, Super Typhoon Surigao in April, Super Typhoon Chantu in September, Super Typhoon Mindul in September, and then finally now Super Typhoon Rai in December. Looking at satellite imagery-wise, the ice again starting to clear out in the last few frames, as you can see. Time remains to be seen if this holds finally, if it keeps ebbing and flowing here between getting more clear and more clouded out. Time will tell. Regardless, like I said in the last few minutes here, still a powerful storm no matter how you slice it, and people in the Philippines to be taking this storm very, very seriously. Nathan?
Yeah, I've just got to remove myself for a couple of minutes here, so I'll let you guys discuss this whilst we continue to look at the imagery that I'll put this version on just for a few moments here. I'll throw it to Ethan.
Well, this is a extremely dangerous situation. This is something that we've always been fearing over the last few hours. We were looking at today, we never could have seen this coming. And, we feared that this would be a Category 5 making landfall in the Philippines. And, well, here we are. 160 miles an hour, 920 millibars moving into the Philippines. And there is still room for this to intensify even further, which is very, very notable to say the least, and very worrying. Only really question now is, when will the annual replacement cycle set in at this point? It does appear one may happen before landfall, but it appears quite unlikely, at least from what I'm seeing. And right now, I'd probably forecast a landfall intensity around 175 miles per hour. That's just my forecast. Of course, others may differ, and we'll see what the JWTC runs with in about an hour or so.
And if this does make a Category 5 landfall, it'll be the most recent Category 5 landfall since Goni the year before. So we're getting into Category 5 territory here. Farhan, what are your thoughts on this?
Wow, it is certainly an unprecedented event, sort of a wake-up call. People, not just in the Philippines but around the world, sort of expect that when it comes December, things will calm down for Christmas and New Year's, and for things to sort of chill. But events around the world has proved that just because it's nearing the end of the year does not mean Mother Nature would stop doing what it's usually do. We have Rai here closing in on Mindanao and southern Visayas, and of course last week we have the incredible outbreak or tornado in the United States. So it's gonna show you that you should always be alert of your surrounding, whether or not that's human or nature, because anything could really happen at any moment. And as the old saying goes, you should always expect the unexpected.
This storm 24 hours ago was just becoming a typhoon with winds of 65 knots. This storm has intensified 75 knots in 24 hours. That's an average of around just over 3 knots an hour. That is absolutely ridiculous for a typhoon in December in the West Pac.
It does beg the question whether it was stronger than it that we thought at first, though.
Furthermore,
Well,
within that 24-hour period, instead of it intensifying, what did I say, 75 knots? I think that's what I
Yes.
said. But anyway, in 12 hours, just 12 hours ago, JWTC originally had this with winds of 70 knots, not 70, 80 knots, which would equate to a 60 knot wind jump in 12 hours. But that in itself is ridiculous. But they've actually edited that down or upwards 10 knots to 90 knots, which leads to a 50 knot jump in 12 hours. That is an average of around 4 knots an hour, which is pretty ridiculous.
Pretty ludicrous.
I do.
Yes.
I do believe now, in hindsight, looking back, I do believe that the storm was actually likely about 85-90 knots when we did the last stream yesterday, Philippine times. Remember that at the start of that stream, the JWC think that it is still a CCC instead of a CDO. And looking back in hindsight now, I think that's a bit of an erroneous observation. It was likely a CDO during that time, and so perhaps the intensification is not as drastic as the track record in the best track of the JTWC is suggesting right now.
So if you've just missed the news, JTWC's raw data, is it? And ATCF going with Category 5, 160 miles per hour, pressure of 920 millibars. Whichever way you look at it, a very strong and intense typhoon. Super Typhoon now, of course. Not often that a storm goes from less than Super Typhoon to Category 5 Super Typhoon in one advisory. But here we are. And no doubt these signal warnings will be upgraded by Pagasa as soon as possible. I don't know what their plan is right now, but they certainly need more than Signal 3 warnings for those areas.
Yeah, they desperately need to upgrade their signal warnings because this is an extremely dangerous situation. Certainly appears pretty likely that this is going to cause a lot of damage now. Not to, of course, not to the extent that we wish that it was looking at tomorrow, looking at yesterday, but of course, you know, how could we have predicted this rapid intensification yesterday?
Here's the warnings once again, and you can see there the orange zones are what they've marked as Signal 3 warnings for the time being, which extends as far west as most of the island of Cebu right now. But the main places that are under threat there, the northern part of Mindanao, Surigao del Norte, obviously Surigao Island looks like that's going to get the landfall, the first landfall of possibly many. Dinagat Islands there as well, as you can see. Southern Leyte, the island of Bohol, as well as Cebu of course, and Signal 2 warnings extending out over a large area beyond. as far as southern Mindoro. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you have any questions for us that we can take on the air. That's one of the best things about these events, is that we can, as a community almost, discuss this in real time through the question and answers. And if you've got any observations on the ground, if you're there right now, if it's safe to do so, please send us a message with your observations. It could be helpful for others. Some questions already. How fast is the storm currently moving? It's moving at 25 kilometers per hour right now. Farhan.
Just what you said about ground observation. I currently have on my screen one particular post about flooding that has occurred in Cagayan de Oro city. It is starting. Situation is starting to get worse. From the pictures that I'm seeing right now, the flooding is up to an adult ankles. It is starting to overflow. The rivers are starting to overflow. In another post I saw earlier, in Surigao del Norte, I saw a flooding in one of the city streets, actually almost up to an adult's knee. It is so the flooding in the area that is closest to the storm is really starting to ramp up, and in the next few hours we could assume that the wind factor will also start to ramp up. So it is a very serious situation that we have on our hands here, and of course the very bad situation for the people in northern Mindanao and southern Visayas.
And time again, flooding is the biggest killer in tropical cyclones, and if it's fast flowing water, it really doesn't take much at all, sometimes less than a foot of standing water if it's fast moving, to sweep you away. So don't take chances. We had a lot more questions coming in as we go back to the satellite imagery. Javin says they live in Iloilo City. Are they in the path? I would say that you are fairly close to the path. Let me just get my bearings again. Yep, it's quite possible, maybe likely, that you will get typhoon conditions. Certainly can't rule that out. But not the direct center of the storm, I don't think, though. Ethan?
Something else I've just realized is we still don't even know what's going to happen when the storm passes in between the Philippine Islands. Last night it was looking more like that it was, going to weaken slowly. But perhaps now that the eye is just this small, maybe it'll even intensify a little bit between the islands, maybe.
I don't know about that. It will shred a category or two off the storm quite easily. But it could stay a category 3 as it moves through. It would be quite something if it was stronger than that. I wouldn't want to speculate, really. More comments then. Will Cagayan de Oro be in Signal 3 warnings? I'm trying to remember where that is, actually. I'm not familiar. I've not seen it mentioned anywhere. So I can only assume that the answer would be no on that. It's not under any warnings at the moment as far as I can see. Or is it? Am I thinking of the wrong one? Oh, it's down there. Pardon me. It's in the northern part of Mindanao, so yes, it's over there. So they could... Signal 3, it's going to be close. Models earlier were signalling that the storm could take a jog to the south as it makes landfall, so it can't be ruled out. Did this intensify faster than Patricia?
No, believe it or not.
Yeah, no.
Something notable that I'm noting on a satellite, all of the -90 plus cloud tops are virtually gone now.
That's because the eye's coming out.
Yep. And that means that it'll intensify even further, which is lovely.
It's still quite remarkable, and the 90s aren't completely gone yet. There's still a couple around,
Yeah.
and this imagery shows it's only in the outermost band, but there's new imagery that isn't on this yet, showing that there's still some on the inner side. So it's still extremely powerful, and even so, high-end minus 80 degrees cloud tops still wrapping all the way around the storm and more. It's enormous. The amount of minus 80s in this is just phenomenal. Do we think that this should be a signal 5? Bron asks. I still don't think why they're super conservative with signal 5. Me neither. It should be signal 5. I think we can all agree on that. It's category 5. It should be signal 5. They are very conservative about it. I suppose maybe they don't feel confident enough with sometimes how these storms can weaken quickly as well. Maybe they're still thinking about things like Hagupit, which for all the world looked like it was going to hit the Philippines as a category 5 7 years ago, and it ended up weakening. I don't know. You'd have to ask them. Let's see what other comments we've got. How high will the storm surge be? And that is going to be around 3 meters is what we're expecting for the areas around the landfall zone and in Iloilo. 3 meters, 2 to 3 meters. How strong will the peak be? If it keeps going like this, then it could peak as well. It could match Bopa, let's say.
I personally,
Here we go.
I actually think. What?
You think it will exceed Bopa?
Just a tad. I think right now, I probably realistically, I'd forecast probably. I wouldn't directly put this on a cone because it actually would be.
No.
It actually would be before my first point, but I actually would forecast a 155 knot peak, but then slight weakening down to probably around 145 knots before landfall. Because wind shear is actually going to slightly rise before landfall.
I think it just really all comes down to if the side decides to really clear or not.
Yep. Which it's in the process of doing, unfortunately.
A lot more questions, and feel free to keep sending them in. Is it going to weaken following landfall as fast as it's intensifying now? I don't think it will be as fast, no.
It probably will not pull a Goni. And what I mean by that is go down from like a Cat 5 to a TS in like 18 hours. It's not going to do that.
Yeah, that hit a different area than this.
Let's get a latest distance to land estimate right now. As of 4 minutes past, which is 15 minutes ago, the distance from Surigao Island is 119 kilometers, which means that if it keeps up 25 kilometers per hour and makes landfall at the closest point of land, then landfall will occur in just less than 5 hours. So that would take us to about 2 p.m. again. Earlier you heard me mention maybe between 2 and 3 p.m. But it seems to be clawing that back just a little bit. So latest expectation, a 2 p.m. landfall in Surigao Island. We'll see what happens, and most likely at category 5 intensity. Let's see if we've got more comments right now. We've already addressed that one. What is the CDPS stage of the storm since it's a category 5 now? It was stage 7 earlier, and I honestly don't know. I can't tell you the answer to that right now. Maybe we could get Devon back on the phone.
What I can say is if it's a mid-range stage 7 right now, but if this wants to be a stage 8, all it would need to do is increase its landfall winds to 150 knots, which is only 10 knots stronger than what it is right now, or that would be 15 miles an hour. So not much of an increase, and it's got time to do that. Unfortunately, it's just a question of whether or not it did that at landfall.
So that explains it pretty well then. I can tell you that the strongest storm to ever make landfall on Surigao Island was Typhoon Emma in 1952, an incredibly long time ago. Was a high-end Category 3, and that struck. When was that? Just trying to find out when that was. That was a June typhoon, actually. Well, it made landfall on July the 1st. So that's the strongest recorded landfall in Surigao back to 1945. I've got my extensive archives that go back further than that. Could have a stronger one.
So it's safe to say that this is going to blow that landfall record out of the water, safe to say.
I'll be pretty satisfied that there isn't a Category 5 landfall in the database for the island.
I should note that the eye right now is actually on level with that island that you're talking about. So maybe it might pass just north of it.
It could. Yeah, under no illusions that it could do that. But there is a hint from models earlier today, or last night now, that it could do a little wobble towards the south at around the landfall point.
Yeah, one little wobble to the south and that brings it on that island. Literally one little wobble. Doesn't matter how long of wobble it is. If it wobbles like even, say, 5 miles to the south, then you got a landfall on that island. Under its current trajectory, of course.
I heard a bit of noise there, and that is coming from Armin's screen, is it? Or Farhan? Armin?
Well, I am showing up some more video of current conditions.
Well, both of you are, as it happens. So we're looking at more imagery here and video. Let's go to Farhan's screen. Well, it was there somewhere. Oh, there it is. So where's this?
I assume it's this is the pictures that I'm getting is from the same general area around Cagayan del Oro, Surigao del Norte, around that region ish.
And once again, this imagery here showing the rainfall expectations, or the satellite-derived rainfall totals right now per hour. The black areas there, and my goodness, it's looking good on this particular imagery. The black areas is around 60 millimeters of rain per hour. So basically, if you're under one of those black spots for an hour, you'll get 60 millimeters of rain. Every frame of this imagery is 15 minutes. So if it's 4 frames in a row, that'll be 60 millimeters per hour. The same applies to all the other colors. The purple there, I think, is around 45 millimeters per hour. The reds, I think, around 30. I don't have the numbers to hand anymore. The yellows, I think, start at around 10 millimeters per hour. So you can see a lot of those areas getting that right now, and you can see some dark colors sweeping into Mindanao further south. I want to try and get a zoom out on this so that we can see the full picture. We did zoom in a lot just to show you the landfall zone, but let's try and get that zoomed out a little bit whilst we go back to the infrared imagery. And we have a new position estimate as well. Latest estimate right now, as of 12 minutes past the hour, is 9.80 north and 127.23 degrees east. That puts it 115 kilometers from Surigao Island. And there you can see once again, look at the amount of black on that latest frame. I don't know if that might be glitched perhaps, because that's an enormous amount of rainfall in those areas, reaching over to the island of Mindanao right now. So enormous amounts of rainfall. Even if that is a glitch, it's still going to be near those numbers. That is just a ridiculous structure on the latest images there.
I think it's extremely important to note that that with cloud tops of -80 pretty much surrounding the entire storm pretty much, there's going to be torrential rainfall in the southern Philippine Islands for hours and hours and hours. I mean, you're going to see how many inches of rainfall, perhaps? 16 inches, I heard? If not more?
Yeah, about 400 millimeters in Surigao del Norte.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, we already saw, at least in Cagayan de Oro, that it is starting to flood. I also just saw a Twitter post that just went by in my timeline from Buluan of also flooding in some of the outskirts area of the city. It is close to Anaro's knee also. So the flooding from the rain factor is definitely starting to play quite a large part here.
And we'll be keeping a close eye on the Joint Typhoon Warning Center for the next proper update, which will tell us whether they will forecast intensification still between now and landfall, which would be pretty frightening if this wasn't enough.
Our graphics team, alongside of the JWTC's cone as well, we're going to be making our own cone as well. We'll still be using the JWTC's forecast, but alongside that, we're actually going to be releasing a key messages graphic, and whenever that is released, I'll be screen sharing that. That will be coming sometime in about an hour or so.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that'll be quite needed. Let's take some more questions and comments. I know that a lot came through earlier. I'll try and go back as far as I can. Could all of Cebu be in signal number 3? I would say so. Most of it already is. Will this be stronger than Bopa in terms of wind speed? That is probably the burning question right now. At the moment it isn't, but it could possibly get to that caliber. What is the diameter of the eye? Latest estimate regarding eye diameter, around 25 kilometers wide. And there is more visible imagery showing what's been happening in the last few hours. And Ethan, I gotta tell you, it's a more westward movement in those latest frames.
So it's plowing directly towards that island.
At the moment,
that seems to be pretty solid in the landfall zone. I mean, 24 hours ago, that same island was looking like that we were going to be for landfall. So pretty solid on the landfall estimate, 24 hours out even.
If it doesn't hit Surigao Island, it will definitely hit Dinagat Island. Right now, more questions. How many more hours until landfall? So we're talking 115 kilometers away right now. So assuming still a movement of 25 kilometers per hour, you're talking 4.5 hours now from 12 minutes past, which is when the last imagery was. So work it out, 5:42 UTC. So if the calculations were to stay exactly the same, and in all likelihood it won't, so don't write this down, we're looking at a landfall at 1:40 p.m. Philippine time on Surigao Island. More questions. Will all of Misamis Oriental be in signal number 3? Looking at that area, I think they will probably not get any worse signals than what they've currently got, unless we see a significant southerly jog. What is the... we had that question already actually about the diameter of the eye, about 25 kilometers. And when will it pass Iloilo City? Current estimations. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll show the latest GFS model in just a moment, which will bring us up to speed on what they're saying regarding the storm, and then I can show up the fancy graphics and have a better look at the storm's movement. So we'll work on that shortly. Anything from the team whilst we've got a spare minute?
Nothing much from me, but very eagerly awaited the JWTC's forecast cone, which could come out at any minute, to be honest. but they're due to be issuing it by an hour and a half from now. But they typically are early, so I would personally expect it to be around 30 minutes from now.
Yeah, they might hold on this though.
Oh yeah, it might even be late.
Back to the various different imageries that we have of the storm, and it doesn't look like any better picture on each different frame because the situation is worsening. We've also got David on the line now as well. Welcome aboard.
It's good to be here, and I've been monitoring the movement of this monster system for the last 4 days. I'm actually streaming some of the satellite imagery onto the AU channel, and the eye has definitely cleared out. Just reading the information from the Joint Typhoon Warning Centre. I've been paying close attention to it. They, in their previous forecast, they said some intensification, but they've actually been, I won't say caught out, but they've been taken by surprise that the system has developed considerably. Wave height remains at 40 feet. I'm concerned about the storm surge. But Nathan, it's good to be here, and the my thoughts are with the people there, but another system that shows unpredictability, and the eye, I think you mentioned about 20 nautical miles, and Ethan mentioned about the next JWTC's cone. But over the last several hours since we were live yesterday, it's really improved, and storm surge is going to be one of the key components, along with the rainfall or factor, which I actually haven't looked at. But
Pretty huge, yes.
I've got the water vapour up on the screen along with the others, but another one. Super Typhoon status, has it been upgraded to that status, or it's just still pending?
Oh, it is. It certainly is.
Super Typhoon.
They'll be going with Category 5, I'm quite sure. Latest position update as of 22 minutes past now. 108 kilometers from Surigao Island. So
I just
yeah.
I just saw a comment asking about the shelters, showing the shelters. Well, I can't really show. I don't think we could really show the shelter, but what we could show here, I have it on my screen, is list of local hotlines of the various agencies that are currently open to receiving calls and questions of assistance. These are the various agencies. Unfortunately, because I'm not Filipino, I am not exactly aware of what any of these agencies are or what they do, other than, of course, Pagasa. But here it is the number. Not sure if it's really feasible, but there are the numbers if you feel like you need to ask for help. These are the hotlines that you can call from the various different agencies and organizations that are open to giving out help during this unfortunately dangerous times.
Hopefully someone in the comments can relay that, because I think people will have trouble seeing that on our screen. But there it is. We had a lot more questions. Is signal number 1 in Metro Manila little to no chance? I think it could happen, you know. We'll see. Is it larger on the north compared to the south? That's always the case, really, certainly in terms of wind field. And let's see what else we've got. What was that? It's just gone away from me now as well. We'll I'll get back to some questions shortly. Let's see if we can get onto the model run now so that we can see what the GFS has been saying in their latest run. And it doesn't look very accurate, I could tell you, off from the off, because they've initialized the storm with winds of 81, 82 miles per hour. And just as that happened, I can inform you that my mouse has stopped working. So that's wonderful. So around 82 miles per hour is what it initiates a storm at. That is dead wrong. That initialized for 9 p.m. UTC, which is 4 hours ago. By that point, it was probably a category 2 or 3. And the mouse is back. And let's see what it goes. So we're really looking at track rather than intensity here. Let's just point that out. So it goes for the landfall at category 2 or 3 status. Obviously that's wrong, but in terms of track, it's a direct landfall over Surigao Island, and that occurs according to the GFS model at 3 p.m. Philippine time. Then a landfall on the very southern part. It's not even Dinagat Island. It is, just getting my bearings here, Nonok Island. That it makes landfall on at around 4:30 p.m. and then it clips Surigao City at around 5, misses the southern tip of Leyte, and then moves on to Bohol, a landfall there at approximately 8 p.m. Then on to Cebu, still a typhoon, landfall at around midnight. Then Negros at about 2 a.m. And then to the person who was asking about Iloilo City, makes its closest pass there as it's hitting Negros. So that is a close pass, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, strong gusts, hurricane force gusts, typhoon. And that would occur at about 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Then to Palawan, strengthening possibly, certainly consolidating, and then hits Palawan at around 6 p.m. on Friday. And then let's see what it does as it moves on into the South China Sea on that run again. Not as strong, but obviously the intensity is blown out of the water by the category 5 that we're witnessing. You know, there's no contest. So we're really just looking at track here rather than in the intensity. Later on, it gets whipped up into the South China Sea there, west of Luzon. Still traceable, but pretty much dead by the end of that 7-day model period there. Let's see if we've got some more questions. There's a question there about what is the current outflow aloft.
I haven't got a clue, but I imagine it'd be pretty good for a storm of this intensity.
I would certainly think so. Certainly when you look at it.
Let me just pull up some imagery on my side so that I can actually get like an accurate representation of what the outflow's like. Alright, let's have a look. I mean, outflow, particularly to the southwestern side, kind of curves around the Philippines. That's pretty impressive for outflow down there. Not really seeing... I mean, there might be a channel on the northern side, but the southern side of outflow appears to be the most dominant right now, I'd say.
Yep. Alright, just trying to get to some more imageries. Some of the streams aren't loading particularly well right now. But if you've just joined us, the news at the top of the hour was that this storm has reached Category 5 status, a super typhoon. They don't get much stronger than this. A Category 5 storm with winds of around 160 miles per hour. That was supposed to be me, but the webcam appears to have broken. This happens every so often. We've got clunky software here, hardware. But obviously a Category 5 landfall looks to be on the cards in about 4 to 5 hours time, probably towards 5. But, well, I mean, I've got to tell you one thing, actually. The movement of the storm is faster than expected in the last hour. It's been around 29 kilometers movement in the last hour, which is obviously more than 25 kilometers per hour. We'll have to see how that averages out, but obviously a faster movement means that the storm will reach land much sooner. We still can't confirm really or say with certainty that it will make landfall on Surigao Island, because when you look at this imagery, it's still moving west-northwestwards overall and could miss the island. If it does, it will almost certainly hit Dinagat Island instead with the first landfall, and that's coming up fairly soon. The core of the storm, the part that has the strongest winds, is getting fairly close to those islands now at this point. More questions. How much rain will Samar get? I don't know if Samar is a place or if they mean Samar, but I will go with the latter because I'm not sure. In fact, I'll just do some brief rainfall comparisons, what to expect everywhere, just so that we cover all bases as we continue to look at that visible imagery. So in the next 5 days, the most rainfall, of course, will be over. In fact, I might go and do a little drawing here on the imagery. It's obviously what we use for the models. We'll just keep that away for a moment. So the track of the storm will be going through this way. The southern bound of the storm there, and the northern bound. Now, that's where the biggest rain profile is, moving through there. In all of this area, you will expect probably 300 millimeters of rainfall. Okay, so all of that is 300. And that will extend all the way up here following the storm's track. Of course, that's out to sea. Then you've got our secondary line, really, which will cover pretty much all of this area and up the east coast of Luzon as well, rainfall associated with the storm. And covering all of Palawan, covering most of the northern half of Mindanao and out over there. So all of those areas in that zone. And something interesting has just happened, which I'll tell you about in a moment. But all areas in this zone here, extending from this end to that end, everything that's contained in there is going to get most likely 100 millimeters of rainfall. The remaining areas, which isn't much now, parts of the Philippines will get up to 100 millimeters. People watching in Manila, perhaps, of course, that is outside of the 100 millimeter zone. Their forecast currently probably to get at most 50, maybe a little bit less. And for the southern part of Mindanao, you're looking at probably 25 to 100. So those are all the areas that will be getting the most rainfall. Now we play that model run through again. You can see how that correlates with the wind profile. And there will be some areas, particularly Mindoro there, that might get tropical storm force winds without getting extreme amounts of rainfall. But that's probably the only place that will probably get the winds. Let's just see how close that goes to Manila again. Yes, Manila might get signal 1 warnings looking at that. This band that goes straight through their outflow, that could constitute signal 1 warnings for Manila. Now, latest imagery has shown, and Isaac's not here anymore, but I'm sure he'd be interested to know that the eye temperature has collapsed again, and that it's much more shallow once again on the latest image. The eye temperature has gone from, what was it, minus 40 to 50 or so, all the way back down to the minus 60s. So this eye isn't coming out in a hurry. I still think Category 5 is justified, only because of the minus 90 degree cloud tops a nearly minus 90 surrounding the whole storm. But I must say, Ethan, if there wasn't, if it was only just minus 80s around the eye, this would certainly not be a Category 5.
Yep, I have to agree there, and I think that it's pretty likely with an eye this small, we'll sort of be seeing this phase of gradual, slow warming of the eye, mainly due to wind shear, which isn't exactly like, you know, maybe IDA levels, like, you know, 5, maybe even lower than that. Like, you know, wind shear is still somewhat evident. Let me just pull up data so that I can actually see what the wind shear is here. What is it? Wind shear right now is around at 15 knots or so around the storm. Maybe even a little bit higher than that. But evidently that is still impeding the storm a little bit, so that might be why its eye is struggling to clear out, but certainly a Cat 5 right now, and I expect that this phase we'll see the eye warm significantly, and then it'll maybe cool down briefly, and then it'll warm up again, but that warming trend, I think, will be the main thing throughout the storm until it makes landfall.
Alright, let's check out Armin's screen again if you're ready for us. Showing some more effects from the storm right now as it happens.
Something's live right now. I'm sharing it.
So that's some live Facebook video there from, do we know?
Villanueva, Misamis Oriental.
So already things looking very significant. You can just see all that rainfall.
Once again we see that the rainfall factor is really ramping up, and it has come much earlier than wind, which wouldn't be coming to this particular area for another several hours. So it is pertinent that you watch out for the water more than the wind at this time.
This isn't giving me very good vibes to be seeing this occurring already before the storm has arrived.
Yeah, this would that video that you were showing on the stream there, Nathan, that would probably be just from heavy rainfall to the storm, most likely, not the actual storm surge.
Of course, yeah. I mean, that is going to be. I mean, Mindanao, when you saw things like Washi and Bopa move through, it's mountain areas that are getting huge amounts of rainfall, landslide potential. The risk factors are enormous in that area. More video there just now. That is the current situation. I assume that is still on Mindanao.
Surigao del Norte, from Dennis Dato, ABS-CBN News.
So that is, you know, very close to where the storm will be impacting soon. So we have more questions. Is an eye wall replacement cycle coming? Ethan, any comments now that we're looking at this imagery of the eye getting shallower again? Or Farhan, any comments?
I really don't think that we're going to be looking at an eye wall replacement cycle. I mean, the easternmost band probably has merged with the core, or has either collapsed completely due to the wind shear, and that would actually decrease the chances of an eye wall replacement cycle. So this doesn't really look to be undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle.
Let's see if we can get back to... Sorry?
It's interesting. I'm just seeing a plot of the best track history here that Devon has just said. It's interesting how I assume this is the JWTC, how in just about 5 points it went from tropical storm, Category 1, and then straight to Category 4 and 5. As I said, I do think that in some of the earlier points, such as during our last stream, JWTC is a bit lowballing on the storm's intensity now looking back on it. But as it stands, the current best track plotting is it's quite incredible seeing it intensify so quickly on a plot like this. Now I do believe it's not as crazy as this. I do believe it is a bit more gradual, but as it stands officially, it is quite simply insanity.
Closer
The eye
imagery
appears
of
to
the
be-
storm as it approaches land.
The eye appears to be clearing out again on the latest frames, Nathan. I don't know if you have any comment on that.
It's hard to tell. I mean, we're speculating. Gosh, I don't know. What's your latest frame then?
I've got one that commercial users are prohibited on it though, but it does show some very, very small frames. I mean, there's literally 3 frames with the eyes clear down to the surface.
What's your latest timestamp?
147Z.
Okay, well that's going to be interesting to see when our imagery catches up there. What we were looking at just then as well is more satellite-derived rainfall imagery, and that looks pretty shocking to me. Huge amounts of rain coming up along the coast of Mindanao at this point. In excess of 50 millimeters per hour is to be expected now quite clearly on the northern part of Mindanao for several hours. And after what we've already seen on those videos, things getting a little bit gnarly already on the ground, I have very bad thoughts about this. When we compare and contrast with other things that have happened in recent history, particularly involving Mindanao. David?
I was just going to ask you if you'd like to expand on what you just said. You got concerns, history coming to mind.
Well,
for that area.
Washi in 2011 was, I think it was retired. It should have been at any rate. Struck the Philippines 10 years ago. It caused, I think, 7,000 fatalities or something like that, and it wasn't even a typhoon due to rainfall. Then in 2012, Bhopal hit Mindanao and killed 6,000 when it struck as a Category 5. Was it 6,000? And then...
I think Bhopal reached 1,000, if I remember.
Oh, that was less amount, wasn't it? Iam was much more, of course, but that is not really comparable to this storm in such a way. But things like that basically is what sticks in my mind, and a lot of weaker storms, things that have rain rate and things that affect Mindanao, tend to result in bad outcomes.
2 questions for you, Nathan. First question, do we have an updated landfall time for this system?
Let's take a look at the latest position estimate from 1:44 UTC, that's 10 minutes ago. Has it at 9.81 north, 127.02 east. That now puts it 91, 92 kilometers from land. And if it still moves at 25 kilometers per hour, that obviously means that landfall, if it was to be on Surigao Island, would occur in just less than 4 hours from Q2. So we could say maybe 1:30 p.m. Philippine time. If it was to hit Surigao Island, that's probably our latest estimate.
I lost my other question.
Well, you've got plenty of time to think.
Yeah.
We've got some more questions from viewers, and feel free to send them in because, you know, this is a big integral part of our coverage. There's no point of doing this if we're not satisfying your questions whilst we do it. Since Rai is a descendant of Rananim, do you think that Rai will be retired along with Fanapi and Rananim?
Well, funny thing about the history of it. Rananim was the original name that the Federated States of Micronesia submitted for the naming list. It was only used once, immediately retirable. They replaced it with Fanapi, also retirable immediately in its first usage. And then Rai was it seems like it's gonna be a bit of a tradition of them only being able to use this series of name only once. But Rai was used in 2016 and it wasn't retired. And well, about this one, perhaps it might get retired, perhaps it not. It really depends on what damage is seen. I could tell you though that Odette, the Philippine name, is probably gonna get retired if the videos that we saw earlier is any indication. But in terms of international name, we don't particularly know. Like for example, Maggie of 2010 that did quite a lot of damage in northern Luzon, but yet it wasn't retired. So it's really a wait and see when it comes to international names retirement.
Yes, I suppose so. We've had some more questions here. Just missed one or two there. Please tag us with questions because sometimes the flow goes really quickly and we just won't see ones without you tagging us and it lighting up for us. Javin says, when it makes landfall in Surigao, will it have a slow track? I mean, I assume it's going to stay roughly the same in terms of its movement speed. Will Typhoon Rai weaken in the next 5 days? I sure hope so. We don't want it at this strength for 5 days. I can tell you that it will. There's no doubt about it. Storms weaken when they hit land. Unfortunately, someone's got to cop the biggest impact, though, for that to be possible. Is this the strongest storm of 2021, Ethan?
No. Sorry to have a problem like that there, but this is not the strongest. Strongest was actually, I believe, Chanthu back in September, I believe. Unless I'm forgetting some other storm.
We're also having a couple of questions now about whether it's Surigao, whether it's still intensifying.
I would be inclined to say it is, but it's intensifying at a much slower rate than what it was, say, 6 hours ago.
Is it me, or is the eye growing?
I think it's getting bigger.
Because earlier, I mean, it might just be that the cloud tops obscured most of the eye, but earlier the satellite eye, let's make that distinction, was 25 kilometers. Now it's 36. So, on satellite, it's grown quite considerably.
The rainbow, you can see the colours in the eye.
Yep. And how far is the typhoon now before it makes landfall? As mentioned earlier, about 91 kilometers away from landfall as of quarter two. And those kilometers and miles are ticking down. Whether it makes landfall on Surigao is not yet set in stone. It could slightly miss, but it is looking more likely with every passing moment. We're going to take a break now. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with more live coverage on this Category 5 Super Typhoon Odette. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Ticking down the hours to Typhoon Odette's landfall, and unfortunately it's going to be another historic one. Category 5 intensity right now looks to be locked in for landfall, and almost locked in is the landfall location. It's almost certain at this point that it will strike Surigao Island, which is 91 kilometers to the storm's west as of quarter 2. This storm currently has winds of 160 miles per hour, 160, that's around 265 kilometers per hour, if not more, if I've done my maths right. And a central pressure of around 920 millibars, JMA going with 925. It's obviously in that ballpark, an extremely powerful typhoon, and by most accounts still strengthening. Force 13's coverage continues all the way up until landfall as we continue to monitor this very, very dangerous storm. What we've witnessed in the last hour already, some perhaps interesting looking water images, flooding already occurring, fast flowing rivers. And obviously there's a room for danger there with all that goes on regarding that. We know that Mindanao has a history of being very vulnerable to things like this. High rain rates, the mountains, landslides, flooding, all of these things, I'm afraid, are very much in play, and I'm personally quite concerned with what we've already seen ahead of the main part of the storm, with this already going on. My name is Nathan Foy. In this hour I'm joined by our team. We've got Farhan, Armin, David, Ian and Ethan. Hello to you all, and once again another hour of coverage.
And following on to Nathan's opening remarks, I too am very concerned. The next update from the Joint Typhoon Warning Centre will be very important to see whether they actually change their position. Wave height currently is 40 feet. I'm wondering whether the wave height will increase, storm surge, the rainfall factor, and to the viewers, you can answer via the chat. Are people really taking attention or paying attention to the rainfall factor? The reason why I'm asking is, as an example, I'm referring to my local area. We had a storm, it generated 4.5 millimetres of rain in a minute, and we nearly broke a 1920 record. It was on the Gold Coast. So the rainfall factor in Odette is going to be very critical. Nathan, if it was to slow down, that would see increased rainfall.
Of course, but I don't think it's going to slow down very much. And it's going to stay pretty constant with around 25 kilometers per hour movement. And in the last hour it has been moving faster than anticipated, which is why the landfall time is getting a bit closer. At the beginning we were thinking maybe 2 p.m. Philippine time. Now it looks like it could be 1:30 for Surigao Island. And that, of course,
pretty much down to the wire.
Yep, and that, of course, is 3.5 hours away.
Now, there was a question a few minutes ago about sea surface temperatures. It's about 29 to 30 Celsius. I'm just reading the JWTC info. And the other item that I picked up in their current advisory is something about a secondary eye wall. Ethan?
Is it?
Secondary eye wall. What?
Yeah, in their current advisory, in the prognostic part, there's reference to, and wind shear. I don't think that's really a factor, is it?
Which warning number was this? Number 12 or number 13?
Number 12 in the
That's
the prognostic.
That's outdated by more than 5 hours. I think we should wait on what they're going to issue. And they're due for new warning in 50 minutes.
50.
So it's going to be extremely interesting to see what they forecast. This forecast is going to be very interesting to read.
What I would like to ask our Philippines team members, are there any evacuation orders in place?
Oh, I'm sure there's many.
Yes. D1 has a forced evacuation. Also tents set up in many areas around Mindanao and eastern Visayas that are going to be passed by Odette.
And naturally, there won't be any sea movement. I'm thinking, going by history of ferry services, passenger ferry services.
Oh, of course.
Being suspended.
Nathan, I'd like to
this
on. Is video from Surigao Islands. It is, of course, the main focus of attention because it is where the storm will likely make landfall. This is video from there, and the condition, both wind and rain, is pretty severe there, as you could see.
Yep, already getting up there, as you can see that.
That wind and the rain are clearly deteriorating.
And that is certainly what we expected to see. Latest update right now, as of 1:52 UTC, is that the center of the storm is now 90 kilometers away from Surigao Island. And let's just do another little look on how far it moved in that 1 hour period ending at that time. It moved actually 35 kilometers. So if it keeps that up and keeps moving much faster than expected in that hour, then we could be looking at landfall much sooner. I'm not sure whether that happens. That will happen. Things ebb and flow with the storm's movement quite often. You might get a fast hour and then a slower hour. But it does appear to be moving much more towards the west than it has been in recent hours. If you've got comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air, not just this hour, but at all through our stream, you can send us a message in the chat section on our YouTube stream. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. It will light up for us and we'll be able to take comments. You can also, of course, communicate with our community in our Discord server, discord.gg/force13. A lot more discussion going on there at all times, whenever, even when we're not live streaming. But the top story right now is that this storm is a Category 5 with winds of 160 miles per hour. That's 265 kilometers per hour at least. And higher gusts as it approaches land. Landfall expected. At the moment it looks like it's going to be around 1:30 p.m. Philippine time for a landfall on Surigao Island. And of course, Signal 3 warnings are in effect right now, although I think we can all agree that they should be more severe than Signal 3 right now. If their 3-hour updates are on track, we should have another update in at the end of this hour. But it gets pretty mesmerizing after a while when you keep looking at this imagery of the storm barreling closer to the Philippine Islands in this case, and still shooting up a few minus 90-degree cloud tops. The eye temperature has been hovering around the minus 50s, 60s. And here's some visible imagery showing the storm's progression this morning. By no means is it moving slowly.
It's quite the opposite of that, actually. It's quite fast.
More questions then. What is the hypothesized time that the typhoon will hit Cebu? I can tell you that that will probably be at around, just looking here, what time we gave last time, about 10 p.m. to midnight tonight. So late tonight for Cebu, the closest approach. You'll feel the effect sooner than that though. Got to point that out. Is Signal 1 in Metro Manila little to no chance? There's a question there. We did read out the answer earlier. I know they may have missed it. I think that could happen. Do we know... Oh, can we talk about the storm surge expected into Cloban, please? A question there. I expect that's in the 3-meter range, as is a lot of the area around the storm. Maybe it isn't actually, but I would expect significant storm surge, probably 3 meters. So that could have ramifications up and down the coast. Do we know what the high peak will be in the South China Sea? We don't anymore. If this was going to make a Category 2 landfall, we expected it would weaken to Category 1 and then go to 3 in the South China Sea, but now it's a Category 5 about to make landfall. It could still be a Category 4 conceivably when it enters the South China Sea, and I imagine at that point it would start to weaken. I suppose that there might not even be a secondary peak. It might just be on a slow weakening trend by that point. It's really hard to tell you. Lots more questions coming in. What time would it pass the province of Bohol? We expect that landfall there, and it would be a landfall, will occur at about 5 or 6 p.m. Philippine time, and it would leave, the center of the storm would leave the island at around 11 to 12 midnight. Sorry, 7 to 8 p.m. rather than 5 to 6 for the landfall, but that still is speculative anyway. It could happen sooner. All of these times could happen sooner with the way this storm is going right now. There was also a question about Maasin in southern Leyte, how it will be affected and timings. Probably typhoon conditions there, and that would occur at about, that would be at around 5 p.m. But like I said, it could be sooner than that given the storm's quicker than expected movement right now. And we've got lots of questions. We'll take as many as we can. What time will the storm arrive at Iloilo City? Again, we're looking late tonight into early tomorrow morning. We're expecting probably at about 4 a.m. that it would make its closest approach. As it stands, we don't expect Iloilo to get typhoon conditions, but most likely signal 2 conditions quite easily. Did the time of landfall in the path change, or is it still the same? We'll get another update on that shortly. What is the current estimate right now? I assume they mean intensity. Anyone want to discuss that?
Intensity at this moment is 160 miles an hour, or about I forgot how to convert again, but 190-ish kilometers an hour. That's probably wrong, but central pressure of 920 millibars. Intensity, it is kind of doubtful of what the storm is doing right now, whether it's intensifying or just stabilizing, because it seems like the structure of the eye is kind of wobbling a bit. I'm not sure about the eye temperature, if it's still flip-flopping between cooling and warming, but it doesn't look like its core is the most stable thing in the world right now.
Latest position update, 87 kilometers from land. Assuming that it moves at 25 kilometers per hour and makes landfall on Surigao Island, that will occur in 3.5 hours, which puts it at 1:45 local time. What is the current CDPS for Surigao, and what impact should be expected in Cebu City and Bacolod City? So we'll unpack those one at a time. Currently a CDPS stage 7. And I think Ethan told us that it would need to get to 175 miles per hour to go up to a stage 8. For Cebu, you will be expecting typhoon conditions to arrive. Well, first of all, tropical storm force winds. They will probably arrive in Cebu at around, trying to figure this out, around the time that it makes landfall on Surigao. So we'll put that into a relative perspective. Typhoon conditions will probably arrive at around, trying to figure this one out, mine's gone blank for a moment there, 9:30 p.m. Although, as I say, it could be sooner. And for them to get typhoon conditions. And Bacolod City, which is further west, can't remember exactly, I think that was on the island of Negros. They will probably get typhoon conditions. Maybe not actually, but they'll get strong winds. At about late in the evening, very late. The worst will probably be just after midnight. More comments and maybe some questions about how the eye wall appears to have expanded a bit. Any thoughts?
I think it's definitely got bigger.
And a question about Ormoc City, and that I believe is on Leyte. So they will get, let's have a look here, that's obviously much further north. But they still won't be very far from typhoon conditions. They'll get strong tropical storm conditions and maybe actually typhoon conditions. Be on watch for that. And that will occur at approximately 6-7 p.m. today. You can just about see... Sorry, you can just about see Ormoc on the screen there on the top left-hand side. Just about to enter the pinks already. The area of minus 80-degree cloud tops is absurd, Fayan.
Yeah, Ormoc City being, of course, no strangers to extreme devastations from tropical cyclones. The most notable, of course, being a tropical storm Thelma in 1991, or better known as responsible for the tragedy known as the Ormoc City tragedy, in which 5,000 people was killed due to flooding caused by deforestation, which caused water from the mountains to just simply careen down the river and into the city, caughting many people off guard. And that is actually deadliest Philippine tropical cyclones in the satellite era until Cagayan came along. So of course they are not strangers. They're no strangers at all to destruction. Hopefully it's not going to be this destructive. again, but of course, the only thing we could do right now is to hope for the best.
Looking at more imagery, this is the big picture, the geocolor visible imagery as it has transpired today. This is what the storm looks like from space, essentially. Pretty crazy when you look at it from this perspective. And it's got a massive amount of moisture on the southwestern side, which of course is what's delivering a lot of that rainfall. Let's have another look at the rain rate satellite imagery, which looks like this. You can see those black areas expanding inland, and if you're in any of those black areas, that is over 60 millimeters of rain per hour. So if you're sitting under one of those areas for a full hour, then that's going to be 60 millimeters of rain right there, or more, of course, because black is the highest color, so it could be any amount inside those black areas. And the very high rain rates just about to reach Surigao city as well. And you can see Tandag on there too, getting a lot of rainfall. And then, oh, we've got audio coming in there. Where's that coming from? Farhan. That's current right now.
Yes, this is from Dinagat Island. Strong winds, more wind than rain, which is a bit of an outlier compared to the other videos that we have seen so far. But it is pretty gusty, and it's expected to only increase as the hours goes by.
That could be a local thing about the location, maybe that there's higher winds or something about the other locations, but certainly seeing things picking up there. Or it might just be that that's more recent than the other videos.
Well, 8 a.m., so actually it is almost 2 hours old, so perhaps
really?
Perhaps now the rain has started to come in there, but as of 2 hours ago, this is how it looks like.
Questions: when will Cagayan de Oro experience typhoon conditions? There's no guarantee that you will there. In fact, it doesn't look like that you will experience typhoon conditions, but the worst point for the city will be at around, trying to figure this one out here, that will probably be at around 6 p.m. or a little bit before then. You're expecting to get probably mid, maybe high range tropical storm conditions, certainly warranting of signal 2 warnings. Could all of Cebu be in signal number 3? Yes. Sorry, Farhan, I had to speak up. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I apologize too. But what I was trying to say, Cagayan de Oro, although they wouldn't be too much in the trouble in terms of wind, as we have already seen from the picture and videos, they are gonna be in a lot of trouble when it comes to rain, because in some pictures and videos it's already flooding up to people's knees. And so for people, or if you are there, you should be watching out more for the water more than the wind, because if it's already up to people's knees now, it's probably going to be able to get to people's chests by the end of today if the rain rate continues.
It's a massive concern for that whole area. What is the current diameter to the storm, and in comparison to Super Typhoon Yolanda? Of course, Haiyan Yolanda was fairly small as well. But it depends what we class as the diameter. The wind diameter right now, well, the last JWTC update had the wind diameter being around 260 nautical miles, which is a lot of kilometers. I can't figure it out right now. Over 400. So 400 and something kilometers is the diameter right now. I'm not sure what Haiyan was. I think it would have been bigger.
Hello.
Hello.
I've got some reports of uh, ro- tore off the roofs have been blown off by the wind. Some houses have also been destroyed by the wind of Typhoon Odette.
Do we know where?
Siargao province. Siargao in Surigao province.
Right. Okay. So already we're hearing of that. You know, it's the storm. The center of the eye is still 82 kilometers from the island. Although in recent frames, Ethan, I'm not sure this looks as convincing on recent frames. Any thoughts?
It's going to have a video.
Sorry, I got back to the desk here, Nathan. What was your question?
Sorry about that. I'm not convinced it's looking as good right now. There's something going on the southeast side.
There might be something, but I imagine that's due to perhaps some slight wind shear on the system right now.
I can't see it intensifying much more at all now.
Yeah, not really. I mean, just shows you how much things can change in a matter of hours. Is not looking like this will intensify probably at all now. It's probably just weekends it pushes into land.
More questions
Which is not
about
even guaranteed for the weekend.
what will the strongest signal number be when it hits Cebu tonight. I think they'll... I couldn't call what Pegasa might do. Cebu City will stay at 3, I'm pretty sure. Southern part of the island might get to 4. I'm not sure yet. Let's see what else we've got. We've had loads of stuff coming in just now. Kirk Broad, thank you very much for your support. Asks a question: what are the expected conditions for Abuyog Leyte? Now, I'm not familiar with that location exactly, where within the island it is. Oh, there it is. Yes, so that area is under for some significant typhoon conditions probably. Yeah, they'll probably get minimal typhoon conditions. When I say minimal, that's still 120 km per hour winds there. I expect it's just inland, so storm surge won't be massive for that area, although on the coast, which isn't far away from it, it could reach 3 meters. But for that location, you're probably looking more at rainfall, high rain rates. It's not always the total rainfall, it's the problem, it's the rain rates that can cause flash flooding. But total rainfall amounts probably nearing 300 millimeters. I may have missed a lot of questions, so do forgive me on that. A question here: if the minus 80s to minus 90s are starting to fade, does this mean it could be downgraded to a category 4 before landfall?
That is entirely possible, but if I had to guess, the next fix by the JWTC will be just after landfall.
That would be 6C.
Yep, and that will be after landfall. Because we are expecting landfall earlier than that.
Only by about 15 minutes at the moment. It'll be close.
Well, actually, the latest estimate comes out an hour later than 6Z.
Okay, so there we go. We've still not heard from the JTWC with their latest update yet.
Nope, I've been eagerly waiting here. Still waiting. They've got 29 minutes until it's due, so just have to wait and see. Of course, as soon as it's out, I'll let you know.
Okay, and of course we'll have Pegasa's update coming up fairly soon. I assume they're still doing 3-hourly updates, I wouldn't see any reason why not. For 11 AM, not far off. More questions. Storm surge for Surigao. Again, you're probably looking at 3 meters, maybe a little bit more. Will Odette surpass Surigao in terms of wind speed? Oh, there's so many similar names, I'm getting confused. Surigao, and Typhoon Rai. Crikey. It doesn't look like it will surpass that. And let's see what else we have. There's nothing else just now, so we'll keep on top of questions. Hello, go ahead.
I received some reports that some airports are closing.
Airports closing.
Yeah.
Do we know where? Like, I mean, I'm not surprised, but major ones?
Just like the high office storm.
With the storm now 83 kilometers from land as of 12 minutes past. We'll have another update on that shortly. So once again, if it kept moving at that speed, it would make landfall in just over 3 hours. So that pretty much puts it at that time that we're eyeing up sometime just before 2 p.m. Philippine time, it looks like.
All right,
Hello.
stand by. We have the update from the JWTC. They do not anticipate any more strengthening prior to landfall.
Yep, we've got the update, and they are expecting the storm to still weaken to Category 2 as it moves through the islands, and re-intensify to Category 3 over the South China Sea. Remarkable track and intensity there, if that comes to fruition. Obviously, already we've seen this ridiculous intensification phase, and we've got some new imagery now from 24 minutes past, that's 10 minutes ago. Eye clearing out substantially in the latest frames, and is now 80 kilometers exactly from Surigao Island. It feels like it's slowed down a bit this hour.
And Nathan, wave height is 48 feet.
That's pretty crazy. Of course, that is at sea. That doesn't mean there'll be a 48-foot storm surge or anything like that, but we are looking at possibly 15 to 20 feet maybe in some areas of the worst case scenario. Of course, we're mainly using meters because that's and kilometers because that's the local preference. We'll every so often we'll use the conversions for our international audience. A question: where in Bohol Island will it make landfall? I don't want to be drawn to answering that question really because it's a bit early. But this is where we're at right now. Pegasa update shouldn't be long off, and neither will the JWTC map. That usually comes out quite a bit after the text advisory. Hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you fairly soon. Within this hour would be good. I don't know if we'll manage that.
The JWTC count?
Yes.
Yeah, that typically takes about less than 5 minutes after their text update is out. So we'll have it for you here shortly.
To reiterate the latest information ahead of the upcoming updates, this is a Category 5 storm on the Saffir-Simpson scale with winds of 160 miles per hour, which is, I believe it's 265 kilometers per hour, certainly in that area, very fast. And don't forget, that's 1 minute sustained winds, which means that there will be higher gusts. And if that wasn't enough, we're already seeing the impact on the ground from torrential rainfall, mostly on Mindanao, which is already causing flooding and fast-flowing rivers, the potential for dangerous flash flooding, landslides, fast-moving water that can swipe people off their feet, even with small amounts. Sometimes it can be less than a foot, that can sweep people away if it's moving very fast. Those are some of the risk factors that I'm extremely concerned about coming into this, considering that we're already seeing the fallout from that right now, and the center of the storm is still a little way off land. If you just joined us, that's what we're looking at. We're expecting landfall on Surigao Island just before 2 p.m. local time. David.
Just reading the latest information from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. The T values are increasing above T7. However, the environment remains very favourable for continued development with warm 29-30 Celsius. Sea surface temperatures robust westward and poleward outflow. The system will also pass over a deep pool of warm waters with high ocean heat content from now through landfall in the Philippines.
I think it's always already passed over that deep pool.
Oh, has it?
Mm.
So are you saying that conditions aren't going to be as favourable now?
I think it's still over it. It's just kind of going on the western edge of that, maybe.
It really looks to me as though we're probably... Well, I don't know.
It's a tough call, isn't it?
It is a very tough call because the latest imagery showing that the eye is still deepening again. But from what we've seen, nothing that's been continuous. So I'm just thinking it's going to hold until landfall, which is 3 hours away, not long.
Literally took the words right out of my mouth, though, Nathan. I think that's, I think that's the most likely outcome for this storm.
In fact, I'm looking at it again, and the cloud tops are significantly warmer than they were an hour ago across the board. So I think this storm is not intensifying anymore and could actually be weakening slightly. In any case, believe it or not, in the last hour it's actually moved ever so slightly south of west at 28 kilometers in that hour. If we were to extrapolate that movement, it would make landfall on the southern tip of Surigao in 4 hours.
Ian's showing
3 hours.
Ian is showing flight data on his screen, Nathan. I don't know if you want to have a look at it.
I'm just trying to figure this out before I get there. 28 times 3 is, I'm trying to figure that out, 84. So 87 kilometers from a potential landfall point. That's 3 hours exactly from now. So that's interesting. And it could be sooner than that if it keeps going like this. Let's go over to that screen share then. We had a brief glimpse of this earlier on. And there's another look at
flight data.
Flight data. Lots of cancellations there. Well, 3 on the screen.
And of course, that's just out of one airport. You know, there's going to be a lot more cancellations across the board. You know, there's going to be a lot of aircraft that are be stationed, I assume, in the path of this system that are going to suffer substantial damage.
There's still some planes around the edge of that. The storm.
I'm not sure why they're doing that, but they can think that they can do so safely, then they can do that. I should note
I'm not sure with those high cloud tops extending up to about 50,000 feet.
Yeah. I should note that it doesn't really matter if the storm weakens, 10, 15 knots before it makes landfall. The effects are still going to be very catastrophic. We're still going to have a lot of rainfall. We're still going to have high winds. So it's very important that you don't look at, just the Saffir-Simpson category number, that you look at instead you should look at the potential impacts that this storm could bring. And I think that's a major thing that we need to hone in, despite this being a low in Cat 5.
Alright, lots more comments. Will it encounter wind shear and weaken? You sort of touched on that just then. Land interaction's going to weaken this more than anything else.
Once it makes landfall, that's pretty much going to be the case.
On Metro Manila, there's no rain there since it's small and cold in December. I'm not quite sure what that meant at the end, but I imagine it is pretty quiet there right now. Any signs that Typhoon Odette is slowing down? No, it appears to be speeding up, if anything. How strong is the ridge if it keeps moving west? That is going to be the big question for later on, particularly for viewers in Vietnam. I'm not sure on where we're up to with the ridge right now. That'll be a question for Kenneth if he comes online at some point. And questions about the forecast track. We'll wait for the JWTC update to show you that. If landfall on northern Mindanao, it will become the first storm to make landfall as a Category 5 there since Bopa. That's right. And we are, of course, waiting for the update from Pagasa, which will be due in very soon at the end of this hour. This is Force 13's live coverage of what will be the eventual landfall of Typhoon Rai, Philippine name Odette. I've just seen a minus 90-degree cloud top popping off again and a position update. Right now it is 74 kilometers from the closest point of land. If it was to go straight for it, then we'd be looking at landfall in at about 1:30.
Well, that sucks. My imagery seems to have gone down, so I'm actually had to pull up a different set of imagery here.
Let's go over to Armin with some more imagery video. And this is probably going to be a common scene all across northern Mindanao and
Northern Samar.
Northern Samar. So even there, that's quite far away from the storm, and only signal 1 rare right now.
Yep. We're also getting reports of howling winds in Giwan.
Yes. Well, that's pretty fascinating. Of course, thank you for showing us that. And back to the latest satellite imagery of the storm once again, which we keep going through different versions of it. Once again, the visible imagery showing the storm bearing down on land. This one probably shows it off the best, how it's actually moved just a tad south of west there in the last hour, which pretty much nails it in, really locks in Surigao Island for a landfall. It looked for a time that it might have been missing to the north, but I think that really confirms it, that it will make landfall there in about 2.5 hours. Send in your questions, comments and questions and observations on the ground if it's safe to do so. Start your message with Force 13 all in text in our YouTube chat, and we'll be able to highlight that for all of our viewers. And we'll try and take questions, as many as possible.
So I've got...
Yes, okay.
I'm going to pull up my screen here, Nathan. I've got some more long-term imagery of the storm here. This is off of the Himawari mesoscale. And you can see the storm is pretty much passing just ever so slightly north of due west. So yeah, what you're saying, landfall on Surigao Island is pretty much locked in at this point. It appears that it may make landfall pretty much dead center of the island at this point.
Whilst we continue looking at that, some questions. Will it be weak in the South China Sea? No, it will it looks like it will re-intensify in the South China Sea after weakening probably to a Category 2 over the Philippines. That's on latest JTWC forecast at any rate. And then strengthen back to a high-end Category 3. Will it hit China? Unlikely at this point. No, it's not a flat-out no. They could get some tropical storm force conditions on Hainan Island towards the end of this storm's life coming into next week.
I should note that that once this imagery loads, I don't want to move this imagery, I don't want to break it or anything, but you'll notice here, very interesting on the eastern side of the storm right now. There's not that much action over here, but you'll notice that the low-level clouds are moving northwards, but these clouds which are higher up in the atmosphere are moving westward. This is actually some pretty moderate to high wind shear over the storm.
Blimey.
So I wonder if this will be impacting the storm a little bit, perhaps.
Well, it certainly looks like. It's not looking great right now on the eastern side at all. Unfortunately, any weakening that does occur will be too late. Over to David.
Just talking about wind shear, I looked at the 24-hour shear tendency, and it's not in the blue, it's in the yellow. So that's looking at the 24-hour shear tendency, and I was a bit surprised that it wasn't really in the blue, a bit of the green to yellow. I haven't checked what the JWTC is saying wind shear. But I do agree with your comments about what the Joint Typhoon Warning Centre is saying about once it gets over into the South China Sea. And viewers, I can't wait for that system to disappear, because it's actually having a impact on our monsoon system down here to the north of Australia. And once Odette or Rai gets out of the picture, we might get back to our usual summer weather, because we rely on the winds that come down through the South China Sea across the equator and turn into our northeasterlies.
So we're still waiting for two things right now: Pegasus update, which isn't far off, and the JTWC's latest cone. There's not much I can show in the meantime, really. We could go over the GFS model's idea of the storm's track again, which
JWTC's prognostic reading is out. I'll just have a read over this here. They note that Super Typhoon 28W, which is the internal number for Rai, has undergone an impressive rapid intensification, intensifying from 65 to 140 knots in the last 24 hours. Animated multispectral satellite imagery depicts a compact 6 nautical mile eye, I think it's that small, surrounded by deep cycling convection. Cloud tops have warmed slightly over the last couple of hours, but the high resolution imagery show impressive gravity waves emanating out from the eye wall convection, which is definitely true. A recent microwave pass showed an inner eye wall with a nascent secondary eye wall beginning to emerge, particularly on the south and eastern flanks, indicating an imminent eye wall replacement cycle. Very interesting.
Ooh, I see. Ethan, as you say this, the new cone has come out.
Ooh. Finally, it took them long enough.
Let's have a look at this. Okay. Not working at this end right now. That's because that's the wrong one. How about this? Let's just update this. There is the latest. Don't worry, Ethan, we've already got it here. Okay. Showing the forecast cone and exactly what they're expecting now. This is interesting because it appears they've taken the track a little bit further north than what they last had, which has big implications for places like Cebu City, which, as a matter of fact, isn't mentioned on their distances. So I'll have to do a little estimate, but it looks to me as though it gets pretty darn close to Cebu City there on that forecast track, approximately 25 kilometers. So Cebu City could get Category 3 winds, actually, being in the northern side of the storm, which is pretty crazy. They've got the landfall there on Surigao Island as a Category 5, probably, and still a Category 4 by the time it reaches Bohol around 8 p.m, which I'm not sure it's going to be as late as that. 8 a.m. the next morning, it's on the southern tip of Panay and is still a Category 3 major. Then it weakens ever so slightly more, high-end Category 2 as it moves through northern Palawan and then out over the South China Sea. High-end Category 3 nearing Vietnam, and then rapid weakening as it steers northwards and then northeastwards. Crazy track, to be honest. Very interesting. So looking at Cebu, if Category 3 conditions were to occur there, let's see when the last time that happened would have been. Probably Typhoon Louise in 1964. A long time since Cebu would have received Category 3 winds, and indeed it's probably, I'm just estimating from that track, it was pretty close. It's only happened once in recent times in Cebu. Maybe Mike might have done it as well, actually. Mike was moving through northern Cebu as a Category 4. But certainly if this forecast verified, Cebu would be in for one of the biggest hits that it will have experienced in recent history. So, yep, that's the latest from the JWTC, and they're going, of course, with 160 miles per hour right now, and a pressure estimate of 920 millibars. We've not looked at the wider scale imagery for a while. This is the infrared, showing a roughly a 4 kilometer resolution, I think that would be. Just exactly what's happening with the storm. And again, even on this imagery too, you can note on the eastern side those blacks fading away quite remarkably, believed to be the result of shear, and could be about to herald some significant weakening, which would be great to see. But there's going to be no cheering yet at all, because even if this storm does weaken more than one category, the rainfall amounts over land will still be astronomical in some places. And as we know, 10 years ago, Tropical Storm Washi, not even a typhoon, killed, I think it was over 7,000 people mainly in Mindanao. And that is mainly due to very high rain rates, flooding, flash flooding, rains, landslides. All of that appears to be underway in Mindanao as we speak. Let's see if Farhan, have you got any more images on the ground?
Hold on one second. I think I do actually. Hold on. Give me a few minutes.
Let's see if we've got some more questions. Questions about the Pegasa update. I don't believe we've got one yet. I think some people are more on the ball than we are with those updates. Armin, what was that?
I was waiting for the update. It should come out in about 3 minutes, but Pag-asa tends to be late than usual.
Okay, Well, we'll look out closely for that, because obviously they'll be updating the warnings. It would be unfathomable if they didn't upgrade some of the signal warnings, at least to signal 4, but really we're probably looking at signal 5, at least for Surigao Island. Farhan, over to you.
I have video. If Twitter would call.
Half a second
And
video
actually,
there.
Yeah, if Twitter would want to cooperate with me and actually show the dang video, it is from the Bagan River. Probably just butchered that pronunciation. Let's see if it actually played the full thing here. Nope. Dang it, Twitter.
Well, there you have it.
But I can tell you that the water level is rising. That's a blooper reel moment right there. Twitter failure.
Nothing we can do about it. And you're looking at that particular kind of imagery as well. Anything you'd like to point out on this?
Well, other than the fact that the storm is terrifying with this coloration, it appears that the eye is now has jogged northwest, but now is shifting straight due west now, which is interesting. Mostly because it would shorten the amount of time it is to landfall. And in fact, I think if what I see in this last frame holds, this beeline towards the west would actually make the storm miss Surigao Island.
No.
And in fact, it will make a beeline straight for mainland Mindanao. Of course, this is only from the very latest frame that is giving me. It's pending in the next frames whether or not this holds, or whether this is just a bit of a trick of the satellite imagery.
That
But
is
if
an
it
hour
holds,
old. It's moved north just a little bit.
Yeah, that means it's probably just a bit of a trick of the imagery, but it is moving a bit more west than we originally thought about.
We're going to take a break here. We'll be back in a few minutes with more continuous coverage on this storm, which is expected to make landfall. Looks like it's going to be around 1:30 p.m. Philippine time. Back after this. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Typhoon Rai, Philippine name Odette, approaching the Philippines as a monstrous Category 5 storm with winds of 160 miles per hour sustained and higher gusts. That's around 265 kilometers per hour. We're expecting landfall in about 2 hours, maybe up to 3 hours, depending on the storm's movement on Surigao Island. And it could still be a Category 5 by the time it gets there. We're really concerned about the winds, but of course the rainfall is also going to be a massive event for the whole region, and I believe we've already got some news on that, which we'll cross to in just a moment. My name is Nathan Foy. I'm joined by our team tonight, this morning, which consists of Farhan, Adler, Armin, David and Ethan. Let's first go to Armin, who is in the Philippines with the latest information on the ground.
I say
Somewhere. Well, we're hearing a lot to do with flooding.
I'll relay what he wanted to say. The flooding level in Cagayan del Oro, I earlier in the stream said that at the current rain rate, it could possibly be at an adult chest level by the end of the day. It turns out I haven't been looking thorough enough, because in some places it is already at that level right now. It's already at chest level in some areas of Cagayan del Oro. So that is very, very worrying.
Yep, it certainly is, with flooding concerns getting bigger and bigger as this storm moves in. Someone that we haven't spoke to yet during this live stream, Adler, you've just joined us. What are your thoughts on this storm?
Well, it is quite the dangerous situation for the Philippines, and looking at satellite imagery recently, I can see that the CDO has become a little bit more disheveled in recent frames, with convection on the eastern side starting to warm.
Absolutely.
And it looks like there is a little bit of warmer convection near the eye on the southeastern side, which is making it a little bit less circular, which is kind of peculiar.
It's really hard to tell what's going on. Do you think this is all caused by wind shear, as was mentioned earlier?
Well, that's all I can chalk it up to be right now. I mean, I know there's been some mentions of an eye roll replacement cycle, but I can really doubt that that's the cause of this at the moment.
Distance from land now 70 kilometers from Surigao Island. Assuming a movement of 25 kilometers per hour, that would mean landfall in just less than 3 hours. That would be just before 2 p.m. in the Philippines. But the movement has been faster than that in the last hour. As a matter of fact, in the last hour it has moved. Just get a new updated vector on that. Alright, now it's gone slower. I knew it had gone slower in the last hour. At one point it moved 36 kilometers in an hour, but in the last hour now it's only moved 22. So this is how it can go sometimes. Quick, slow, quick, and eventually it evens itself out. And probably evens out at about 25 kilometers per hour. So we're looking at landfall probably just before 2 p.m. Philippine time on Surigao Island. Do we have the latest from Pagasa yet?
nothing yet.
Nope, we do not.
So still waiting on news from them. What did come out recently, if you missed it, was the new JWTC forecast cone. Currently putting it at 140 knots, as you can see. Probably a Category 5 landfall. Still a Category 4 by the time it reaches Bohol at around 8 p.m. local time. And still a Category 3 as it passes just south of Panay at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And then moves through Palawan as a Category 2 high end, and then really massive wind field in the South China Sea where it intensifies once again and reaches 125 miles per hour just at the high end of Category 3, and then really pivots northwards and northeastwards, and all of its energy and strength drains away off the coast of Vietnam. That's in around 4 to 5 days. As always, if you've got comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air, we're up until at least landfall, and I don't know if another live team might be taking over after that. I'm not sure what we've got planned, but I'm certainly taking you through up until the landfall of this storm, which, as we've seen, we expect in around just less than 3 hours. But if you've got comments or questions for us, send them in. It will light up for us on the YouTube chat. Start your message with Force 13, all in text, for that to occur. Just as some people are already doing right now. Is there wind shear that might weaken Rai? It looks like it, and it looks like it might already be getting into the storm.
Well, there is certainly some easterly shear affecting the storm right now, as noted by the lack of deep convection near the eastern side.
It is fascinating to look at how that has changed in the last hour.
And I do think that easterly shear is causing it to hold off on an eyewall replacement cycle, if I'm being honest.
Oh, really? Well,
yes, we did see hints of a secondary band forming earlier, but nothing has really come out of that. And I'm believing that it is easterly shear that is the cause of that to kind of fail.
But JWTC, I've not read it myself, but it sounded like they were quite keen on this having an eyewall replacement cycle round about now. But who knows?
I haven't really seen any other evidence of an eyewall replacement cycle, other than convection, waning near the southeastern sign and the CDO becoming more lopsided.
Okay, so once again, we're looking at the latest satellite imagery. Still very common minus 80 degree cloud tops, and still one or two little bubbling minus 90 degree hot towers off the northern part of the eye wall. The eye wall itself has looked a little bit weaker in the latest frames, but the eye is still trying to come out properly, still trying to deepen, at least on the satellite's perspective. But I don't think it's not managed to get better than minus 40 in a few hours now. Earlier in the morning it was in the minus 20 to 30 range briefly, but it has been struggling a little bit. I'm not sure that it will fully pop out before it makes landfall now. Let's see if we can go back to some visible imagery. Not just yet, we'll have that in a moment. More questions then. Will there be a chance of a northward change in direction? Yes, there always is a chance of that. That would spell bad news for places like Dinagat Island, of course, most obviously, but Asin wouldn't want a northward jog at all, and northern Bohol as well. You can see on the visible imagery just showing off the track a little bit better there, I think. A northward jog once again in those later frames, after it was moving due west for a little while. Now just jumped up a little bit towards the northwest. Still looks like it's making a beeline for Surigao Island. I don't have any new frames, so I can't give you any new position estimates, but we'll be monitoring it very closely. What are the wind gusts of Rai? Who knows is an honest answer, but generally when you're working with wind speeds and wind gusts, you might you'll probably multiply it by 10% for wind gusts at the least, so you'd be looking there at about 175 mile per hour gusts. Does the typhoon have strong winds or heavy rain or both? I think the answer will be both, quite clearly. How early could Cebu feel typhoon level winds? Well, that only comes just before the main part arrives, and at the moment we're scheduling that or expecting that to be at around probably the earliest conceivable time, about 8 p.m. It'll be in the evening. Does the typhoon, the wind speeds of 100, okay, is someone talking about the gusts there? Yes, the gusts could well be towards 200 miles per hour, even so. Of course, it's most noted that the strongest wind gust in a tropical cyclone wasn't even a Category 5. It was Cyclone Olivia in 1996, which was a Category 4, with I think 140 mile per hour winds and produced something like a 250 mile per hour gust, if I remember rightly. Ridiculous number. I imagine the relationship between wind speeds and wind gusts still haven't been fully understood. We do have a new frame on the infrared imagery, and it's showing, I'm not sure if we'll have it on the stream yet, but certainly on my monitor on the left of me, showing that the eye has got much shallower in the latest frame. But to give you a position estimate, and by the way, I think those cloud tops are rebounding as well as a result. Position estimate 9.87 north, 126.73 east, and that now puts it closest point of land from Surigao Island 60 kilometers, assuming a 25 kilometer per hour movement. Once again, that would be just over 2 hours, so you could be looking again towards 1:30. We've been floating these numbers around 1:30, 2 o'clock local time. It's going to be somewhere around there, it's quite clear. We've still got no news from Pegasa.
No?
Which is quite interesting. We're at 1/4 the hour now. So we'll still hold on that whilst we wait for new information. But currently, right now, it is a 160 mile per hour Category 5 typhoon with that sustained winds, about 265 kilometers per hour. An enormous threat to the southern Philippine Islands, and if it hasn't been made clear yet, we'll keep reiterating it. Not just the wind, but the rainfall factor. Flooding is, by a long shot, the leading cause of death from tropical cyclones. Flash flooding can happen very suddenly when you look at rain rates from this storm, which at times will be exceeding 60 millimeters per hour in the landfall region and in the northern part of Mindanao. And of course, flooding will accumulate as well. It doesn't take very much at all for people to be swept away in flood waters. So certainly don't take any chances. Farhan, you've got another image to show us there.
Yeah, these are images from, as it says, it's from Western Cebu, and it's showing that the rivers and spillway, well, the levels might not be there yet, but if you see from the coloration, you could certainly sense that it is floodwaters. So, although they are still quite far off in terms of wind, in terms of rain and flooding, they are definitely getting closer and closer to that. So just like what you just said, rain and flooding should definitely be the main concern, and it doesn't really take much to sweep a person away, or in fact to sweep away a building away. So it is important to not just focus on the wind, but also focus on the water, because the water, or more often than not, is the more dangerous part of a storm.
Yep, another image there. And if you want to join live discussion on this storm when we're live and when we're not live at any time, you can join our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, to discuss this with weather watchers all around the world in real time. Well, whilst we're on the air, of course, separate conversations that are going on. But if you've got any questions for our stream now, you can send your message in the chat section on our YouTube stream, and it will light up for us. Please start your message with Force 13 because we'll probably miss it otherwise. Here's the latest rain rate estimates, satellite derived, and it's off the charts in some of those areas over Mindanao. You can see instead of black there's actually some green there. That's because it's gone fully transparent. And that means I'm going to have to refer to the scale to remind me of what that means. The extremely high amounts of rain, I can tell you that much. That is in excess of 75 millimeters per hour in that location just south of Surigao City. Trying to get actual locations where it's exceeding that. Places, there's no real major settlements there. Gigaquit, I think it is just south of some of that area, and Tubod just north. So some areas there in excess of 75 millimeters per hour. I'm really getting the feeling as time goes on that this is going to be a very bad typhoon for rainfall, just from what we're seeing on satellite estimates. I'm really fairly concerned about what we're going to be seeing over the next few hours.
You just mentioned Surigao City just a moment ago. I just found a video from Surigao City. It is actually from the port area, and it's quite dramatic seeing the water, the seawater sloshing about, as you can see here. This is not a safe thing to do. You should be standing as far away from the waterline. What this person is doing is very dangerous, because it doesn't take much. Just one big wave to come into your way, just take you away from the shore and take you out to sea, where you will probably die. So this is not recommended.
Trying to figure out are they in a building?
Hello?
Hello?
The Pag-asa update came out.
Alright.
It's loading.
We'll take that in just a moment.
Has upgraded.
Sorry, I just wanted to take
Alright.
a question from Mike Fisher. Thank you for your support, by the way. Are tornadoes a possibility? Always a possibility in these storms.
Absolutely. It's always a threat with landfalling tropical cyclones that tornadoes are indeed a possibility. They're usually short-lived, but as the winds encounter the land friction and they do change with height within the storm, we can get some circulations that kind of spin up within the outer bands, and you can get a few or two short spin-up tornadoes. So that is another reason why cyclones are
Alright. We're going to have to cut in because Signal 4 warnings have been issued. Armin, go ahead.
Alright. Pag-asa has upgraded Typhoon Odette to 100 knots, that's 185 kilometers per hour, and gusts of up to 230 kilometers per hour, and a pressure of 940 millibars. It's moving west-northwestward at 25 kilometers per hour. Tropical cyclone wind signal number 4 has been raised in southern Leyte, the eastern portion of Bohol, Dinagat Islands, Surigao del Norte, including Siargao and Bukas Grande Islands. Signal number 3 is raised in the southern portion of Leyte, the central and southern portions of the Cebu, the rest of Bohol, Negros Oriental, Siquijor, the southern and central portions of Negros Occidental, Guimaras, the northern portion of Agusan del Norte, and the northern portion of Agusan del Sur. Signal number 2 is raised in the southern portion of Albay, Sorsogon, Masbate, Romblon, the central and southern portions of Oriental Mindoro, central and southern portions of Occidental Mindoro, northern Samar, eastern Samar, Biliran, the rest of Leyte, the rest of Cebu, the rest of Negros Occidental, Iloilo, Capiz, Aklan, and Antique, the rest of Surigao del Sur, Agusan del Sur, the rest of Surigao del Norte, the extreme northern portion of Zamboanga del Norte, the extreme northern portion of Zamboanga del Sur, Misamis Occidental, the northern portion of Lanao del Norte, Misamis Oriental, Camiguin, the northern portion of Bukidnon, and the northern portion of Lanao del Sur. Signal number 1 is up for Catanduanes, Camarines Norte, Camarines Sur, the rest of Albay, Marinduque, the southern portion of Quezon, Batangas, the rest of Oriental Mindoro, the rest of Occidental Mindoro, the rest of mainland Palawan including Balabac and Kalayaan Islands, the northern portion of Davao Oriental, the northern portion of Davao de Oro, and the northern portion of Davao del Norte, the rest of Bukidnon, the rest of Lanao del Norte, the rest of Lanao del Sur, the rest of the northern portion of Zamboanga del Norte, the rest of the northern portion of Zamboanga del Sur, and the northern portion of Zamboanga Sibugay.
Blimey, that's a long list of places that have mostly upgraded warnings. I don't think many places at all have entered warnings, apart from the southern part of Palawan now as well. So that's up on the screen. It will take me a little while to update the bottom bar, and I have to do it myself, unfortunately. So I'm going to throw to the team for a few minutes whilst I get on that, because it's important to update our information. Reactions to those upgrades in the warnings?
I have to say, I'm surprised that Signal 3 is not extended further north. I kind of expected all of Leyte to be in Signal 3 right now, but I guess that's not what they judged it to be necessary. But it is what it is, and it's kind of eerie looking at this new shade of red of Signal 4 suddenly appearing. It's kind of blood color, to be honest, if you want to get the chill factor up to 11.
Certainly. Ethan, are you still with us? I think he's gone away for a moment. So Adler, you joined us earlier on. Your thoughts on the storm's intensity? Are you fully on board with Category 5?
I was when it was upgraded to a Category 5, but right now, looking at how the CDO has become a little bit less symmetric, and how the eye has kind of cooled off a little and become more shallow, I would say that maybe a possible downgrade to 155 miles per hour is in order. I'm starting to think that an eye roll replacement cycle might be starting to take effect on the storm, and I know that there are some other people in the Discord server as well who agree with me about that. But looking at, you can see just the whole convective pattern as a whole, it's just becoming a lot more ragged, and that shows to me that maybe there could be something under the hood here happening to cause that. But with lack of radar or microwave data as of this point in time, it's kind of hard to say.
I really don't think
Are you
this is
sure we
undergoing
don't have radar?
I've tried to find it, but apparently it's offline, according to some people.
I really don't think that this is undergoing any sort of hour replacement cycle. I don't know. Are you getting the hour replacement cycle hints from someone, Adler?
I am, and I am also getting hints just from its satellite presentation as a whole.
Yeah, I'm having a look at satellite imagery now, and I'm not really seeing that much evidence. Let me.
You're not.
Yeah, my satellite imagery, yeah, that source has just come back online, and yeah, that is 100% weakening.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. I mean, the eye has become more ragged, and
I would be more reluctant to say that this is not due to an hour replacement cycle. I would actually be more in favor of this is wind shear.
I actually was thinking about wind shear as well as a possible cause for this.
Because with the microwave patches that we were having at the start of the stream, in addition to JWTC just a couple minutes ago remaining T7.0,
That's true.
I think this. I mean, there's no way that the system's gone from a strong eye wall to a complete eye wall placement cycle in what, 3 hours? I find that very hard to believe.
This storm is now 57 kilometers from closest land, but it does appear to be moving northwest a little bit again, so it's probably going to miss that closest point of land and strike the northern part of the island of Surigao, which is currently about 63 kilometers away. So things getting interesting here. I'm not sure exactly where that landfall location is going to be yet. And in just a second we should have the updated bottom bar, so every so often that will show the updated warnings that are in effect if you missed it. Signal 4 warnings now in place for some of the areas near the storm. Surigao del Norte, Dinagat Islands, southern Leyte and eastern Bohol, all under signal 4. Comments and questions, we'll be happy to take them. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. What do you think the storm will peak at is another one that we've just received. Probably this.
What was the question? Sorry, I missed it.
Well, what it will peak at, I mean, it'll be now, the Category 5 that it's just reached. Because
yeah, I would say...
I'd be willing to say it already peaked.
Well, that's it, yes, it most likely has.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a Category 5 right now, that much is clear to me at least, but it looks to be a very, very, very slow weakening process going into land. You know, it's only got a matter of hours, so, I mean, it doesn't really matter, you know, if this is 155 or 160 at landfall, that doesn't change the effects that'll happen with this storm.
Exactly. Regardless of its landfall intensity, I mean, 160, 155, 150, I mean, that's like 10 to 15 knot difference. That's not much, and that's still going to cause catastrophic impacts across the areas that it does make landfall.
There's still a lot going on here. Also, Hurricane Chaser Chase, thank you very much for your support. Wrote a nice message. And let's see if there's some more questions. Just a question there about whether the landfall in, what was that, Mindanao would be a Category 4 or 5. If you mean Mindanao itself, I assume, then it could weaken a little bit before then.
I mean, possibly. It's a Category 5 right now, and with only 2 to 3 hours before landfall. I mean, it could maintain that intensity, or it could weaken a couple knots. But I mean, as we said earlier, and many times throughout this stream, regardless of what it is, Cat 4 or 5, this is still going to be a very devastating storm and a horrific situation for the Philippines.
There's a question about Cebu and storm surge. Is it still susceptible? Let me just look back at Pegasa once again. I assume they've got it under the 1 to 2 meter surge line. Yes. So that's what they're expecting. 1 to 2 meters of storm surge. I'm not sure if I think they would still be affected by storm surge because, particularly if it stays south of Cebu, which it looks like it will, that means that the winds will be powering round anti-clockwise from the east, going round the island of Bohol and then into Cebu, so that could drive a lot of surge, certainly. Let's see what else we've got right now. Could the oh dear, could the system possibly weaken to a tropical storm before hitting? Well, they said Surigao Island. I don't know if you mean if that is a place or if you mean Surigao. Certainly not Surigao Island. That would be very wishful thinking. I've not heard of the other one, if that is indeed, so I'm not sure. Is it possible that the storm could re-strengthen before landfall? It's getting pretty close now, so I would say no.
Extremely unlikely.
And we still wait to see any new frames that might tell us how much closer it is getting to land, but not much to say on that front right now. The JWTC cone that came out in the last hour showing this currently, and expected to remain a category 4 up until the Bohol landfall, and then down to a category 3 as it passes Panay, and then down to a minimum of 110 miles per hour, which is high-end category 2 over Palawan, and then to a strong category 3 in the South China Sea before veering north and losing all of its strength off the coast of Vietnam. New image in from 3:24, which is 10 minutes ago. Now the distance to land for the eye is 47 kilometers from the closest point of land, so it's getting fairly close. Just to reiterate, that 47 kilometers is from General Luna, which is on the southern part of the island, but at the moment it looks like it might miss that part and it will strike further north somewhere near San Isidro, and the coast there is 54 kilometers from land still, so we might want to use that number instead. Either way, landfall appears to be at around 2 hours from now, and of course don't forget that imagery is 10 minutes old, so slightly less. 2 hours brings us to 1:30 local time for what appears to be the landfall on Surigao Island, as it stands. More questions. Will it weaken rapidly like Goni?
No.
Certainly not as
No.
much as that.
I mean, aren't we expecting it to emerge out of the Philippines as a Cat 2?
We certainly are.
Yeah, so it's not really going to weaken that much.
Just saw a comment there about a power outage on Biliran Island. Can't substantiate that, but that's what one person's saying there. Wouldn't surprise me if we're seeing power outages already, but that is quite north of where the storm is. But certainly they may be receiving tropical storm conditions by now.
There's also a report of a power outage in Malitbog, southern Leyte.
Okay, so that again is... I'm quite concerned for southern Leyte. They could get a pretty raw deal out of this. And of course Bohol, which is signal 4 right now on the eastern side. Apparently someone in our room said that's the first time since Haiyan that they've had that level.
I guess so.
Yeah. Bohol, meanwhile, has been under signal number 4. That's the first time they did, since in Haiyan they only had signal number 3.
Oh, right. So even more than that. More questions. Luno asks, is Rai going to make landfall anywhere else besides the Philippines? Still an outside chance for a Vietnam or a Hainan landfall later on. but obviously that's not really at the front of our minds right now as we look at this final approach to the storm's first landfall in the Philippines. Surigao Island, as you can see, right in the path, and it looks pretty clear that it's going to be a landfall at that location somewhere on that island. Will there be Signal 3 warnings in northern Mindanao? Well, there already are, depending on where exactly you're looking. Agusan del Norte, the northern part there, Signal 3. Surigao del Sur, the northern part, Signal 3. Surigao del Norte, completely Signal 4. That's Mindanao. But if you mean further south, I think Camiguin could get Signal 3. I think the rest of those areas should get away with Signal 2, particularly since it appears that that storm's southern movement was short-lived, very short-lived, and even due westward movement doesn't appear to be occurring anymore. Or is it fooling us once again? I mean, when you look at this particular imagery here, it's looking pretty almost due west still. It's hard to tell. Once again, we're here to answer your questions whilst we're on the air. Let's go back to another infrared view from a zoomed out perspective. Showing
appears to be making... Go ahead.
The progress of the storm in the last few hours at this zoomed out vantage point, and how that the cloud tops have disintegrated quite a lot on the eastern side. But Ethan, I think you were going to say something more interesting than that.
Yeah, it definitely appears that this is weakening right now, but it does appear that maybe the storm is making perhaps another attempt at clearing out its eye, perhaps.
Oh dear.
One last attempt, maybe.
It's going to keep trying.
The western eye wall right now is very close to landfall now. I'm just going to, behind the scenes here, run another CDPS calculation here. How many inches of rainfall are we expecting, Nathan?
Probably 16 still.
Okay. Let me just input these values here, and I'll have the CDPS here for you shortly.
And let's have a look at the geocolor imagery. This is what I call the most photogenic imagery type. It's visible pretty much as you would see it from space, probably with a bit extra vibrance and contrast than what you would actually see. But the storm is clear as day, visible.
Right, I've got some significant news here.
Okay, let's go.
This is now a stage 8 on the CDPS scale.
Oh dear.
The wind field particularly has grown quite significantly since the last JWTC cone. That's the data that I'm using for this. And they were actually assuming the hurricane force wind field, or the typhoon force wind field of 64 knots or above, to be, well, on their last warning they were assuming around 10 nautical miles, but it's actually, at maximum right now, it's actually 45 nautical miles, which of course that leads towards a higher CDPS rating. And we're just 0.4 points into stage 8 territory, so it's low end stage 8 at this point.
Wow, that's some big significant news there. Stage 8 on the 10-tiered CDPS scale. I know there's a few people sending emails in to the Force 13 account that would probably be better answered posted in the YouTube chat. Those people who have general questions about Force 13 and questions that aren't urgent, I would recommend using the email address. But things that are completely related to the stream right now and live, much better answered live on the air, because it would be quite annoying if I was typing out email responses. You'd hear the keyboard going clackering away in the background. But I have noted everyone's messages that have come in through email and will respond to them at some point after the stream. But right now, this is what we're looking at. The black areas on this imagery showing 60 millimeters of rain per hour. And in one or two areas over northern Mindanao, you can see that it's become transparent. That's indicating 75 millimeters of rain per hour in that little slot south of Surigao city. And that is the area that we had down for the most rainfall of 400 millimeters. If it's doing 75 per hour and it's been in that transparent thing for 3 frames now, so that's 3/4 of an hour, you could probably safely assume that it's already reached an accumulation of 100 millimeters there, and the storm hasn't even made its closest pass, quite far from it. So I'm pretty worried about that. That little area there could be well in excess of 400 millimeters if this carries on.
All right, well, the JMA just went with max winds of 105 knots, gusting to 150 knots.
And a pressure of?
I'm trying to find it, but it is not listed here.
Oh.
Are you saying there's a new JMA update?
Well, it was just posted here, so I am... Yeah, it says RSMC Tropical Cyclone Advisory. It's moving west at 14 knots. Oh yes, pressure of 915 millibars,
Ooh.
maximum winds at a...
What?
100, yeah, pressure 915, maximum winds of 105 knots, gusting to over 150 knots.
Well, Ethan, what do you make of that?
That's a Cat 5 by JMA.
Yeah, it sure is. There's not many 915 millibar
Indeed
systems
it is.
that aren't Category 5.
I mean, this intensity that JMA just gave it, 120 miles an hour, 915 millibars, is pretty standard for 160 miles an hour, 1 minute sustained. So, I mean, now all we're missing really is just the, well, what other agency are we missing at this point? Pagasa? Yeah, just Pagasa.
Yep.
Will come at 2 p.m. I think. They'll probably follow suit.
And several questions about the CDPS scale, which I don't think any of us are really fit to answer properly without Devon, but we'll try our best. Stage 8 on that tented scale is an extremely high value, devastating. I don't think there's much more to say. Catastrophic damage expected in the landfall zone, which is where that stage 8 is effectively posted. But we know that it would be for areas wider than that would receive those conditions. But yeah, Surigao Island is going to be a very concerning point. But certainly from the rainfall amounts, I'm very concerned about large swathes of northern Mindanao and some of those islands, Dinagat Island, southern Leyte, the island of Bohol, all of which could get major typhoon force winds and 300 to 400 millimeters of rain accumulations with up to 75 millimeters per hour rain rate. Let's not forget, it's not always the accumulations, it's the rain rate that can sometimes cause the worst flooding.
Well, if it helps with this stage 8 rating, I'm trying to find storms that we can compare this to that have hit the Philippines. The first storm that actually came up in my search here was Goni from last year, but that was upgraded later on, so that doesn't count. But
Goni was
the
a 10,
actual
Mancut was a 10.
the actual storm that I'm being more likely to compare this to would be Vamco from last year,
Right. Interesting.
but just with a higher wind threat and a higher rainfall threat.
Yeah, certainly is. Last image from 334 puts the storm, and I'll now start using measurements from the central part of Surigao. 48 kilometers from land, so that's 2 hours away from landfall if it hits there as of 34 minutes past, so we're looking at about 25 to 2 local time for a landfall if it was to strike the island, which we still think it very much will. Let's just calculate movement in the last hour. This might be interesting. It has moved 28 kilometers in the last hour, west-northwest.
Well, assuming that that the JWTC's, what was it? What was that measurement? Let me check here. I think it was 45 nautical miles to the northwest here. Oh, here it is. Northwest quadrant. Yeah, 45 nautical miles of hurricane force winds. I don't know if you could do a measurement for me, Nathan, but 45 nautical miles out westward from the western side of the eye, would that put it over that island?
Yeah, easily covers the whole island.
So yeah, that island is definitely getting a hurricane force wind gust right now, over 74 miles per hour, if not higher, probably is. And the eastern side is probably getting the extreme western side of the eye wall right now.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the distance to land of the eye. I mean, that is really just, and I always mention this, how when an eye makes landfall, it's really symbolic rather than useful, I hasten to add, or hesitate to say. But obviously the strong winds already occurring on that island, and it looks pretty clear-cut that it will get the worst of the storm, whether it actually makes landfall there or not.
It doesn't really matter if the storm weakens, intensifies. It doesn't really matter what it does right now at this point. You know, this is, well, within an hour or two of landfall. I mean, not really much is going to change what it's going to do at this point. It's just all about just getting to shelter now and just making sure that you can actually survive this storm.
Yeah, we're within 2 hours. Of course, it won't be over for a while after that, because it moves over that island, which, if it makes landfall where I think it might, is only about 18 kilometers wide, if not less. Then it's got another little gulf of 29 kilometers to the next island, southern Dinagat Island. And then, assuming it moved due west, which is probably a bad assumption to make, by the way, it's got a tiny amount of land to pass over, and then it's another 36 kilometers to, is it Panayon Island? And then that's just a tiny bit as well, and then it's another 74 kilometers to Bohol. So it's actually got more water than land all the way to Bohol if it moved due west. Which might be very important down the line. Interestingly, regarding the Pegasa update, find this a bit of a head scratcher. They predict weakening, well, I suppose it's not so much of a head scratcher, they weakening the whole time during its forecast track. Although, of course, we do think they always go very low, 185 kilometers per hour. That would be a minimum category 3, when in fact it's quite clear that this is at least a borderline category 5. But at least we're thankful for seeing signal 4 warnings in effect, but honestly, for Surigao Island, it should really be signal 5.
Yeah, I have to agree there. I mean, You know, they're going to be seeing wind gusts. Let's see what the JWTC estimates. Gusts to 195 miles per hour. I mean, they're not going to be getting those kind of winds to that extent, but probably close to it.
I think Signal 5 starts at about 240 km/h winds.
I have no clue on when any signals start, but
I think it's something like that. So this is obviously above that. So let's see if we've got some more questions lined up. Will Rai intensify? It will after it moves through the Philippines. It'll have to start again. It'll be weaker, but it looks like it will.
It's not going to be much stronger than it is right now upon first Philippine landfall.
No. So,
but it will indeed intensify in the South China Sea, is what at least I'm expecting.
I'm once again showing you that JWTC forecast cone, showing the storm weakening at first, and then after passing Palawan, strengthening once again. I know it's cut off on the screen there. It's the second dot where the wind speed is obscured. That's the peak. And that's 110 knots, which is a high-end Category 3. Obviously not as strong as the current peak, but still a very interesting and respectable peak in its own right, especially in the South China Sea. But it's very speculative because of what will happen over the Philippine Islands now, because, you know, it's quite unpredictable just how much it will weaken. It could do a half Goni and weaken much more quickly than what it's saying there, or it could hold on pretty well and could stay as a Category 3 or even a high-end Category 3 through the whole islands, and that would be a pretty bad scenario, and who knows what would happen after that. I mean, already having that intensity.
I would like to point out that during the run out to the landfall of Goni, quite a few people, myself included, thought that it was going to be able to maintain some strength because it was making landfall in southern Luzon instead of the central. We thought that the terrain there wouldn't be as choking with structure. We thought it would still at least be a Category 1 typhoon when it made it to the South China Sea, but it ended up being a tropical storm, even tropical depression when it made it to there. So things that are unexpected could happen. If you expect it to be extremely fast weakening, it's possible that it would maintain. If you expect to maintain, it is possible that it would absolutely choke itself to death very quickly.
Latest estimate, 44 kilometers from land.
Are we still on for a 1:30 p.m. landfall, Nathan?
Again, it's drifting between 1:30 and 2 the whole time, but the way it's going, it's pretty. It's been constant. It's been consistent. But what I've been wondering really is about how much intensity it will hold on to if it were to go due west. There's more sea than land up to Bohol, and how that might impact the storm's intensity there. In any case, that's a moment of thought and reflection there. This is Force 13's live continuing coverage on Typhoon Rai, Philippine name Odette, which is expected to make landfall in less than 2 hours.
The eye on my imagery, Nathan, once again is clear to the ocean surface once again.
Really?
Again. We'll have to see if it holds. But either way, I would say this is still a Cat 5 right now, but barely one.
Difficult.
It's
Shear still got a grip on it.
Yep, I'm just gonna pull up the shear values right now. Let's see what they are over the storm.
Oh, I don't know, Ethan. It southern and southeastern side, the cloud tops are really starting to decrease.
Oh yeah, shear right now over the storm estimated to be around 20 to 25 knots. So yeah, it's definitely got to be other environmental conditions that are keeping the storm alive. Because once those are gone, the wind's just going to take a toll on this thing.
But Ethan, the southern side, southeastern side, there's gaps appearing.
Yeah, I have noticed that. That might be hints of a possible hour replacement cycle.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's been some
Those have been
that,
going on for a few hours now, I must say.
but I still don't think that a full hour replacement cycle is taking place just quite yet.
Neither do I. I mean, nothing's showing up on radar. I actually have found some few scans.
Ah, would it be safe to say if there was an hour replacement cycle, it would be catastrophic for the storm?
Yeah, 100%.
Pretty much, but it would also be quite bad for the Philippines if it were to do so before
Sure.
making landfall, because that would increase the wind field quite a bit.
But then,
thus increasing the surge.
landfalls pretty much induce hour replacement cycles by their nature, don't they?
Yeah.
Yep.
When it gets completely disrupted like that. Anyway, we're going to go to a break here at the end of the hour. We'll be back again in a few moments, and we'll be back with more live coverage of this storm as it closes in, even more on landfall. We'll be right back. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Category 5 Typhoon Rai, Philippine name Odette, about to make landfall in a couple of hours or less on the island of Surigao in the just off Mindanao, of course, in the Philippines. Currently 160 mile per hour winds, that's around 265 kilometers per hour, sustained with higher gusts. Just trying to pick out the imagery. Well, there it is once again. Those who've been watching for a while will note that the eastern part of the storm has trailed off a little bit, although it still remains very powerful at the center and is producing enormous amounts of rainfall which could lead to deadly flash flooding and landslides. That's my main concern. My name is Nathan Foy in the studio once again. We're live until, or at least I'm live until the storm makes landfall at least. I'm not sure if we'll get any more teams picking up, but we think from what we've been hearing, we'll probably run until landfall and then take a break and come back in the evening Philippine time. I think that's what we're going to do. We're not sure yet. We don't really have a plan. Anyway, this is what we're looking at. If you missed it earlier, the last hour, Pagasa did another update and they've put it up to signal 4 warnings for many of those areas: Surigao Island, Dinagat, northern part of Surigao del Norte, southern Leyte and eastern Bohol. I'm joined by a expanding team. This hour we have Farhan, Adler, Armin, Kobe, Moon, and Sohum and Ethan. Hello all of you once again. It's nice to have you on board in these rather testing circumstances once again. Let's first talk to Moon, otherwise known as Zenitsu, with your take on the storm. You've just joined us.
Hello. Well, this storm is really powerful. As you said, Pagasa has raised the signal warnings for certain areas to signal number 4. What I think is going to be an immediate danger is going to be flash flooding and storm surge coming from the system. If people have seen the storm surge warning issued at 5 a.m. today, storm surge of up to 3 meters in height is expected by Pagasa in certain areas of Visayas, and well, that's really high. If people have not evacuated those areas yet, then it's pretty much good luck for now, and try to survive. These are very disruptive winds and rain. This is moving at a speed of around 25 kilometers per hour according to Pag-asa's bulletin. And well, good luck to everyone during the storm. That's at least my take on the storm. It's probably going to maintain intensity or strengthen, but who knows what will happen.
Now, whilst you're on the line as well, what do you think about there's questions throughout the day really about whether the Manila area will get to signal 1. I think they will at some point.
Yeah, it honestly depends on the diameter of the storm. Right now, the northernmost province under signal warning is Batangas and Quezon. Southern portion of Quezon, at least.
Certainly.
But we might be able to see a more northern province under signal warning. That just depends on the storm's diameter or track. But we might be able to see a signal number 1 warning in Metro Manila if it continues its present motion and diameter.
Alright, let's look back at the infrared, which we've been using all the time really as we come back to this hour of coverage. Let's have a look now. Just got a new position estimate. 9.91 north, 126.51 east. That puts it 40 kilometers off Surigao Island, the central to northern part of the island. It looks like that's where the landfall location is going to be, and assuming a 25 kilometer motion still per hour, then that would mean landfall at about 1:45 local time. On Pegasus update, they still say it's moving at 25 kilometers per hour as well, so I think that's a safe assumption to make up to landfall at this point. If you've got comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air, we'll do our best. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. It will light up for us just as James Layson has done. What time will Odette land on Cebu? If you're talking about the actual landfall time, it looks like it will be late evening, possibly in the early hours of tomorrow morning. It will be late at night tonight.
That's concerning.
Yes. Just trying to figure out what question Christoph is asking me. I think they mean if it moves through to Bohol after moving through. Yes, so in the sea area south of Leyte, on approach to Bohol, do we think it could intensify in there?
It might just. It's I mean, there's little amount of area to breathe for the storm. So
More
probably,
than it had in the last 6 hours to become a Cat 5.
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I would say it depends on its structure, internal structure, by the time it gets there.
Yeah. Let's just hope that nothing bad happens.
Yeah, it is unlikely to be strengthening in that area. But
I think we'll just maintain.
It may definitely help keep its intensity, though. Yes.
Yeah, it could definitely help it maintain.
Let's go back to the last. The next model runs will be out fairly soon, but the last GFS model run, let's just show everyone again what it was predicting. Now, don't take into account anything to do with the winds on this. It is all dead wrong, because when this came out at 18Z, it depicted the starting position of this storm at 21Z, which is 7 hours ago, as a Category 1, when it was probably a 3. And it depicts a Category 1 landfall, which is obviously not happening, or Category 2 landfall. So just look at the locations and the tropical storm wind field, the green areas, to see which areas might be affected by tropical storm force winds. So it's done pretty good forecasting that short range there up to the landfall at Surigao. Still hasn't happened yet, but there it is. It's predicting that to occur at about 2 p.m. and then on to actually goes south of Dinagat Island and actually hits pretty much Surigao City right on there. And that occurs at about 4 p.m. and then it moves through to Bohol there in the evening, early evening, Cebu late evening, onto Negros very late evening into the early hours of the morning, south of Panay probably by daybreak tomorrow morning, and then onto Palawan, so we move it back over, tomorrow afternoon or evening. Then after that, as we watch the track continue, it intensifies in the South China Sea. That's still on the cards. And then it loses all of its intensity gradually in this run. And loses tropical storm status entirely north of Luzon. So that's a wider look at what's on the forecast from the model there. But obviously just look at the tropical storm wind field, the green areas as this model run progresses. We'll play it back one more time. The green areas, which you might get affected by tropical storm force winds in the wider areas, and you can see Manila maybe not in that area. Hard to tell. It'll be maybe a coin toss on that one.
Currently on my screen, Nathan, I've got the latest Force 13 cone that has been in the works behind the scenes now for about an hour or so, and it has just been finished and posted on social media. But this is our latest forecast cone, which basically follows the same as the Joint Typhoon Warning Center forecast, calling for a Category 5 landfall. That position estimate, of course, is about an hour or so out of date, but
I bet it took you the most time to draw the warning polygon lines.
It actually wasn't even me who made it. It was actually the phone expert who made it.
Wow. Well done to them.
His
It must have
first
taken
cone.
a lot of patience. But that's what it's depicting, and interesting to see. Nice concise look at the forecast there.
Yep.
Alright. So looking at the Pagasa press conference, around the same time as this stream, red rainfall warning has been issued for multiple areas near the typhoon, which means severe flooding is anticipated. And emphasis on the word severe. We've been getting reports of heavy flooding across multiple areas near the landfall area, even though the storm hasn't even made landfall. And in Cagayan de Oro, which is it's actually not that far from the landfall area, but it's still getting the full brunt of the floods. So, or actually, it's not even the full brunt of the floods.
No, not at all. Looking at it right now, Cagayan de Oro is under about 10 millimeters of rain per hour, and the really bad stuff is just about to arrive.
That's interesting.
I think we have some news.
Hello?
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
who was that?
That's Armin.
I think we have some news.
Oh.
Someone just died in Cagayan de Oro due to Typhoon Odette. It's still unconfirmed. It was heard by the radio by my friend.
Yep, well, regrettable. Unfortunately,
We have to
not
expect
surprising to
something-
hear news like this.
We have to expect something like that to come up every typhoon, because as you know, this had intensified at an unexpectedly rapid rate, and well, these are some of the impacts that it could cause. It's really life-threatening. So, prayers to all who are suffering under this typhoon. And yeah.
This imagery shows the rainfall rates estimated by satellite. In a location just south of Surigao there, 4 consecutive frames where it's been off the charts. That means that that area will have received 75 millimeters of rainfall in 1 hour, and more probably than that. And it's still in a transparent color, so that rain rate is continuing there. The black areas on this screen are around 60 millimeters per hour of rainfall. And as I mentioned, Cagayan de Oro down there is generally been in the greens. It's not even entered yellows or oranges or reds. The greens there, that's up to about 10 to 15 millimeters per hour is that darkest green. So unfortunately for that area, it could get a lot worse soon. Any southerly jog would exacerbate issues in Cagayan de Oro in particular, because right now it looks like, I mean, that rain profile has shrunk a little bit in those latest frames. Wind shear is really doing a number on it by the looks of it. And Cagayan might avoid the worst rainfall unless it did a bit of a jog to the south, which, you know, is something we've got to watch for. Hopefully it won't. Right now, latest position estimate, 34 kilometers from land now. So it's really closing in. That was as of 4 minutes past 4 UTC. Of course, that would be 4 minutes past 12 in the Philippines. And that number's ticking down, so at this rate we are once again looking at landfall at around 1:30 p.m. Isaac's now back on the line with more satellite imagery of this variety, and your thoughts.
The storm has continued to, at the very least, maintain intensity nearing landfall in the Philippines, as you can see. Regardless if it's able to fully clear out its eye before its landfall here in an hour or two, is not really any serious matter. This is still a serious storm regardless, and needs to be taken as such. That's really all I have to say. I just got back on, so it's been a few hours since I've looked at it, but still, again, a very, very powerful and very, very dangerous typhoon.
Alright, well, let's open the floor to anyone else who'd like to speak right now, because there's a lot of people here.
Well, when you said about how Cagayan de Oro hasn't really hit the area of the most intense rainfall, it kind of make my heart sink, because I'd say the vast majority of the videos and photos of flooding that we've shown on stream so far has actually been from Cagayan de Oro. So the fact that they haven't even hit the most intense area of rainfall is kind of concerning, because if it's already that bad now, who's to say if it's gonna be 5-10 times more worse in about 2 hours or so as the storm is getting closer and closer to Surigao. In fact, I dare to say that landfall is probably gonna start in about 10-20 minutes from how close it is to the northern part of Surigao Island.
Yeah, it is getting very close at this point. I'm going to try and get another, just get the rainfall graphic that we've been showing a little bit closer to Cagayan de Oro so that we can show you exactly what's going on there. Whilst we continue to look at the infrared, keep sending in your questions if you have any, and observations on the ground if it's safe to do so. It may help others when we relay that information. A question, what's the eye temperature? Currently probably still in the -60s or 50s. And what time will it hit Bohol? We're once again looking at around, got to keep figuring out every time, about 8 p.m. It's probably the time that we're looking at local time. So certainly a bad situation at this point, as one of the viewers commented, although it doesn't look like it will strengthen any further. 160 miles per hour though, still a Category 5 storm, not as strong as Bopa, for instance, which we were concerned about for a while, but it is going to, it's going to weaken less quickly than Bopa as well. Pretty convinced at that, because it's not going to be as affecting landers directly.
Yeah, Bofa went straight through the heart of Mindanao. This is going to go through the islands first, so it'll have much more time to at least maintain its intensity, unlike Bofa.
Let's see if we can get that rain rate view once again, showing you a little bit more further south. Hopefully it will load in a moment. Okay, I guess not right now. Oh, there it is. So yeah, there was nothing to the south of Cagayan de Oro either, so pretty mystifying to me that the worst of the storm hasn't come close to Cagayan de Oro yet, and they're already reporting all of their issues. And it's going to be a long day and another night to come for them. And my, look at that last frame.
Well, just to relay some of the warnings right now, Cagayan de Oro is actually under the red heavy rainfall warning, along with Dinagat Island, Surigao del Norte, Surigao del Sur, Guzman del Norte and del Sur, Bukidnon, Davao Oriental and de Or, Misamis Oriental, Camiguin, and Lanao del Sur, um, which means uh, 30 millimeters of rain per hour. Um, that's kind of worrying.
That last frame on
Actually,
here, I've got to point this out. The last frame on here, a whole chunk of Surigao del Norte and Agasan del Norte, I think it was, is transparent. Meaning that the rain rates is in excess of 75 millimeters per hour in a whole massive chunk there, which is pretty scary to see. That area is getting absolutely hammered. Rain totals there in some places probably already around 200 millimeters now, if I was to guess.
I've actually got a bit of a video here, a video that showed that it's from an area that is still in the greens in the rain rate, but it's really only it's not really representative of what it is on the ground. This is
Of
from
course.
Masawa Island in southern Leyte, and it is absolutely drenching, as you can see now. Look at that.
So that's another scene there right now.
An incredible amount of rain.
We're going to see some big rainfall totals on this. Back to the infrared imagery, which shows us the very latest frames of the storm. Still blowing up the cloud tops on the eastern side, but still that gap there, quite a deep gap in the southern side of the eye wall, which is curious to say the least. Eye temperature is decreasing. As of 12 minutes past, it is now 29 kilometers from landfall. So that would imply a landfall time of around 20 past 1. A question about sea surface temperatures. Warm, 29 to 30 degrees, and just as warm in the areas within the Philippine Islands as well. I don't think we can fully discount that the storm might not take advantage of some extra fuel before it reaches Bohol.
Sea surface temperatures aren't an issue at all with this. The issues being right now for it is obviously land and an increase in wind shear as well would be the two main limiting factors for the typhoon at this point.
Keep sending in your comments and questions. What are the current estimates right now? I assume they mean wind speed. Anyone want to give your input on the current state of play?
Well, officially, it's, correct me if I'm wrong, 169.20?
That would be correct.
Yep, that's on the JTWC, JMA with 915.
JMA going with 105 knots and 915 millibars, which is basically them going Cat 5. Personally, I would estimate the storm to be just a little bit lower than Cat 5 because of recent satellite imagery degrading and the CDO becoming more ragged. But regardless of intensity, this storm is definitely a very borderline Category 5, and just a awful situation for the Philippines is currently unfolding.
Someone asking about what do we think about damages. Well, let's not get to that point yet. Will this be like Yolanda, No.
No, definitely not.
Not in that sense, certainly.
These storms are two completely different storms.
Now you can see on our bottom left-hand panel we've got a super close-up of the landfall area and how close the storm is right now. In fact, I just want to know, that is rapid scan, isn't it?
If it's every 2.5 on there, then it should be.
Yeah, so we can't get any quicker imagery than that. I was fooled for a moment there, thinking it was less fast imagery, but it's just the speed of the storm. And the smallness of the eye. But still, over northern Mindanao right now, ridiculous rainfall rates. There's not much else to say regarding that. Questions about its second peak in the South China Sea. What could it be? High-end Category 3 is what we have on the forecast.
Yes, high-end Category 3. Could it be a little bit weaker than that? Absolutely. Could it be a little bit stronger than that? That is certainly possible. We just have to see how this plays out and what intensity that the storm leaves the Philippines at.
Seeing these videos and photos, it's really starting to dawn on me how the magnitude of what's happening. I've been in my fair share of terrible storm with heavy rain, but in my cases, the heaviest part of the rain usually only lasted about an hour or two. Never have the rains of such intensity, such as the video that I showed earlier, has gone on for as long as the people over there experiencing 6-7 hours. It is simply unfathomable, and I'm starting to I think feel the same dread you are, Nathan. It really starting to dawn on me that this could be one incredibly destructive and incredibly I don't want to say deadly, but that's the only thing that I could say right now. This is going to be a disaster of quite a huge scale, and that is starting to dawn me more and more by the minute.
Lethal, it will be. Questions about whether Signal 5 should be raised. It absolutely should be raised. I don't think they're going to do it.
No, I don't think we're going to get Signal 5.
It's not enough time because this system needs to somehow achieve the T number of 8.0 on Pagasa scale in order to reach the Super Typhoon, which is required for signal number 5 to be raised. So I honestly don't think that this storm is at all T 8.0, and I don't think Pagasa will raise Super Typhoon status for the storm.
Man, that's a high standard they've got for Super Typhoon status.
Yeah.
Perhaps there's going to be questions about whether or not the Signal 5 requirement is a bit too strict. Perhaps there's going to be one or two murmurs after Raya's pass.
Oh, it's not that. It's that the Super Typhoon criteria is too strict. T 8.0 for Super Typhoon?
Yeah, the Dvorak T 8.0, which roughly translates to 120 knots in their Dvorak scale.
Really confusing. We'll have to sit down one day and try to decipher that, but there we go. We can talk about that for as long as we want. It wouldn't help anyone, though. Right now, this storm is approaching landfall. We expect it will now be possibly within 1 hour, because it is really getting a shuffle on there. Possibly within an hour. And that would be on Surigao Island, and then it will move on possibly on the southern tip of Dinagat Island. If not, then it would strike the small island south of there, Nonok Island, which isn't actually marked on the map there. And then it will probably, if it was to move due west, move over the southernmost part of Panoan Island, and then the very small island of Limasawa, and then on to Bohol. It is feasible that the storm might not make landfall at all in Surigao, but quite easily it could still at this point, and either way they'll get the worst winds, I should think, at Surigao City, some of the worst winds. We've had a question from Annie G, and thank you very much for supporting us once again tonight. How badly hit will Tacloban City be? I'll leave that to one of our Philippine members to answer. Probably know more.
For Tacloban, for now it's on the racing number 2 warning, I think. If I am looking at the signal map right. Well, Tacloban will probably also be hit hard, but not as hard as the cities that this storm is currently going to traverse. It's not going to be as bad as Yolanda, but you will receive heavy rainfall and probably some strong winds. I think that's what's going to occur in Tacloban.
I have some news. The western side of the eye, the extreme western side of it, is likely overland now.
Oh, really?
Yep.
It's the very extreme western end of it. But the process of landfall is now underway.
I thought you were just about to mention the eastern part of the eye wall because there's a hole that's opening up.
It's collapsed. I can quite comfortably say that this is not a Cat 5 anymore.
Ooh.
Agreed.
I'd say this is still a high-end Cat 4 with winds of 155 miles per hour. It doesn't really change that much about the storm.
It changes practically nothing.
Yeah.
It only changes the category, but that's it.
A 5 mile an hour difference in wind speed is not that much.
And the storm already peaked as a Cat 5, so there's not going to be any debates about its historical significance in that regard. And then, as we've said many, many times over the course of this stream, 5 miles per hour, 5 knot difference is not much at all.
Latest distance estimate, and don't forget, this is the center of the eye that we're measuring from land, 21 kilometers.
What's your latest frame, Nathan?
422, that was.
I've got 430.
Very good.
So it's quite possible, because your imagery, you said it was 22?
Yeah, 22 just now.
Yeah, that's 15 minutes out of date, pretty much. So it's possibly that it's probably closer than that.
Of course it is, yeah. We're talking about that, and assuming 25 kilometer movement, then that would be landfall at about just before 1:15.
The landfall is very soon. Like, I think it might even be before top of the hour.
No. It's crazy.
Or it might be, I mean, it might be just at it.
In the last hour, the storm has moved 32 kilometers, which is considerably above the 25 kilometer per hour baseline that the storm is generally moving at. So the landfall process about to begin, and the eastern eye wall appears to be getting undressed. Big
Unfortunately, because it's so close to land, it doesn't really matter whatever happened to this. So, if this happened when it was still out at sea, then it might have a good impact towards land, but unfortunately, because it's so close already, it will make absolutely zero difference.
However, it will matter for people who are in places like Bohol and Cebu looking ahead towards this storm. It might hasten the weakening process, maybe.
Yeah, on my latest image here, Nathan, the eastern side, I should say, of the eye wall is actually no longer completely surrounded by -80 or higher cloud tops.
Yeah.
There's been a very significant break in the eastern side, which is due to wind shear. This is not due to a eye wall replacement cycle. This is due to wind shear.
Isaac, what are you seeing?
Oh, I was trying to look at the radar here. It's really frustrating how radars in the Philippines keep going off, even with the going down rather, even with like the slightest amounts of rainfall. But looks like maybe that's the outer edges of the eye wall being picked up by the radar sites, one of the radar sites in the Philippines. But going back to satellite imagery wise, yeah, the eye wall at this point is probably on the coast right now as we speak. Again, there's a little bit of a delay in the images here, depending on what source you use. My source has about a 15-minute delay, so good chances are that the extreme western eye wall is on the eastern side of the island as we speak here. So definitely making its presence known right now, and just hope everybody is in shelter right now and hunkering down, and just hoping for the best here for those of you guys in this.
I've been posting Himawari mesoscale imagery in the in live discussion, Isaac. I don't know if you want to have a look at that, but that pretty much suggests what you're suggesting. I know that we can't show it on the stream, but interesting how you can see that the very western end of the eye is over the island right now.
Oh yeah. Looking at the image that Sohum just posting to that same chat, the eye is about to come on shore. It's definitely coming on shore now.
Soham's here and has some imagery as well. Let's have a look at this. There's an image there of the eye just reaching the coast. And here's some more visible imagery now. Loading up the animation. As we take some more questions, we continue to look at this. How large is Rai compared to other large storms? Other large storms? Well, this isn't that much of a large storm.
Large.
I'm just trying to think of like storms that were pretty similar to this. I know that one storm that a lot of people have been considering comparing this to is Hurricane Ada.
Why?
That is I could see the comparisons. I mean, it's got a very high cloud tops are all around the storm. Small eye. Small eye that struggles to clear. Pretty similar to Ada. Of course, I wouldn't really compare it directly to Ada, but that's certainly a noteworthy comparison.
Not convinced about that.
Yeah.
Let's see if we've got some more up-to-date images. Nothing just yet. To reiterate, signal 4 warnings in effect for significant islands ahead of the storm. Obviously Surigao Island, Dinagat Islands, Surigao del Norte, Southern Leyte, and Eastern Bohol. Signal 4. Signal 3 warnings extending up a little bit further over Leyte, not as far as Tacloban or Ormoc. Surigao del Sur, the northernmost part of that province, signal 3. Agusan del Norte, the northernmost part, signal 3. The rest of Bohol, most of Cebu, except the northernmost part. Most of the island of Negros as well, except the northernmost part. And Guimaras as well. And Siquijor as well. Signal 2 warnings extending much further along. May as well show you the map here. As far north In fact, I think there's been a change here. I'm trying to figure something out right now. This image that we're looking at shows Marinduque at signal 2. However, I'm looking at another one that shows it at signal 1. So I'm not sure whether they've got 1 or 2 right now. I'm a bit confused. I've got 2 pages that have the same advisory, and one is coloured Marinduque yellow and one has it in blue. So I'm not sure what to make of that, but everything else is consistent. Northern Palawan, signal 2. Samar, of course, all of it, signal 2. The rest of Leyte further north. And the whole of the island of Panay as well, signal 2. Comments and questions we'll continue to take through this as we approach landfall. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Jason Samilano sends some support. Thank you very much for that. And of course, anything we do receive as a result of our live streams, we do invest a lot into our productions, and we will be doing a lot more. We expect a huge amount more. We're hoping to really ramp up investment into our products coming into 2022. So hopefully next year we'll have even better coverage than this year, if that was at all possible. I'm sure it is. New image frame coming out from 32 minutes past, showing that the center of the eye is now 17 kilometers away from landfall, and so that is now, what, 40 minutes or so in real terms.
For God's sake.
Which brings us to about 10 past the hour now for a landfall. Ethan, what's going on there?
I've got an image that's 5 minutes old now, and negative 80s have once again surrounded the eye again.
Man.
Typical Westpac faction, I guess.
Yeah, they see they're just starting to blow up on the 32 image, which isn't yet visible on this screen. Let's go to... Oh, don't click at Sohum. Let's go to Sohum's screen and take a look. Oh dear, can't get any words out at this time. Showing us some more imagery.
Yeah, he's got easterly wave imagery, which is just a tad bit behind of what I've got, but it's still pretty much up to date. And you can show that the western side of the eye is still just touching land right about now.
Nathan, regarding the Marinduque, it is still under signal number 1 as of the latest bulletin released at 11 a.m.
Well, I'm baffled because I've got a graphic here that's coloured it yellow from Pagasa.
From Pagasa?
Are you sure they're from the same advisory?
11 a.m. December 16th, bulletin number 10 on my stream, but I look at it on an internet window and it's blue. So I've no idea.
How peculiar.
In the POG files, it's this color, blue.
Okay, it's blue now actually, so they must have made an error at first and they must have been considering it then. But in the end, it hasn't happened there. At this point, I don't really know what we say, because when we get to this stage of the storm cycle, we run out of things to discuss because it's really just the landfall. There's no uncertainty about it all anymore. In a way, some people might think might say that's a good thing. At least we know exactly what's going to happen now, at least with regards its first landfall. Of course, it's still got more to go after that.
I got a high resolution view of the storm I just processed from about 10 minutes ago with the borders, if you want to put it up, Nathan.
Well, there's a view if we ever saw one, and those cloud tops outwork right on that image.
This was taken at 4:35. I'll try to get a new image here
So
as soon
that's
as my PC allows.
That's during that minus 80-degree blow up that Ethan was frustrated about.
Yep, and you can see it's bearing down on the island as we speak.
A question about what's the rain accumulation possible in Metro Manila. I calculated that earlier today, and it looks like it will probably be 50 millimeters, pushing 100 perhaps in some areas. And that would be throughout the storm, of course. So really impressive visible imagery there.
I'll try to get a new one up soon.
Going back to the infrared looks here, and TYR, thanks us for streaming. Well, thank you very much for tuning in, and obviously, you know, it's a very difficult situation to be streaming about. But anyone can message in, and this is something you can use the contact Force 13 email for, certainly, if you'd like to suggest improvements to our streaming coverage or just anything you'd like to say regarding the future. But of course, our main focus right now is this storm and its impending landfall. Zenitsu?
Oh, wait, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat?
Oh, I thought you just wanted to say something.
Oh, I was just I was just going to say that it's going to make landfall over the specific island of Surigao, which is actually a vacation spot in the Philippines. Well, if you're in Surigao Island, well, your chances of survival are getting a bit dim, but you know you have to fight against the floods, against the wind speeds. I saw that in a comment in the live stream that someone lives in Surigao, and they were actually asking if they were going to survive, which is really heartbreaking. But we can survive this. We can try to fight against the floods and the winds.
Another comment that I saw here is that I saw a while back, someone comparing Surigao to that island that is just offshore the southern tip of Samar, which was the first island that was got absolutely battered by Haiyan. Someone was comparing what's happening there with what happened on that island. I don't remember what they call the island now.
Isn't it like beyond Eastern Samar? It's like, yeah. I think they evacuated that place actually before the typhoon arrived. The Cagayan Eastern Samar.
Yes.
So, I think that's good. That they took the necessary precautions to do so.
So we continue to track this as it closes in on the landfall, which we expect will happen pretty soon now. We're getting a good handle on the eye landfall time, the center of the eye, although by the sounds of things, the eye has started to move over the island, and that's already occurring. I'll have another position update in a couple of minutes. It's really getting very close, that's for sure.
Got another high resolution image from 10 minutes ago from 4:42 UTC. And yeah, that's very, very close. Really scary sight. You can see that new blow up of convection on its eastern quadrant as well, that's trying to wrap around to the west. And then obviously the eye in the middle.
Yeah, everyone's a bit ahead of me at the moment with the satellite imagery.
Mm.
I have to try and we'll see what happens next. A question: what is the accumulation of rainfall in Pangasinan? Is that the one in Luzon? I get confused with some of these names.
Sure.
Which name?
Pangasinan?
Pangasinan.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes, that's in western Luzon. You'd expect maybe 50, maybe 100 millimeters in some locations of rainfall.
there's also the threat of the shear line, according to Pagasa, for eastern coast of Luzon. That might be a bit worrying, but we'll have to keep monitoring the storm for now.
Once again, on the
Monitoring.
screen, Pagasa warnings. Signal 4 in effect in some locations. Go ahead.
Monitoring the timeline on the Odette EHS hashtag. There hasn't been any more posts from the area that's close to landfall, Surigao, Cagayan the Oro. So I could only assume the power is already out and the people there is now pretty much isolated, unable to tell anything about what's happening there. All the updates are pretty much from far away. Cebu, Bohol, Northern Leyte, any updates from anything anywhere closer has pretty much ended. There's none of it. Monitoring Twitter.
Once again, visible imagery, and you can see how this has transpired. Due westward movement on its final approach to Surigao Island. Latest estimate 14 kilometers offshore as of 42 minutes past. On that information, we expect landfall will be at about quarter past. Landfall, that being the center of the eye.
Historic day for the Philippines, certainly.
At some point after landfall, we will be going off the air. I have to point this out now. We will probably be back on the air again, well, we certainly will, in the evening Philippine time, probably at around 8 p.m. So whenever we finish here, a few places that you can check out on Force 13's social outlets, usually manned by someone at all times. On Facebook and Twitter, search Force 13. And you can also join our Discord server and our whole community of well over 3,000 weather watchers from all around the world, plenty in the Philippines as well. Discord.gg/Force13 if you'd like to join the conversation.
Surigao has reported minimum sea level pressure of 995 millibars.
Okay.
And Butuan has reported, I think that's Butuan. Butuan has reported 997 millibars.
So I imagine that will be dropping quite steeply soon, if not already.
Soon, yeah. All I can say is God bless the Philippines.
As
Yep,
we
it's
look
going to be.
once again on the infrared imagery and just how those minus 80s have blown up again on the eastern side of the storm, and my goodness, the eye is dropped through a hole again. And you can see the eye temperatures going into probably the -40s there. Having to eyeball it quite often now because we don't have the probe tool. But it's getting very close to land on that imagery. Again, probably expecting landfall at about 1/4 past. Isaac, radar imagery.
Oh, I was trying to see maybe if we could get a quick look at it, but it doesn't appear so. Unfortunately, Pagasa doesn't have the same radar infrastructure that we do in the States, so their radars go down quite frequently, unfortunately. So our next closest radar in operation is over, looks like northwest of Mindanao, and that view is getting obscured by the mountainous terrain of there, so we're getting a little line of what would be the eye wall of the storm on this radar site, unfortunately. So other than an occasional Pagasa posts that show the radar to our north, this is about as good of a radar look we're going to get on this typhoon, unfortunately. But back to satellite on the Himawari 8 weather satellite, and you can see the storm is still getting closer and closer to making the landfall here. And like I said earlier, certainly an historic day for the Philippines, and hopefully everybody on this island has prepared in advance and is currently hunkering down and staying safe here. This is not a typhoon to mess around with whatsoever, regardless if it's 150 miles an hour or 160 miles an hour. That's still a very, very powerful and very, very damaging and potentially deadly storm on your hands.
And thank you to Randy Siriaco for your comment and support as well during this testing time. We're going to take another break now at the end of this hour. We'll be back again in a couple of minutes with the latest on this storm in what appears to be the landfall hour. Back after this. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Typhoon Rai, Philippine name Odette, about to make a Category 5 landfall on Surigao Island with winds estimated of 160 miles per hour, that's 265 kilometers per hour, sustained with higher gusts. Central pressure around 920 millibars, although JMA lower still with 915. In the latest images, the storm's eye has started to come out a little bit more, and landfall is due probably in the next 15 minutes. Having said that, looking at the very latest images, it appears to be slowing down just a little bit and refusing to make landfall. Currently 12 kilometers offshore right now as of 52 minutes past the last hour. So that would suggest half an hour to landfall from that point, which would make it 20 past 1 in the Philippines. We obviously have a UTC clock here, currently 5:04 AM. Philippine time, of course, add 8. That means we're at 5 past 1. And back in the studio, my name is Nathan Foy here once again until the storm makes landfall, and probably a bit beyond that as well. Joined by my team in this hour, we have Isaac, Soham, Adler, Farhan, Kobe, Zenitsu, and Ethan. Hello once again to all of you. Thank you for sticking around.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I've been here the whole time. I'm sticking it out still.
Well,
sorry.
here's an interesting on this day for the storm. Typhoon Sendong hit Mindanao on this day, exactly 10 years ago. So just imagine, Sendong was a tropical storm that killed 2,000 people in flooding, and we do not know if the storm has the potential to do something like that, or actually it may have the potential to do something like that. But it's really scary, and I hope the people there are safe from the natural calamity that is occurring. And just to give a quick recap of the signal warnings, signal number 4 has been issued over southern Leyte, eastern portion of Bohol, Dinagat Islands, and Surigao del Norte. And under signal number 3 is the southern portion of Leyte province, southern and central portions of Cebu, the rest of Bohol, Negros Oriental, Siquijor, southern and central portions of Negros Occidental, Guimaras, northern portion of Agusan del Norte, northern portion of Surigao del Sur. And that's basically it for the signal 3 warnings. There are multiple warnings extending out from there. Cagayan de Oro is under signal number 2 warning. Batangas is also under signal number 1 warning, which is the most northernmost province under signal warning right now. I think that is it for the signal warnings. I do hope that people in Siargao and the Dinagat Islands are getting safe. It is a fight for survival for their area, especially since the eye wall is going over their area right now. It's worrying. And God bless the Philippines.
Isaac, you have more radar imagery.
Yes. Not able to get the full radar. The full look at the eye wall and radar, but it's showing the southern quadrant of the radar. and this image is probably about a good 10 minutes old here. And yeah, that's the southern eye wall. You're looking at those little clump of pixels. Is the southern eye wall of southern and southwestern eye wall of the Typhoon at this point. And unfortunately, we can't really get much of a better look because this is really the only radar in operation right now that's at least transmitting publicly available data. I know Pagasa has their own little internal radar system that's for their own personal use that they've been showing screen grabs of, but for public data, this is it. And you're staring right down into the barrel of a still officially a Category 5 monster Super Typhoon.
As we mentioned much earlier on in the stream, the strongest storm to make landfall on this island since 1945 at least was Emma in 1952, which was I think it was a Category 3. Can't remember what I read now. And those thinking about Cebu, which could get some strong winds from this storm. In fact, at one point we were discussing whether they could get Category 3 conditions, which is not completely out of the recipe, but I reckon is probably not going to happen now. That has never happened before, in all likelihood, either. So, certainly for this first landfall, it will be the strongest landfall to have occurred on this island in a very long time, if not throughout the whole records. Some of the storms that I recall from the very old times, for instance the Typhoon of 1912 was just slightly north of this island. I can't think of any other ones that struck this area as Category 5s, so that's another thought. Let's see what other comments we've got. A commenter alleging that they've recorded a pressure of 903 millibars on Surigao Island. I'm not sure whether that's true or not. Will it maintain a Category 5 status throughout its track on the Visayas? Well, I'd be very scared if that was the case. No, it really
I don't think it's
won't.
even a Category 5 now.
Well, yes, there is that point.
So,
I think it's a high in Category 4 right now.
Back at the infrared, that's probably right. It still looks like wind shear is doing an absolute number on the storm's eastern side.
Trying to fight back though on the latest frames, it appears, by pushing some deeper convection.
I know, but look at the wide shot. Half of the storm is on the left-hand side now. Sorry, almost all of the storm is on the left-hand side now.
It's really trying to at least maintain here, but that wind shear and a now land interaction is not going to be a favorable thing for the storm.
Sure is one heck of a fighter.
Let's have a look once again at the much zoomed out
Really
imagery
putting up a fight here
on the infrared, and you can see the transition that the storm is currently making. Still very impressive. And let's not forget, this could have been even a Category 2 landfall, which was initially forecast. That was forecasted as recently as yesterday, that rainfall would still be a big threat with the cloud tops that it was generating, the amount of moisture inside this storm, and as we saw recently on the rain rates, ridiculous amounts of rain falling in northern Mindanao right now at the tune of 75 millimeters per hour. Probably 200 millimeters has already fallen south of Surigao City. Farhan.
Speaking of Surigao City, there is a video from the port of Surigao City showing just incredible amount of wave eruptions. If you could show that on my screen.
Okay, let's go and grab that.
It's absolutely incredible.
Okay,
right.
we're with you.
What I found surprising is that this
Wait for
intensifying
it.
They're really thick.
It's only quite rough right now, but then look at that. Oh,
That's
that is
tall.
incredible. Absolutely incredible.
It's almost like a
I think-
tidal wave coming there.
I think that you should have a
Oh,
look
wow.
at Soham's imagery, Nathan. I think this storm is in the process of making landfall right now. Like
Yes, a
literally right now.
sizable
Look.
portion of the eye is already onshore.
Yeah, we might make a landfall call soon. That's worrying.
Interesting how
Assuming-
the complexion of that has changed.
Assuming that that this storm is probably within 10 miles of the coastline right now.
We're not going to, I mean, as often happens here, we most likely won't be confirming a landfall until maybe 10 to even 20 minutes after it's happened. But it is getting very close.
And the impacts have already started.
Well, if the JTWC analyzes this as a Category 5 landfall, then this will be the first Category 5 to make landfall in the Caraga region since 1964,
We've
which
got
would be 50 minutes.
We've got a new distance estimate from land. We are now estimating that the storm is 6 kilometers from land as of 2 minutes past. Now, if we can do some math there, assuming a 25 kilometer motion, divide by 6, you get 4, is it, or 6? Can't even work that out anymore. I've been awake for too long. 4 kilometers in 10 minutes. Then I think we can confirm landfall at 17 minutes past.
That's in about 2 minutes from now.
Yes.
I think personally I would just wait just a little bit longer than that.
Looking at the satellite imagery, it looks beautiful, but it's also terrifying at the same time that these people...
Very ominous.
Yeah, you can just see the ice staring. And it's about to crash into Surigao.
Just hoping for an update on my imagery source.
Before we make any
Legit
decisions
map.
on that, Isaac, how recent is that radar imagery?
Probably about 30 minutes old, but I'm trying to get a
that's
new
not
one
helpful.
here. Trying to get a new one here on the atrocity of the Pegasus site. Trying to get it working for me. I'll let you know when I have that. That one should be more up to date than the other one.
You can send your questions in, start your message with Force 13 all in text as we continue looking at this. A Category 5 that's literally making landfall on Surigao Island as we speak. And it will then move on towards Dinagat Island and then just south of southern Leyte, most likely.
So there's the eye on this radar site. And keep in mind this radar is looking through the mountainous terrain of Mindanao, showing us this image, so it's not going to be the best look at it since this is the only radar publicly transmitting data to us. And yeah, you're staring down the barrel of a still a Category 5 officially, Super Typhoon, nearing landfall. You can see the northeastern eye wall, and you can see the southwestern eye wall there on the screen, and then obviously the island that's about to get hit directly.
And at what time was that?
This was as of 17 minutes ago.
Now that's interesting. That shows it much further offshore.
It could be due to just how far away the radar site is from the eye, the radar being over here in northwestern Mindanao, and then, like I said, it's having to go through these mountains here as well on top of that. So that is probably a few miles discrepancy on this radar shot here because of that.
Someone asked if we're hiring. Well, Well, everyone here is working voluntarily, but you can always join our project by
I
sending a
always
message.
thought of it as more of an internship.
You could always send a message over. We're really happy to accept new people onto our team, especially if you have the abilities to help us with things like this. It's very important to get people on board. Is there a high chance for the typhoon to traverse central Cebu? Yes, I would say that there is, although it would probably be more towards the southern side. Back to the latest imagery, which we're still waiting for new images to show whether perhaps it might have made landfall.
My latest image is 2 minutes ago. Still not landfall just yet. But
That's
it is
probably
very
what I
close. It
figured.
appears like the eye is wobbling just offshore.
Oh, what a
Yep, it looks like
surprise.
we
Don't
are
they always
right
do
on the
that?
cusp of that landfall.
Hey Soham, can you get me a position estimate for this storm right now? And just post that, tag me in live discussion for that.
Alright, we've got more comments here. Please send in,
Position
keep sending
estimate
in
as in
messages.
actual current estimate or ATCF estimate?
Sorry?
As in the central, the current position estimate is, I have to check one sec.
And a question there about why the west side of the storm is larger than the east. And I think Ethan's got one word for us there.
Wind shear.
Although it's built back in quite nicely on those latest frames that we're looking at.
It has. It has.
It's really gone for it in those latest frames. It's just occurred to me.
That's what I was pointing out earlier. It's certainly trying to maintain, it's fighting off that wind shear the best it can right now.
It is certainly trying its best right now.
I don't know how long we're going to be holding on Soham's answer, but we'll still be around. Well, let's see if we can speak to Kenneth, who has joined us as well. And you have been watching this storm yesterday. I really want to see what your take on it is right now.
Yes, so I've just waken up and I saw a Category 5 roaring towards the Philippines right now. As I see recent imagery, and I immediately grab a little bit of images on my iPad, and I see there's probably our replacement cycle, right?
We don't really know.
Well, let me find a bit of radar in the
Might be
public
shear
chat.
too.
There's no good radar sites seeing us right now. The closest one is in northwestern Mindanao, and that's barely showing the eyewall.
Well, there is. I mean, the shear is slightly increasing. As in the multi-platform forecast. And remember, in the last live stream, that shear was slight increase, which is indeed the case. But if I remember, there's a SSMIS microwave, which indicates something our replacement cycle is imminent. That will occur in the later morning. All right. Let me add this. Wait a minute.
All right. Whilst we wait on that, we're joined by Christian. What are your thoughts reacting to a Category 5 about to make landfall at around any moment? Microphone's not working very well there, Christian, I'm afraid.
On my phone right now.
That's much better.
Yeah, not good news. Category 5, just about to make landfall. Where?
On Surigao Island.
Surigao Island. Oh dear. Well, you need to have your preparations made. If you've just started, it's a bit too late now. But yeah, hunker down, and get to safety. Because again, this is a Category 5 headed your way. Just stay safe, really. That's all I can say.
Indeed. So now Kenneth's gone doing something or other, and Sohum is somewhere as well getting information.
Oh yeah, I've got the information. It's
Oh,
around
right.
9.9 degrees north and 126.2 degrees east for the latest frame.
Yep, so that would put it around 20.
Just offshore. Just offshore.
About 9 kilometers
Okay,
offshore.
any more wobbling and it'll make landfall.
Alright, got some new images here, and we are putting the storm at 3 kilometers from landfall. Wow.
So actually, Nathan, I would actually be more inclined to actually, let me just see my imagery here. Where's it gone? Okay, yeah, we definitely have landfall here.
Ethan.
Have a look in live discussion, Nathan.
Are you determining by geostationary satellite?
I think so, yeah.
Well, you may want to be careful of declaring landfall because there's something called zenith angle, which can cause roughly 0.06 to 0.1 degree west bias of any geostationary center positioning of Philippines using Himawari 8.
Yeah, that's why we've not pulled the trigger yet.
Radar is kind of agreeing with that, saying that the eye is just about to make landfall, center being probably right around here. So, and so radar is almost in agreement of landfall. But again, we can only gain so much from these 3 pixels we have from this faraway radar site.
At the end of the day, that's what we're playing with, a bunch of pixels. Unfortunately, in the real world, serious things are happening right now, and in and around, mainly around this storm, as well as in the storm.
Yeah, up to the west of this radar site, you can see just all the rain. This typhoon is already drenching over the Philippines. So it's not just the winds and not just the storm surge, it's also the flooding that's ongoing throughout the country here. My computer will work with me. So just look at all that area of rainfall. Wow. And obviously the center being right around where my mouse cursor is, right around there on
very
on
odd-looking
radar.
That.
Unfortunately, we don't have. Go ahead.
Very interestingly, Pagasa has not called landfall yet, even. And normally they're the first to call it.
I know they have access to one of the radars up north, in their own personal use that they've been posting occasionally. So maybe they're looking at that and seeing that it's not made landfall yet.
Maybe it hasn't made landfall over radar yet.
So now they have a radar site up near Tacloban here that I've seen pictures floating around from Pagasa on their updates. So maybe that radar is not showing the eye making landfall as of this point.
Thank you very much to those who sent the messages of support just now. We are continuing to do our best delivering the information. Awkward Turtle was asking about landfall in Surigao.
Technically, it is in Surigao, but it's not in mainland Surigao del Norte. Siargao Island is administered by Surigao del Norte.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the storm will be making landfall over Siargao.
I have a question.
Yep.
What
Nathan,
exactly
I
is the
first
population
read
we
a,
expect?
read a little
Sorry.
bit, a bit
Hold on a
earlier.
minute. Hold on a minute.
One by one.
Let's first go with Soham's question.
My main question is how many people are going to be affected by the storm as it goes through Siargao and Surigao?
Oh,
In Siargao,
Surigao City has a population of 170,000, if I'm not mistaken. At
Siargao
least
has
from one city. Yes.
Siargao has about 94,000 people living there.
the northern Surigao area and Siargao Island and Dinagat Island all put together, about 670,000 people.
That's
a lot of people.
Let's talk to Kenneth once again.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I showed you a radar loop a bit earlier, and more clearer, which indicates that Rai is weakening slightly currently because of ongoing hour replacement cycle, very likely. But I'm also aware that the hour replacement cycle expands the wind field in a considerable rate that extend the destruction area even more because the pressure gradient go flatten and being pushed even bigger a steeper pressure gradient being pushed to other area, which is also not very good as well.
Large parts of Surigao Island are now in the eye now.
Yes,
quite likely
absolutely.
that the center is overland.
We had another comment. Jane Gonzaga sent us a message. How about in Camotes Island and Bohol? Any thoughts on that from our Philippine team?
Wait, Camotes Island?
Yep.
I believe that's east of Cebu, right? Yeah. Basically, it's going to have impacts like, maybe a single number 3 or at highest number 4 at the Camotes Islands. It's also going to go near Cebu and that particular area. So, heavy rainfall to be expected and strong winds. Basically.
We are expecting to confirm landfall with the next batch of satellite images, which will be in approximately 3 minutes. And from that we will probably be able to substantiate a time. Actually, the next GFS run has just started coming out. It finally initiates the storm a lot stronger, which is decent for the model at least. Actually initiates the storm at 155 miles per hour, which is I think one of the strongest initiations I've seen from a GFS model run. And then as you can see there, weakening as it moves inland, but its weakest point is probably as it moves over the island of Negros, and then it starts to intensify a little bit again. And I'm not sure if this model run is complete. That's actually the furthest it goes, but it's strengthening out in the South China Sea again. But showing there that it looks like it will miss making landfall on Surigao City and will actually pass north and hit the southernmost peninsula of Leyte, Panoan Island actually. It's not part of Leyte itself, it's got a very small gap, but southernmost Leyte could get the actual eye now looking at this. And then onto Bohol, and then looks like it takes a little bit of a southerly curve which means that it just avoids Cebu City with the worst of the winds, still typhoon force. Grazes the southern tip of Panay and then northern Palawan, and stays pretty low latitude for a long time. And then in fact the run looks still coming out, and it's still dying off there southeast of Hainan. So interesting to see how that has evolved since the last run.
Yeah, how close is it from land now?
All right,
Just
as
about
I
if
was
not making it.
as I was doing that, in fact, no, the new images haven't come out yet, so
What's your latest image, Nathan?
we'll be about to find out. That was 512. There's a message from Randy there, and again, thank you for your support. Landslides occurring or prone? Question mark. Well, I imagine that landslides will be a big feature of this storm, unfortunately, and it will cost possibly a human toll. Very unpredictable things.
Yeah.
Nathan, I have sent a Facebook link to a video in Butuan City. Showing flying debris.
Someone else will have to show that. We can now say that, wow, on the latest imagery, we are confirming landfall by 114 meters. A tiny margin.
Wow.
And from that information, we are confirming that landfall would have occurred at 20 past 1 Philippine time, 1:20 p.m. A Category 5 landfall, probably, still. Maybe not. But still a very strong Super Typhoon landfall that's occurred on Surigao Island at 5:20 a.m. UTC, which is 1:20 p.m. local time, and the landfall location is I think a very small town. I'm trying to figure out what the names of the towns are here. I think it's Tigasao on the eastern coast to the east of San Isidro.
Let me just to make sure we have to see.
So that is a landfall with winds of 160 miles per hour. That's 265 kilometers per hour. A pressure of around 920 millibars, or 915 if you go by JMA numbers. Now let's go to Farhan's screen, which I think is showing what you were going with, Zenitsu.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Oh my god, wow, that's a roof.
See just how dangerous that can be.
Oh my. Oh wow. Oh wow.
That's probably a shack that's just been blown away.
That's certainly how injuries can be caused by winds. Let's just say that much.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness.
And that is why you take the proper shelter.
Also have some images from Cagayan de Oro. They should be there.
Which we'll get to at some point, hopefully. Let's see if we've got some more messages. Does the widening of wind field due to IWAR replacement cycle increase the chance of signal warnings at northern provinces like Metro Manila? I should think it would. Widening of wind field
everyone is safe.
will increase the reach of the warning zones. Definitely.
Can I talk?
Go ahead.
I hope everyone is safe. It seems to be a very dangerous storm. Lots of images showing up damages and stuff from the Philippines, but I hope everyone is safe.
And unfortunately, this is really just the start. There are probably about 10 million people who are in the path who are probably going to receive damaging sustained winds from this storm.
One thing to note is that Cebu is the Philippines' second largest province. I think that's like shadowed by Metro Manila a bit, but Cebu is going to receive a heavy punch from the storm, even if it's going to weaken a bit. And there's a lot of people that live there. I think some of our team members in the Philippines may have relatives in Cebu, or are actually living in Cebu. But yeah, that's a worrying thought to think of.
Let's see if we can have another look at the rain rate derived from satellite imagery. We can take a look at that. Here it is. And once again, for several consecutive frames, trying to count them there, must be 6 or 7. An area south of Surigao city there in Mindanao has been transparent. That means off the charts, 75 millimeters of rain per hour there. So it's quite feasible to say that storm total rainfall there is probably in excess of 200 millimeters now in some of those mountainous areas.
Just a disclaimer that this information is not confirmed yet, but Pag-asa on their website has placed Aurora on their signal number 1. Which is interesting.
Curious, considering that we're coming up to the update, aren't we?
The update is at 2 o'clock, which is in 20 minutes. But this is still unconfirmed information. It might just be a graphical error. But
yeah, we've already had one of those.
I just would like to point out that while we've called landfall, Pag-asa has not yet.
Well, they might be waiting for the full update.
They might be waiting for all the radar and maybe just trying to verify the information.
But we did call landfall, and landfall time would have been 1:20 p.m.
Perhaps they're trying to just wait for the bulletin and release the information there. I think that's possible.
We will wait up for Pag-asa's update, and then soon after that we will probably be going off the air for a while, and then we will return with more live coverage at 8 p.m. Philippine time this evening as the storm continues its motion. It's going to be a long few hours for all of these areas. So we'll probably be here for another half hour or so, and then we will finish up. You can keep track all the time on our social media accounts. Search Force 13 all in text. And you can find our Discord server for real-time chat with over 3,000 weather watchers from around the world and plenty in the Philippines as well. Discord.gg/Force13 for real-time chat. Keep sending in your questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text once again. It will light up for us in the chat and we'll be able to see it come in. Bron
Just
Jacob says, is this the longest stream for a Westpac storm? No, we did 15 hours in a row for Melor in 2015. The only reason why we're probably not continuing tonight, this morning, is because our US team would usually pick up the slack, but they've been busy tonight as well with severe weather over there, so we're a little bit short. And what is the current winds and pressure? As mentioned earlier, 160 miles per hour, that's the landfall intensity, pressure of around 920 millibars, although we've got to keep pointing out that JMA going with 915, so who knows what we'll be going with in post-storm analysis.
this is stage 8 landfall.
Stage 8 on the CDPS scale.
Still is. I just crunched the numbers and yeah, still stage 8.
Very
Projection
big landfall.
for CK4.
When we consider that the landfalls for Goni and Mankut, obviously stage 10, I imagine they were lesser populations. I don't know actually how Surigao compares to Catanduanes.
Alright, so one person in the chat requested for projections for Siquijor, which is island province below Cebu and Bohol, or actually just in between both of them. Basically, Siquijor is under signal number 3 warning right now. It'll probably suffer the same fate as Cebu, heavy rainfall with strong winds, typhoon force winds actually. So just stay prepared. You haven't suffered the full brunt of the storm, so it's actually still good to have preparations ready for now. And yeah.
We've still got quite an extensive team with us. The floor's open if anyone else wants to mention anything just now.
Well, this is historic, and what island will be up next for its next landfall?
Yes,
Maybe
of course.
my first
So it moves on to, at this rate, it will probably be Nonok Island, which is a small island adjoining Dinagat Island. Interesting how there's several names around there because they all appear to be connected by land. And then after that it could make a landfall on Panayon Island, which is just off Leyte, and there's a tiny island Limasawa, and then onto Bohol. At the moment, if that westward motion continues, the eye will miss Surigao City, but I can tell you right now, they're getting 50 millimeters of rain per hour, and that's consistent right now, so they're going to be getting some flash flooding, I'm pretty sure, and probably the inner eye wall of the storm, and they probably won't get the eye. Isaac, what's showing up on your imagery now?
It's not updating, but the last radar frame showed the eye just about to make a landfall. These little pixels here in the radar, but not much really besides that on radar.
So let's go. Oh, you've gone back to some satellite there as well.
Yeah, you can see how the eye is
quite
rapidly,
clearly moving
cooled.
over land.
Yeah, rapidly cooled as it gone over land. Next up, what is that island to its northwest?
Dinagat
part of
Island.
Yeah,
Dinagat.
pardon my geography. I'm not the best when it comes to these islands, especially in the Philippines. You're now next in the fire line of this typhoon, and you should have prepared many hours ago. And now your time is over, and now you just gotta shelter in place and hope for the best. Um, and it's gonna keep happening throughout the day here, where it's gonna be making landfall over multiple islands in the Philippines. It's not just this. It's not just this island that's gonna be making landfall. It's gonna be making landfall over many other islands before it eventually crosses over into the South China Sea. So just because you're not getting hit right now doesn't mean you're not going to get anything from it. It's still working its way over towards the other islands.
Yeah, just looking ahead, this storm could make as many as 8 landfalls moving through the Philippines.
Exactly. The impacts for the Philippines from this system are just beginning. So even as we go off air later today, that does not mean that the storm is finished at all.
We're going to wait for the bulletin to be released, and then
So we'll be waiting on for that. More people asking about comparisons to Yolanda.
not as strong as Yolanda, but you know, the damages may be similar around this area.
More comparable to Bopa, in my opinion.
Yeah, but the track is like more north than Bofa.
And south of Yolanda.
Yeah.
So, obviously...
This was an unexpected surprise, a Category 5.
Yeah, coming out of virtually nowhere, really. We'll wait for Pegasus' update. We're not sure when that will be. Obviously, they, once again, might be a little bit late.
Someone saying, is Pagasa still saying that it's signal number 4? We're waiting on Pagasa for that, but as of the latest update at 11 a.m., there are still signal 4 warnings in effect.
Pardon me.
What?
So now is the perfect time to send in more comments and questions. And if you've got any observations for us, please let us know. If it's safe to do so, start your message with Force13 all in text.
Speaking of observation, I'm kind of quite surprised that there is a video here, reportedly from Surigao Island. It's probably quite old, it's not really up to date, but it should still give an idea of what is going on the island right now. If you could show me that, right?
Yeah, we have it.
Doesn't look like the Agoni video before.
Very strong winds.
The winds are howling like a pack of wolves.
And that's why everybody should be in shelter at this point if they're not already. Definitely don't want to be out and about or driving in that whatsoever. That's a death sentence if you do that.
Can we see where the video is from?
I'm not sure. This is the last JTWC cone from earlier. Once again showing the expected track and intensity of the storm. Not much reason to deviate from this forecast at this point yet. That the storm will weaken probably to high-end Category 2 by the time it reaches Palawan, and then strengthens again over the South China Sea to a secondary peak. And before it updates, look at the Pegasa warnings that were issued at the last update. We'll be looking out to see what changes at the 2 PM advisory. Whether Cebu might get full Signal 3 warnings across the whole island or not. Not sure they'll go for that just yet. Weather Signal 3 warnings will start to expand over the island of Panay. And Weather Signal 2 warnings will extend maybe a little bit north, probably not, but maybe further over Palawan.
Just a quick note that Bagasa usually issues their updates, and they can go as late as 45 minutes. So, who knows? Like, the update won't be immediate. So.
Just also like to point out that Surigao City is now reporting a pressure of 989 millibars.
My.
And that is about a distance of 60 kilometers from the center of the eye.
We could use Sloimer and try and approximate the pressure, but that would require some time.
60 kilometers, right?
Yes, roughly. So once again, we continue to look at this satellite imagery, which is very quickly becoming the only thing we have. Latest, more, hold on a moment. Just looking at some more satellite imagery that's coming out, and the latest estimate is that the storm is already more than halfway across Surigao Island, and will probably leave the island in the next 10 to 20 minutes.
You said it's already halfway across?
Well, where it's made landfall, the island is only about 14 kilometers across. So if it's moving at 25 kilometers per hour, it's over it within an hour, less than that.
So that's pretty impressive.
And then I think it was something like, let's have a look, about 35 kilometers to Dinagat. So that's just over an hour back over water, and then a very short crossing, and then another hour and a bit over water, and then another tiny crossing, and then pretty much you've got the storm will be over water to Bohol, which would then be about 3 hours worth. Which is why I'm a bit concerned that this storm might not weaken as quickly as people might think, because there's a lot of water ahead still.
Yeah, this is a different scenario than with Goni last year. Goni traveled right over that island, which was pretty mountainous, and went from Category 5 to tropical storm in, around 24 hours? And this is a different one. As you say, it's going to be going over more water than land, so it has more chances to at least maintain intensity and weaken not as fast as what Goni did last year.
What is the RMW for the storm right now?
Does anyone know?
I could check right now, 1 second.
Whilst we wait on that, more geocolor visible imagery. Certainly very impressive to look at from this angle.
Oh wow, on radar.
Sorry to interrupt, but there are now new heavy rainfall warnings for 2 p.m. From the Visayas Pagasa Regional Service Division. Eastern Samar, Leyte, Southern Leyte, Biliran Island, and Bohol are now under red heavy rainfall warning.
Mm-hmm.
These mean that torrential rainfall is occurring, about 30 millimeters or more per hour, and these rains will continue for the next 2 hours. There are also areas and Sikihor, Northern Cebu is under a yellow rainfall warning, while the Negros Island is under yellow rainfall warning. That's the update for now regards to heavy rainfall warnings. I will also update once we have the tropical cyclone bulletin.
On radar, you could clearly see the southern eye wall on radar. Radar showing that the storm has not yet made landfall, so that could be one reason why Pegasus holding out here on their landfall call. That, or they could be waiting to coincide that landfall with their update coming out soon. Here's a loop of the radar as well from Pegasa.
Hold on a moment. Try and get that here.
It seems the radius of maximum winds is estimated at 7 nautical miles from the JWTC best track. Not sure if that's correct. The eye in comparison, it has a diameter of 10 nautical miles. So the radius of maximum winds is smaller than the eye? I think that's scuffed.
What? No way.
Well, at this point, it's probably the long wait for the Pegasa update. Especially for locations that aren't directly under the storm yet. I imagine they'll be waiting for this with eager eyes. We can still take comments and questions pretty much until the information comes out, and we'll then read it all off and then we'll finish up. Don't forget that we will be live again at 8 p.m. Philippine time with more live coverage on the storm. Analysis, commentary, and on the ground updates from what we've been able to establish there.
You able to get my radar?
Yep, we're back with you.
Alright. I know this is really pixelated, but this is what we're having to deal with, unfortunately. But this is radar from the Philippines, and you could clearly see the southern eye wall here. The northern eye wall isn't seen, not because it doesn't exist, because the radar is not picking it up at this point, because of the hard interference with the mountainous terrain. You can see the southern eye wall there, and at least according to radar, has not yet made landfall. So that could be one factor.
I can't fathom that.
What?
I can't fathom that, even if you take in zenith angle, which Kenneth was going on about. I'm not... It looks like landfall to me.
Yeah, that's mainly with the satellite, geostationary satellites, and to a degree, polar orbiting satellites. Radar depends how well they, I guess, constructed and positioned the radar. But I'm assuming everything's going good with this radar, except due to it being far away from it. It's showing that it's not made landfall, strangely enough. Do keep in mind that these images are about 15 minutes old, and that could be another reason why it's not showing it yet. But really strange data here, nonetheless. And this is about as good as a radar as we could get of the first landfall, unfortunately, due to the other ones being knocked offline, since unfortunately the Philippines don't have as good of a radar system as we have in the States. They're not as lucky, as fortunate as we are to have that, but nonetheless still a useful tool to even have it in the Philippines.
More satellite imagery showing the trajectory of the storm. I think it might have gone slightly north of west in the latest frame still, but it is on the forecast that, well, that motion would probably continue for a bit. But it is interesting how that last GFS model run has a little bit of a southerly sink in the run. interesting how this movement is going to continue. But I'm, it's going to be fine margins for a lot of localities and significant towns and cities. Cebu particularly is something that I think we'll be looking at closely. Probably in behind that, Maasin City as well could get very close to some serious winds. Surigao City is obviously really on edge of this right now, with the huge amounts of rainfall expected for that area already occurring. Let's take another look at the latest rainfall rates on the satellite imagery, at least. And once again, look at that continuously there, apart from that last frame of transparent ground showing excess of 75 millimeters of rain per hour.
Alright, sorry to interrupt there, but Bacasa has declared landfall.
Okay.
At General Luna, Surigao Island, at around 1:20 p.m.
There we go. That's the time that we gave it.
That is from I Am Ready, which is GMA's forecasting center, I think. That is one of our news services.
New imagery coming out, now depicting that the storm has left Surigao Island. And is now around 33 kilometers from Dinagat Island. So as soon as Pegasa have declared landfall, it's actually left again. That's the center of the eye. A lot of the island will still be inside the eye itself, though. We continue to wait for the full advisory from Pegasa. I imagine they just made a statement there for the landfall and have not done anything else.
They haven't done anything.
Curious. We'll keep taking your comments and questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Did the wind shear weaken because it regained the minus 80-degree cloud tops? That was a comment there. Well, Ethan, looking at that imagery, the eastern side has built back up and is holding.
It's holding on a thread right now. So maybe it didn't weaken below Cat 5, and maybe it maintained it, but I'd say, given that it's moving on land, it's almost certainly below Cat 5 now.
Well, the eye's not good enough.
Nathan, I sent you microwave imagery. It's in live discussion.
Someone will have to show that on the screen. Oh, already? I think Isaac's got that.
Yes.
New image there. What do we make of that?
Looks like it's trying to undergo an eye wall replacement cycle. I'm seeing that outer eye wall, and then that small, tiny inner eye wall competing for dominance here. This radar. I mean, on this microwave pass. Go ahead, Ethan.
Adding to what you just said, Isaac, have a look at my screen, Nathan.
Okay, here we go with another screen. Ethan's screen there. That's from 503.
That is a blatant eye wall replacement cycle.
Wow.
We got saved.
I'm afraid to say that we didn't, because an eye wall replacement cycle increases the overall wind field of the cyclone. So that means more areas get affected by winds.
Yeah, but the wind, if this didn't undergo an eye wall replacement cycle, I mean, I get what you're saying, yeah, but if this didn't undergo an eye roll replacement cycle, the wind speeds in this thing could have been so much higher.
I do get your point, but one more thing I'd like to add is that when your wind field increases, the threat of storm surge also increases over a wider area.
Hmm.
So I guess both points are valid.
It's really a double-edged sword. How you look at it, it's weakening the storm. Yes, but as you stated, it does increase the wind field and the area of those maximum winds. So it's really a double-edged sword. It's both good and bad for a lot of reasons.
A comment here, can we please ask for a quick recap again for the projections of Surigao Island? I've no idea on the pronunciation, I'm sorry.
Sikihor.
Thank you very much.
Um,
Yeah, go ahead.
If I could just look back at the Pagasa bulletin, um, signal number 3 is in effect for Sikihor. There's over here, my information is saying that heavy to torrential rains expected.
It will be heavy rain there, yeah.
Yeah, and that is expected to continue up until Saturday early morning.
They'll probably get borderline typhoon force winds as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it indeed is typhoon force winds. That's signal number 3. I forgot to mention regarding the coastal waters. A gale warning remains in effect for multiple seaboards across the Philippines. And in the next 24 hours, moderate to very high seas of up to 10 meters will be experienced over the seaboards areas where tropical cyclone wind signals are in effect.
Yeah, well, that's not a huge surprise. That's out at sea. JWTC saying a 48-foot seas. That doesn't translate to storm surge, thankfully.
Yeah, Pagasa storm surge warnings of up to 3.0 meters in some areas. So that's worrying, I suppose.
Yep, predominantly for the landfall zones, but also for Iloilo City as well, interestingly.
Yeah, Iloilo is like also a storm surge prone area.
So those areas in particular to be watching out, but pretty much everywhere around here, 1 to 2 meters. Pretty much everywhere that gets storm force winds, really. So once again, we're continuing to look at visible imagery. May get the impression that things are running a little slow here. We are waiting for the update from Pagasa. And we've got indications.
Recent imagery seems to be showing the storm leaving the island now. Storms are leaving the island.
Indeed. We're getting indications now, Ethan, from instant ATCF that they might be going with 155 miles per hour at the next update.
Do you have a source of this?
That's on the interp sector file, which updates every 15 minutes. We think they might be putting it down to 155.
I think that we should wait until...
Oh, we're waiting, of course. It's not official.
Well, yeah, but I think that might even be a bit high right now. This is almost certainly not a Cat 5 right now, given that microwave path I just showed about a few minutes ago.
Right. Let's see what other comments we have right now. No news about the update yet. So we'll throw it back to more infrared imagery. We'll have another position update shortly, but it has already left Surigao Island. You can see quite clearly there on this imagery how it's already moving away. And the island doesn't appear to have affected it that much.
No, not really. This isn't like I said earlier, it's not like the same situation with Goni 2020, where just as soon as it made landfall, it just went kaput,
Yes,
pretty much. This one's not
absolutely.
going to be doing that. It's going to be taking a long time. It's going to be a gradual weakening phase, I think, if anything, unlike with Goni.
It is moving a little bit northwest though in those latest frames, so it could clip more of Leyte than first thought, and that would possibly weaken it a little bit more than it would otherwise. We'll see. It's getting very interesting for some of those locations. It looks pretty clear that it's going to make landfall on Dinagat Island. It's looking more clear now that the eye is going to avoid Surigao City, although they'll still get very bad conditions and possibly nearly the worst of it anyway. But then after that, it is looking like it could end up heading towards, possibly towards Maasin City, or maybe even a little bit further north than that. At this rate, I'm not sure. It could, of course, waver back towards the west again. We've got a new position estimate now. Interestingly, it's come up at 9.99 north, 125.91 east. And that puts it 24 kilometers from Dinagat Island. So that is probably going to get a landfall within an hour. Let's just see how far it's moved in the last hour, just to get some bearings on this. Is it still going at 25? No, the last hour it's done 33 kilometers. So it is still going faster than projected. Still waiting up on Pegasus update, which should arrive somewhat soon. Who knows when that might be, to see whether the signal warnings have been extended or upgraded in any of these areas.
The situation in Cagayan de Oro City looks to be something that is far, far worse than we initially imagined. I have on screen here a tweet from the Philippine Coast Guard depicting some of their rescue operations. As you can see here, rescuing the old and the sick. And I think this last image should be the most. It's up to chest level. I'm not sure when this was taken. If this was taken more than 2 hours ago, it's possible it's probably already up to an adult's neck by this point. It's absolutely incredible how much rain flooding there is right now over there.
That is crazy. That's Cagayan, did you say?
Cagayan de Oro, yes. More specifically, this is taken in set of settlements near. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. And Osmena Creek. That's a creek, not a river. If this is from a creek, then who knows how it is in the big rivers.
Once again, look at this imagery showing that Cagayan is still not anywhere near the highest rain rates from this storm.
And that is very, very concerning, just because it's not inside of the worst area of rainfall, and yet the picture that we're seeing making it seem like it's the worst affected area. So God knows what is happening in the areas actually being hammered by hundreds and hundreds of millimeters of rain.
Also, what can we expect in Zamboanga in terms of rainfall? Like maybe heavy rainfall? Like heavy to torrential? Maybe?
Latest image is now on this satellite as well, showing that Bohol is also getting some really high rain rates now. One little box there of excess of 75 millimeters where it's going off the scale. These are very, very high rain rates. Just trying to get to that last image. I can't actually see it on my display. That's interesting because that imagery is not the same one that I'm looking at on my screen. I'm not sure what happened there. But somewhere in Bohol there, clearly over 75 millimeters per hour rain rate. Very high, and just about to reach Cebu as well, or is doing so right now. Also on the northern side, that big black area really showing up there now as well. That's over mostly water areas still at this point, but will be arriving in Leyte fairly soon. If it keeps up like that, they're in for an absolute drenching in the next hour. As we continue our coverage, waiting for the next Pegasa update, the 2 PM update, which who knows when that will come out. We're staying on for that, and then we're finishing our update there. But don't forget, at 8 PM Philippine time, we will be back with more updates live. But whilst we're waiting for a little bit, start your message with Force 13 all in text on the YouTube chat, and it will light up for us, and we can continue the discussion. So once again, satellite imagery showing that the storm is holding a lot of intensity. Whether it's still a category 5 or not remains to be seen. We have so far been on the air for just over 6 hours now with this continuing coverage, and as I mentioned earlier, we probably would have held up streaming throughout the whole 24 hours if we had our US team, which would have filled in by this point, but they've already been quite busy with severe weather coverage.
Still refreshing the Pagasa page, and yep, Pagasa is now 20 minutes late.
Well, I'm sure they've got a massive job on their hands.
Maybe they're like, I feel bad for the meteorologists who are like working on this right now. Must be a bit tired.
High temperature is not very impressive, by the way. In recent frames, it's around the -70 mark. And I've never seen a category 5 being designated with temperatures like that, so I think it's safe to say that it's not one anymore. We'll get the stance from the automated cyclone file, the ATCF, soon. They had it as a category 5, 160 miles per hour, pressure 920 millibars. We believe that they will reduce it to 155 miles per hour and keep the 920 millibars. And that would probably be what the JWTC go with in their update, which will be later on this afternoon. So, to reiterate, Signal 4 warnings in effect for some of those islands that are right near the centre of the storm. The obvious ones, Surigao del Norte, the islands that the storm's making landfall on, Shear Island, Dinagat Island, southern Leyte, eastern Bohol. those warnings will probably extend. Signal 3 warnings will probably extend as well, maybe further up Leyte, I'm not sure. Maybe to the top of Cebu. We'll have to wait and see whenever their update comes out. But the storm at the moment appears to be moving back north of west quite considerably. If this storm makes landfall on Dinagat, which it will, let's just have a little look at the strongest storms to have made landfall on that island in history. The record is held by Typhoon Mike in 1990, which made landfall on that island with winds of 150 miles per hour. And with Ethan arguing earlier that it might not even be as strong as 155, it might only tie Mike's record for strongest landfall on Dinagat Island, maybe.
That word only should not be taken that seriously because it's still a very strong storm.
Sure. But of course it might remain in the memories of many people there, the damages that Mike did, that this storm is another one of those. Latest position update, it's 10.02 north, 125.88 east, so it's just breached the 10-degree north mark, and it is now 20 kilometers from Dinagat Island, which it most certainly will make landfall on soon. At that pace, at the current pace it's going, landfall there will probably be around the top of the hour. We'll see if we've got any more questions. We have another nice comment from Jason Samilano. Sorry about the pronunciation if that's wrong, but thank you very much for that. And duly noted, we'll be back with more later on in the evening. What are the sea surface temperatures of the waters between the islands that Odette might go to? Generally around 29, maybe pushing 30 degrees Celsius. A lot of energy in there. Will it hit southern Leyte? It's looking more and more likely. My hunch now would be yes. A question apparently, why is Windy predicting a second peak as a category 5? Are they over predicting? First I've heard of that, and I've no idea. They shouldn't be, but that's a question you'll have to ask them.
Also, Windy is not actually the Windy is just a graphical representation of the models. You should ask what model you're using regarding that. Still waiting on the Pagasa update, which should be soon, probably.
Well, we've been saying soon for about 30 minutes now.
Some areas in Bohol really getting huge amounts of rain rates right now, I should say. Just north of Sierra Bulones, for anyone who knows that area, is one of the real hotspots right now, extending further towards the north from there, basically.
Farhan, can you stream an image I'm going to share to you in a bit?
Go ahead.
This is in Misamis Oriental.
Give me a hot minute.
And we'll have that shortly. Let's see if we have some more questions right now. Nothing at the moment. but we are trying to keep you up to date on everything that's currently going on regarding this major typhoon landfall event. Over to Farhan.
Here it is. This is the image. It's an image that even I am familiar with, of a road underneath of an overpass being flooded. It's quite a common sight even here in Indonesia, in city like Bandung and Jakarta. Every single time big rain, there will be a lot of water, a lot of flooding in the road under an overpass like this. It's quite a familiar sight if you live in Southeast Asia. And then the second picture, it's from the other side of the overpass.
Ah, yes.
Not exactly much of a difference.
Well, there is a lake there where one shouldn't be.
Well, if you ride your motorcycle through that, it's almost certainly gonna go dead in the water, literally.
Okay, here's a question from the chat. Will the typhoon hit Capiz? Yeah, it will bring significant impacts to Capiz, especially since it is in Panay Island. As we've been talking about that area a few times. I mean, the live. For certain, will it go down to Category 3 when it reaches Cebu City? If anyone could answer that one.
Well, I absolutely hope so, because if it's any stronger than that, then that would be an unprecedented landfall on the island of Cebu. Right now, though, it looks to be maintaining fairly well. We'll probably hold Category 4 through Dinagat Island, and probably as through, it should quite comfortably hold Category 4 through Leyte. You would think. I'm just wondering. Which means that there wouldn't be much else to stop it from Cebu, so you could actually argue that it might still be a minimum Category 4 when it gets there, but I would hedge my bets and say probably Category 3.
Will Ormoc City be in the path? Ormoc City is a bit north of the storm right now, or northwest. I don't think it will be directly over Ormoc, but there will still be impacts coming from the storm over Ormoc.
And there's some places on Leyte now as well getting huge amounts of rain too, off the charts yet again, 75 millimeters per hour plus. 3 separate areas that are getting that roundabout now. Mostly, well, all inland. They're all going to be inland areas getting this. Not any areas that are settled. But I'm still looking down at northern Mindanao as well, southeast of Surigao City. It's been probably 2 hours now for some of those areas to have been receiving 75 millimeters of rain per hour. It's quite conceivable now that some of those areas will have already reached 300 millimeters of accumulations, which is pretty much, it's nearly to the point that we were forecasting. 400 is pretty much what we were saying for that area. It could double that, the way it's going. We could even be underestimating what it's done so far. This is just satellite derived estimates.
We're up here right here at a probably bad moment, but we have some updates from Pagasa.
Oh.
There's a new tropical cyclone bulletin. And the headline reading, Typhoon Odette intensifies further and has made landfall over Surigao Island, with maximum sustained winds of 195 kilometers per hour.
Southern Cebu, Signal 4.
Signal 4 in southern Leyte, southwestern portion of Leyte, Bohol, central and southern portions of Cebu, Dinagat Islands, Surigao del Norte, including Surigao and Bucas Grande Islands. And let me check if Metro Manila's under a signal warning.
Nope.
Nope. It's still Batangas. That's the northernmost province under a signal warning.
Alright. The big changes here then. That big chunk of Cebu there. Signal 4. More of... I think a little more of Leyte, is it? Under the signal 4 there. I think so. And the signal 3 extending into southern Panay now, and a signal 2 for all of Palawan. Gee.
That's a huge... Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Well then. That's that.
That's that. Sikihor still under signal number 3 warning. There have been areas in Panay Island that have also been upgraded to signal number 3.
Yep.
Which is Antique and Iloilo, including Iloilo City, which had been mentioned in the storm surge warning number 4 of Pagasa. Or actually, I'm not sure if it's 4, but it has been mentioned in the storm surge warning that there will be high storm surge there, which is a bad sign.
Latest position estimate now that the storm is 15 kilometers from Dinagat Island, so it will get there probably in about half an hour. Some more questions. Is it safe to say that there won't be another system after Rai this year? No, it's not safe to say. 1 or 2 extra long model runs are suggesting that the Philippines could get hit again just before the new year.
But do note that these long-range model runs are not exactly as accurate as the short-range model runs.
Certainly not.
But clearly the short-range model runs for Odette have not been performing well for the system.
Not great. So the map has updated. I'm still yet to see the actual bulletin from Pagasa.
The bulletin has actually been updated. It's just labeled wrongly as Tropical Cyclone Bulletin number 10.
What? Oh yes.
It's
They forgot to change the time.
Well.
It's been changed from somewhere at around 180 kilometers per hour to 195.
And they're going with that 915 millibar pressure.
Yes, indeed.
But they can't say that with a straight face and say that it's got 195 kilometer sustained winds. It's way more than that.
900. Yeah, I think they've expected it to. I think they're saying that it's already peaked and that it's going to gradually weaken even though it's in the South China Sea.
Reiki. Well, that is pretty much us finished now. We will be back on the air at 8 p.m. Philippine time, which is only just over 5 hours from now. Any final comments from our team?
Well, it's
more,
certainly been interesting.
Well, God bless everyone who are in the path of the typhoon. That's all I can say right now.
A wild ride, and for the vast majority.
The warnings.
And
so,
for the
I'm sorry.
I hope people are paying attention to the warnings from the officials.
Yeah, hopefully.
An absolute wild ride, and for the vast majority of people who has joined this stream, it is their first big event live stream, because of course usually when this stuff happens, it's usually be handled by the US people who are pretty much veterans at this. But for today, it has been pretty much handled by, for the most part, people on the Eastern Hemisphere, people like me, Zenitsu, so whom it has been quite an interesting stream, and I guess everyone who still remains here can say that they're glad and also sad in equal measure they have been part of such an historic stream.
So I hope everyone is okay.
Yes, indeed. Well, that's it from Force 13 HQ for now. As mentioned, we're back on the air at 8 PM Philippine time with more updates on this. I imagine people will need them. In the meantime, you can find us on social media. Search Force 13 all in text on Facebook and Twitter. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. I imagine there'll be 1 or 2 recorded updates in the meantime. And join our Discord server, discord.gg/Force13, real-time chat with the whole weather community. But from us, that's it for now, and we'll be back on air in just over 5 hours' time. This was our landfall coverage on Typhoon Rai, Philippine name Odette. Unfortunately, we can't say good riddance to the storm yet. There's a lot more to come. But that's it from us here. We'll see you again soon.